The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Things are heating up at the U.S. Juniors and Senior Championships in St. Louis. With 2 rounds left, the most pressure was on players with chances to catch the frontrunners. Vladimir Akopian remains the unchallenged leader in the seniors after drawing against the reigning champ Melik Khachiyan. Juniors leader Christopher Yu played for a win against one of his nearest rivals but was forced to settle for a draw. The view from the top suited both leaders, who each won another game to remain tied for first in the junior girls. The junior girls' crown is still very much up in the air, but the junior and senior titles are almost locked up. Day 8 of amazing chess coming up next.
Welcome to round 8 of the US Juniors and Seniors. We're here in Central West End by the St. Louis Chess Club, where you can learn, play, and improve your chess. Let's go back to the studio and start the day.
2 days still to play and a lot still remains undecided. Day 8 of exciting championships starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host, International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with Grandmasters Yasser, Seirawan, and Cristian.
Good to see you, Nazi. Good to see you, Yasser.
As always, it's wonderful to be in studio with you both. You make coming to work so much fun. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our live broadcast of these national championships. And what national championships they've been. We are in the championship rounds, and in St. Louis, we are all about creating champions. One Vladimir Akopian could clinch the crown in the seniors. But Nasi, do the honors and tell us the standings in all of the tournaments. Let's start with the juniors.
Let's take a look. In the juniors, we have a sole leader, Christopher Yu. He has 5.5 points, and half point behind him are 2 players, Andrew Hong and Jason Wang. Both of these players had very important wins yesterday.
Absolutely. And in the junior girls,
we have 2 co-leaders, Alice Lee and Rose Atwell, but they have distanced themselves from the rest of the field. They're a full 1.5 points ahead.
The fight for third sure is intense, I can tell you that. And in the seniors, the standings there.
Like you mentioned earlier, Yasser, Vladimir Akopian has been dominating this field. He has 5.5 points. And sharing second are 3 players, Jesse Kraai, Joel Benjamin, and Julio Becerra.
And tell us the format for these 3 national championship tournaments.
It's a 10-player round-robin tournament. Time control is 2 hours with 30-second increment. No draw offers allowed, and a regular scoring system. 1 for a win, half for a draw, nothing for a loss.
Not much in the schedule is left, but nonetheless, tell us what it is.
Well, we have only 2 days of classical chess left. And if players are tied for first, we'll have a separate day for the playoffs.
Tell us a little bit more about those playoff scenarios, if necessary.
If 2 players are tied for first, they will play 2-game rapid match. Time control will be 15 minutes with 10-second increment. If they're still tied, they'll repeat with colors reversed. If they're still tied, then they move on to the blitz match, 5+2. If still tied, repeat with colors reversed. And if somehow they're still tied after that, it's unclear what's going to happen.
I say swords. Bring out the swords. Thank you, Nasi. And Cristian, drill down and tell me about the challenges our tournament leaders face in these championship rounds.
I have to say, Yasser, I love these championship rounds. Not only do they test the chess skills of the players, but also their nerves. Absolutely. Let's take a look at the road ahead for our leaders. We're going to start with the senior section. And in this one, I have to say, it's been the Vladimir Akopian show so far. 5.5 points out of 7, 1.5 points ahead in the lead. He's the only player that if he wins today, he wins the tournament. The tournament is over, we give the championship to Vladimir Akopian, and today I have to say he has an amazing opportunity. He's playing against Douglas Ruth, who is struggling in this event. He has only scored 2 points.
Ouch.
And right now he is in the last position. Tomorrow, a difficult game, I have to say, against Joel Benjamin, a player that knows oh so well how to win championships. And take a look at him. He looks relaxed. I would be as well if I was 1.5 points in the lead. Definitely an amazing opportunity for Vladimir Akopian to gain his first championship here at the American Seniors. Let's take a look at what's happening in the juniors section. This is the man to beat, still the man to beat. That is Christopher Yu, 5.5 points, but only half a point ahead of the pack. And one of the players in the pack is Jason Wang, and he's playing him in round 8. This is a big clash. In round 9 against a very difficult opponent, Balaji Daggupati as well. We've seen how strongly he is prepared in the opening phase especially. Take a look at him. He's been very confident this tournament. He has stellar opening preparation, and if he would have converted that advantage yesterday, amazing opportunity. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to, but still, he's in the lead and he has the opportunity to win the national title and qualify to the US Championship. Absolutely. Big prize, that is. Let's take a look at what's happening in the junior girls. The road ahead for our 2 co-leaders. Alice Lee is one of them, 5 points out of 7. She started off slowly, but after that, she's all guns blazing. 3 out of 3 in the last 3 rounds. She's playing against Zoe Tang today. Zoe Tang, I have to say, she's capable of winning against the best players in the world. We've seen her win against Irina Krush at the American Cup, but she can also lose against low-rated players. An opportunity for Alice. And in round 9 against the youngest participant in the event, Megan Paragua. And who is her co-leader? Well, take a look at this. Rose Atwell. What a game she played yesterday. Winning, losing, then winning again, and she finally won that game. Today she's facing Jasmine Su, who was the leader after 4 rounds, but since then she's lost all her games. We'll see if Rose Atwell will be able to inflict the 4th consecutive loss against Jasmine Su.
Wow. Some great dramatic
Great games ahead.
And it's my pleasure to introduce the 4th member of our broadcasting team, Kostya. Kostya, over to you. Please share your thoughts.
Thanks, Yasser. Hello, Christian. Hello, Nazi. Great to be here. Guys, yeah, 2 championship rounds. It's going to be very dramatic. Even in the U.S. Senior, Akopian is doing great, but the battle for 2nd place, I think, is going to be very interesting. But guys, for me, the most interesting story of the day is what's going on in the U.S. Junior. Because you have the top seed, the leader, Christopher Yu. He's half a point ahead of 2 players, Jason Wang and Andrew Hong. And they're very close. They could easily catch Christopher and force a playoff. Let's start with Jason. The kid has won 4 games in a row, which I did not realize, but he has been on fire lately. He had a bit of a lucky break last night against Arthur Guo. I would say a very lucky break. Arthur just blundered and lost the game in 1 move. But now Jason is tied for 2nd, half a point behind the leader, and he's facing Christopher with white today in today's round. So a huge game for Jason. I'm sure he's been preparing all night, and a big chance for him to steal the lead. Also tied for 2nd is Andrew Hong. Andrew also got a bit lucky last night, and he won his game. And so now he's also just a half point behind Christopher. So if that top board ends in a draw today, Andrew, he's black against Brewington Hardaway. Brewington, super sharp player, but this is a very easy game that can go decisive. And so big chance for Andrew to possibly sneak into a tie for 1st as well. So guys, everything absolutely left to play for in the US Junior in today and tomorrow's final round. Should be very interesting.
Thank you, Kostya. And Nazi, do the honors. Tell our audience what they can expect for the pairings. Let's start with the juniors.
Let's take a look. In the juniors, we have Nicholas Ladan looking for his 1st win, playing against Jason Liang. Brewington Hardaway playing Andrew Hong, one of our key matchups.
Absolutely.
Justin Wang against Andy Woodward, and the key matchup, Jason Wang against Christopher Yu.
1st versus 2nd. It's always a big one.
Balaji playing against Arthur Go.
And the junior girls' pairings?
Let's take a look. We have Jasmine Su playing Rose Atwell, one of the co-leaders of the tournament.
Big game.
Rachel Lee playing Yasmin Asani. Chloe Go against Iris Mo. Omiya Vidyarthi playing Megan Paragua. And of course our key matchup is Alice Lee against Zoe Tang.
Two of our rating favorites coming into the competition and in the seniors.
Let's see, Alex Shabalov playing Jessie Kraai. In the seniors, there's a lot of people sharing second place.
Absolutely.
So every game here is important. Julio Becerra playing Gregory Kaidanov. Melik Khachiyan against Larry Christiansen. Daggupati against Vladimir Akopian. Joel Benjamin playing Igor Novikov.
Nice. And as you say, the battle for second there, very intense as we see Alice, one of our tournament co-leaders, getting wanded as she's coming in. Through security, as we would say.
I think she's running a bit late because the games are already beginning.
I'm a bit of a prankster.
Yeah?
I do. I'm just thinking that if I was going to get wanded through, I'd have like I don't know, some metallic thing, on my ankle.
They've done it in the past. They've done it in the past. Yes.
Right? Just to make sure everybody's on their toes.
Absolutely.
Just to test them.
Just to test.
I can assure you they work, because whenever I wear jewelry, earrings or anything, they always ring.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
so they really, really do work.
The games are off.
Round 8 is underway, and I'm just going to take a quick gander at the game of Rose Atwell. She's up against Jennifer Su, and as it's been mentioned, Jasmine, 3.5. She started with 3.5 out of 4, but it has gone wrong. We don't know exactly what happened, but the tires have fallen off.
Are we going to see some Queen B6 stuff?
No.
E5.
I
remember seeing Rose playing this Queen B6 before.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what tournament, but I believe she was one of the players that played this Queen B6.
That was one of the favorites of Paul Benko, who I've mentioned often enough. E5. Yeah, this was one of my favorite moves. Okay, so it's kind of a Kalashnikov, but I played it very differently. I played it with the move A6, Knight D6, Bishop D6, and when I played this, I was a junior player. I'm going to say 1500, working my way up the ranks. But at that time, I was a big believer in development. And I thought to myself, come on, how can I not be better with black? I've developed the knight, I've developed the queen. My opponent has all of their pieces on the first rank except for the queen. And if I could trade queens, I have all the development in the world, and how can I not be better? So this would be my exactly. This would be my dream. But no, that didn't happen. Rose played instead D7, D6. And okay, so
I think they might transpose to the main lines of the Sveshnikov.
But in a sense,
if she plays Knight F6,
the move Knight C3, in a sense, that really kind of justifies what is the drawback of Black's move order. The drawback of Black's move order has to be based on the move C2, C4, trying to get a Maroczy bind. When you play Knight C3, as played by Jasmine, then the thing is you don't necessarily get any of those options with
you don't have Bishop
G5.
G5. That's the problem.
So that was why we saw Bishop E7, and we're up to date. Help me out on this one, Christian, because again, I find studying the move orders, even from moves 1, 2,
it's
3,
so important.
4,
yes.
Yeah, just to get the nuances absolutely perfect.
It's so important, right? And again, she played this move Knight 1 to C3 very quickly, which perhaps, look, it is the main line. Yeah. It has been played the most amount of times. But one of the few things that you can implement in your game, if you play this early Kalashnikov, is the early C4 move. Excuse me, just a second.
That's what I always thought.
The board is trying to run without me.
Right.
It's okay. You can play the moves. The AI is controlling the board. C4 is a move. Just immediately taking control and taking advantage of the fact that you haven't attacked my pawn on E4 yet. So I can choose which knight I'm going to drop back to C3. In this case, most likely, I will drop back with this knight on C3, and this one maybe even to F3, maybe even to E3. I have a lot of opportunities. But she chose to do, which seems to be the most natural way of dealing with this, with the move knight to C3. But as you just mentioned, bishop E7, what's your next move? And she doesn't know it yet either, because knight to C4, yes, that's a good move. That's probably the best move in the position. You don't want to play knight to D5, because after knight to F6, you no longer have those options of bishop to G5, of course. Bishop G5 is a huge mistake. You lose. Well, you don't lose immediately, but after knight takes D5, it's not looking great, right? I'm going to take on G5. You're going to take your piece back, but it's bad news for you. So this is what we have right now, knight C4, B5, and now we're entering into completely different territory than the usual main lines with bishop G5, because after knight to F6, what are you going to do? How are you going to continue your development? Most likely things are changing a little bit. I have a big threat in the position, and that is to go B4 and pick up the pawn on E4. You have to defend that, or directly or indirectly. Indirectly with G3, because B4, knight D5, knight takes C4. Now you're going to suffer the consequences on the long diagonal. So G3 is one of the moves. The other way you can go about it is bishop to D3, directly defend that. Let's take a look and see what she played right now.
She did play knight F6, as you...
And she hasn't responded to knight F6.
Not yet.
Okay. Look, that's a great development. If you are Rose Atwell right now, you're trying to get a victory with the black pieces. You're trying to get your opponent out of her theory. And that's exactly what she achieved in a complex battle, I have to say.
Exactly.
Should we check in with the tournament leader in the junior section?
Sure.
Christopher Yu, Jason Wang and Christopher Yu's game.
That's a big one.
They have a pretty sharp Catalan line on the board. If I'm not mistaken...
And that happened fast.
Yeah, every game that Christopher played with black, it was E4.
He was facing E4 in all of his games.
And he's been juggling with between C5 and C6 as well.
And he did the advanced dragon, did the G6.
Which worked tremendously well for him.
By the way, he won a really nice game in that one.
And again, it's one of those openings in which it's not that easy to find an advantage. So if you're Jason Wang before the game and you are looking through the games of your opponent and you are seeing all these different looks, right? It's so difficult to prepare against that. So Jason was like, okay, look, you're giving me too much information. I need to go into my stuff, and that is probably the Catalan.
Well, we do have a Catalan. We got this position after B4. And this is a kind of a cute little move. Knight on F3 to
That's
D2.
the main theoretical move.
Because if you do capture, well, after bishop A6, black has this habit of solving his development problems very, very quickly. But the move knight on F3 to D2, as you say, it's the main move because you're introducing both the strike. Bishop takes A8 and knight takes C4, knight to D5. Tell me when theory more or less stops, because all of these moves, they look very thematic. I want to put it like that. Knight
really?
to D7.
They look thematic.
Whoa.
This looks
up until that last
this is a completely wild line.
Just a second.
Of the Catalan.
Well, knight D5, knight takes. C5, that looks good.
This is all good. It takes.
This looks
and
good.
knight E3, I wouldn't say it's thematic to Catalan, but in this line, it's the best move.
Because, again, white's trying to blast open the diagonal and also eyeballing opportunity for rook to D1. Knight, and again, just let me know when the players are more or less in novel grounds. Rook C8?
Still more than 20 games in this position, and white usually plays bishop F4.
Bishop F4 is the main move. Okay, I can rally behind that because we're prepping.
C7.
But sorry, I'm a pawn grabber. Tell me what how does the main line go after bishop takes D5? Because I am cementing the pawn, right?
True, but knight E5 here. I think black also gets the C6 pawn back very quickly.
So if I
There is this line, knight c6 and sacking the queen. If bishop f7, black's okay with that.
Wow. Okay.
I think. It's been a while since I've looked at this, but I know it's a line.
Are we recapturing with the bishop or are we recapturing with the rook? Let's say bishop,
Can
just
we
for
do it
argument's
with
sake.
the rook?
Okay. With the rook, sure.
But queen c6? How are we getting a piece back?
I don't know.
I was asking, can we do it?
I don't know. I'm not
Look
sure.
like it.
I was thinking we would take with wow, this is news for me. I was just saying that bishop takes c6, pardon me,
Knight takes c6.
from the current position, bishop takes d5 would get my vote of approval. But you said bishop f4, and that does put the kibosh on knight e5, and it does perhaps c7. How does the line continue now?
After bishop f4?
Yeah.
Black usually plays knight c5.
Makes sense. So you're attacking the pawn.
Rook d1.
Also makes sense.
d4.
D4.
Well, black does
Wow.
not want to lose that pawn.
Bishop c4. D4. Okay.
Now, next move is not easy to guess. h4.
I was not thinking h4 at all. I was thinking bishop e5. I was thinking c7.
They're definitely.
I
moves here.
didn't. Okay. The idea behind h4, though, I do understand. Our bishop is good. We want to play c7, but after knight e6, we might have issues as well.
By the
as
way, your
g5.
move, bishop e5, is very good as well, instead of h4.
They've played that one?
I don't
Bishop
think
f4
it's-
is on the board. And knight
Bishop
c5.
f4 is on the board.
Yes.
And they're blitzing
now
it
rook
out.
d1.
Especially
Wow.
Christopher. He has 2 hours and 4 minutes on his clock.
So they've just snapped out how many moves?
Oh, I see.
17
Wait,
moves
is
just
h4 on the board?
on the
Yep.
board.
Oh, they just followed our line.
Boy, they're saying this is my homework, and they're showing stuff now. Okay, so you play the Catalan.
I've
I
never
play the
had
Catalan,
this position on the board before.
and Christopher is just like.
I think he's trying to remember how this continues, because they're on move 17.
Right. And they've been blitzing like there's no tomorrow. But, okay, again, we're both Catalan players, and we understand this is what we aspire for. Our bishop has an open diagonal, and we've got a pawn on c6. We might prefer that the pawn would be a knight.
Sure.
Because those knights on c6 in a Catalan sure are sweet. But we do have an issue. It's not all roses for us. This knight on b1, basically any other square on the board, and it would be golden.
Not easy to develop because our pawn on e2 is hanging.
Precisely. So it's not all gold. But on the other hand, help me out here. How does it go? Why isn't black busted? He's a pawn down, and
It's a good question.
and you've got the answer. The answer
Well,
is
there are a couple of different moves here. Rook
Please.
e8 simply is one of them.
rook e8.
Yeah.
Okay, if I might follow the logic there, you're putting some pressure on e2.
And I think you just played that
You just
move.
played
Rookie.
yes.
Okay, so I desperately want to play knight d2. Desperately.
And
But
you're okay giving up?
No. Of course I'm not okay
But
giving the
it
pawn.
is possible to sacrifice that pawn.
So you were about to put pressure on e2? I would like to take the pressure away. I would like to defend
But
e2.
I can add more pressure. Let's say bishop f8.
Okay, now this is the moment that I really have to ask myself. Knight to d2, bishop e2,
At some point, you're going to push c7, right?
yes.
Just to keep that pawn alive.
I do want to keep the pawn alive. And then, okay, so we're going to go c7, queen d7.
Sure.
And I'm going to go knight d2, and you're going to take on
Take
e2?
on e2.
You're not going to play d3 on me,
I would
right?
not go c7.
You would not.
No.
Why, coach? What would you do?
So generally, I want that f5 square for my queen, at least from the lines that I've been looking at.
Okay.
So for example, one of the lines was bishop takes e2 instead of bishop f8.
What?
Oh, immediately.
Yes, bishop takes...
That's what?
Wait, sorry,
Why?
you played bishop f3?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
he
a
didn't
strange
play
move.
knight
That's a
d2.
strange move. No, knight d2 seems to be the main line.
Knight d2 is the main line.
Yes, yes, yes.
Wow.
And it has been played
Yeah.
before.
So bishop takes e2.
Bishop takes e2. So you do give up that pawn at some point. You have to.
Sacrilege.
In order to, well, first of all, your pawn up. You do have one to give. Rook c1.
Rook d1 to c1.
Yes.
And
Bishop f8 usually seems to be the one of the main moves, as well as g6. g6 with the idea to hold on to that f5 square. Queen f5.
Queen f5.
Right. But I have to say, all of these lines are so confusing and so difficult to analyze, unless you don't know them.
Well,
if you don't know them, if you don't have a strong engine in front of you, it's going to be extremely difficult to understand what's happening.
If you don't mind me asking once again.
And very dangerous, by the way, for both sides.
Well, sure. Well,
both sides.
It feels to me that black is the one taking more risk. After bishop f3, a line we were just looking at, Christian, bishop f8, I like the move c7. I like the move queen to d7. And here I was thinking knight d2 at last. So the idea, at least...
If I take on e2 now?
Right. You take on e2. In this moment, I was going to take on e2. You were going to take on e2. I was going to get out of the pin, queen to c4. And in my world, I'm dreaming of knight f3.
I push d3.
d3, I'm dreaming of knight f3. So maybe...
Rook e4. And now you're already close to losing.
No, rook e4.
Yeah, close to losing.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Queen... What? Just a second.
Rook takes f4 and maybe queen to g4. Yes, you do still have some saving grace, but after queen b5, queen f5, your c7 pawn is in fact not that dangerous, and rook takes f4 is coming.
Rook takes f4.
I don't think you can do that. Yes,
yeah,
because
rook
takes
f4. Wow.
That's the problem. My d3 pawn is in fact extremely powerful as well. And it seems, if you look at the position, all of my pieces, or at least large majority of them, are protected, especially that knight on c5. It's so important. That knight on c5 defended by bishop on f8.
Right.
It's clogging the c file, but it's also controlling all those important b3, d3, e4 squares. Very, very important piece, the knight on c5.
It feels like I have to do a better job here. So the pawn...
Yeah, bishop f3 is a step in the wrong direction. Right. It looks like a natural move, but you're not... You simply don't have enough time.
Yeah, I'm not getting the easy development that I want.
Exactly. So you have to give me the e2 pawn. It seems like...
I can't do it.
You have to do it.
My hand won't allow me.
You're going to lose it no matter what.
Okay.
That's the thing. That's, I guess, the end game. You're going to lose it no matter what. So you have to give it away.
And you're up a pawn, so you're not losing it. You're just giving it back.
It's okay, Yasser. It's okay. I know.
I'm tasered.
It's tough, but give the pawn back.
Okay, crucial game for our standings. Why? Because it's number 1 versus number 2.
Yeah, Christopher Yu is in the first place, and Jason Wang is trying to not just catch him, but surpass him.
Absolutely. And for Jason, he started poorly, but Lady Luck has been on his shoulder as he's riding a 4-game winning streak coming into this game. And I'm going to say it would be an enormous upset should Jason take down our pre-tournament rating favorite, Christopher Yu, because it has been a kind of a Christopher Yu show.
Yeah.
And had he won yesterday, he had reasonable winning chances in that ending.
And I don't think Christopher has really been in trouble yet.
Right.
He hasn't lost a game, so...
Tested, if you will.
He has been worse. In that game that he won, I'm trying to remember against in the Sicilian, where his opponent had the opportunity to go d5 and b4 and kick his pieces back.
Right, that was a queen a5.
Exactly. But that was the only moment.
Moment.
In 7 rounds so far in which he was worse. And that was only for 1 move.
And that was the game that Christopher also came with Kostya, and he said, I had prepared rook d2, rook d1, everything went according to my script. It was brilliant.
Sometimes the confidence, you know?
It just...
it's important.
Right it. Okay, we're going to leave that game because we've got so many games to check on. Let's jump to the Alice Lee-Zoe game, as I see a central pawn duo. Okay, Alice Lee is facing a Slav, and very topical, knight h4, and we've seen a lot of these lines too. where the bishop kind of gets kicked
Yeah,
around.
I've played this line against her with the white pieces.
With the white pieces?
She
yeah.
plays this opening with both colors.
Okay. But Zoe said, hey, you want my bishop? It's all yours. But at the cost of
Not
opening
sure.
up the H file.
Yes, but Zoe did end up castling,
Okay.
so H file doesn't count.
And E4, E3, E4, sorry. I'm used to the counter strike in the center with E5.
What about B5, B4? That's
B5,
also popular.
B4.
In similar positions. I don't think this exact position has. It's not a theoretical position.
It's not.
It's not. We're out
Okay.
of the book, but it still reminds me of a lot of different Slav variations. So
Where
B5,
you-
B4 followed with C5 or E5 looks very logical.
Exactly. For me, it would be the E5 move because I've been on the white side of these positions a lot, where I've got a pass pawn on D5 that usually gets blockaded, by the way, and black has her counterplay in this case. And if you play after E5, bishop to E3, then what the black player often seeks to do is get a position where they try to get control of this square. How would I do that? I probably want to play bishop to
C5.
C5,
Try
that
to
kind of thing, or knight
trade.
to yeah, try to
But
trade.
Aren't you worried about immediate E5 possibly?
Kind of, right?
Yeah, my bishops are a little bit dangerous.
Well, the one thing I don't want to see is the pawn marching
Yeah.
like up the board to E6. Maybe I'd have to do a preparatory move, something like queen to C7 and rook to D8. We're going to keep an eye on this one, and I'm going to go to Andrew Brewington versus Andrew Hong. Andrew, the recipient of a nice gift yesterday. He won a drawn rook and pawn endgame. Mind you, he was the one who had the two pawns, the two extra pawns. So
Ended up tricking his opponent at the very, very end.
exactly. He's on the black side of a Joko piano with the doubled E pawns, E3 and E4.
By the way,
Frankly, another strategical.
Just notice the time management. So after 8 moves, Andrew has spent already 10 minutes on his clock, while Brew only spent 2 minutes.
So I can tell you exactly what Andrew is wrestling with. He needs a win. He's trailing by a half a point. Your opponent plays bishop c4 against you.
Right.
Now, you can't lose. So whatever risks you're prepared to take, you don't want to cross that line of being. So
Especially this early in the game.
right.
Yeah.
So one thing you start to think about, should I be playing the two knights? Am I worried about knight g4, g5? So then your opponent plays knight c3, and that's already like, because c2, c3,
Yeah, he was hoping for
there's a
something more aggressive
d5,
from
right?
one side.
Yeah, but knight c3 really puts the kibosh on a lot of your counter ideas of d7, d5. Then comes the move bishop e3. Now again, if you're looking for an imbalance as black,
He got some kind of imbalance, but I think this works in white's favor. I like the central pawns.
I do too. And I suspect after knight d5, it's going to be very, very hard for Andrew to outplay his opponent. Knight takes d5, bishop takes d5. You can just see that the pieces are getting hosed off the board without real chances of getting in some kind of f5 or d5 play. So Brewington playing a KG opening, not necessarily for advantage, but he knows that Andrew's going to come guns a-blazing. And why is it so important for them?
Well, it's a must-win situation for Andrew Hong if he wants to play for the first place.
Precisely.
And, you know, Brew has nothing to lose. He wants to just make as many points as possible, gain
Right.
rating. It's his first time in the tournament, while for Andrew Hong, it's his last chance to play in the Juniors Championship.
And what an opportunity to qualify should he win this championship to the national championships as well. Wanted to go to
I think Cristian has some updates for us.
Oh, please. You have the Douglas route, Vladimir Akopian?
I do. We might as well pay respects to the leaders,
Absolutely.
right? We've looked at the juniors, the junior girls, and finally getting to the seniors. We have a semi-Slav situation. In this one, c5, everything very standard. And right now, in general, the way white places his pieces is rook to d1, followed by b3, maybe bishop to b2, try to find the right squares for all the pieces. Leaving the knight on f3, because what black doesn't want to do is take on f3. Despite the fact that you're messing up my pawn structure, this bishop on b7 is such a tremendous piece, such an important piece in black's arsenal that you cannot really exchange it for my knight on f3. Nevertheless, this was the move chosen by Douglas Root, and it does seem like he doesn't know exactly what to do because he's been spending some time on this knight to e5 move. And in this position, a6 was very important. a6 is very important because in a lot of cases, bishop to b5, as we will see, for example, in the game continuation, he played bishop to d6. Knight takes d7 was played, and I'm expecting queen takes d7. Now, what white can do is play the move bishop to b5, and it's a very important move because you're exchanging these two bishops, which favors white. Why? The bishop on b7, tremendous piece. The bishop on c4, not really doing much, right? You're biting on granite on e6. Bishop to b5, bishop to c6, rook to d1. Everything comes with tempo. You cannot cover that with knight to d5. e4 is a problem. So you have to go here, take, take. And now I have the option of just simply eliminating that bishop with a move knight to a4, which gives white a slight advantage. Not big, but a slight advantage. Probably you're going to go rook to c8. Now knight takes c5 seems to be the best move. I would love to be able to go b3 and say, hey, come on, castle. Now take, take, take. If you take with a rook, bishop to a3 comes and this finishes the game because I'm picking up the exchange. But of course, you're not going to do that. Rook to c8, not only that it defended the bishop on c5, it defended the queen as well. So now we can just like simply move the bishop away, exchange the queens, that's going to be a draw. So this is the position. And imagine it with the inclusion of a4 and a6. a6, a4, and now bishop to d6. Completely different situation because my bishop on b7 stays on the board. And it's so important, that bishop, because it gives me a lot of opportunities on this diagonal. Not the best move, bishop to d6, still the position remains fairly balanced in this one.
Thank you, Cristian. I wanted to turn our attention to the game of Balaji and Arthur Go, because we have been seeing so many Joko pianos, and I was raised with gambits. Did you go through that phase, Nasi, where you had to...
I was raised on classical openings.
So you didn't learn how to gambit and throw away your material?
No.
See, why did I become such a pawn grubber later in life? Because I understood how bad gambits were. And what do we have? A time from the Romantic era of the Evans Gambit, B4. This has been essayed over 200 years ago, and it was one... Can you guess who reintroduced the Evans Gambit into elite Grandmaster games? Elite Grandmaster games.
No idea.
Garry Kasparov.
Oh, okay.
Garry Kasparov essayed this against Jeroen Piquet and won a famous game.
Picture Gary to like gambits.
Yes.
Right.
Nisipianu, he tried it against Juan Fabi Caruana, and Fabi was prepared. He literally put the kibosh on that game and won with the black pieces. Not so easy to do at the elite level. So the idea behind any gambit is you purposefully lose material. Your opponent takes time grabbing pawns, sometimes even pieces, and falls behind in development. Here, what white wants to do is he wants to capture on e5, and on a good day, put his bishop on the a3, which he hopes will be an open diagonal.
Right.
Right? And now having unsettled the queen on the d7 square, capturing on e5 followed by rook to d1 makes perfect sense. So what does black do? Black says my bishop on a5, which is misplaced, captured a pawn, would like to return the favor.
It's doing two things at once, allowing knight a5, but also putting pressure on pawn on d4.
Right, which you usually don't want to take, weirdly enough. Like, that would be very helpful. Bishop b6, knight d2, knight a5, queen
White
c2.
allows this trade of the bishop.
Exactly, and again, probably in this case you're more or less going to have to capture on d4. Now again, your pieces are a little bit okay. The bishop, pardon me, the bishop on b6
It's the queen
is
on
good.
d7 that's very awkwardly
Well,
placed.
maybe even the knight, right? Like, if you don't capture
Should
the
black
knight,
take? Yeah, I think I would take on c4.
exactly. If you don't capture, and you should probably do it right away, right?
Yes, take knight c4.
So you can get a position like this. And again, it's not everybody's cup of tea to sacrifice material right out of the gate. But Balaji is asking Arthur, are you prepared? Do you know what you're doing?
Yeah, and Arthur had such a devastating game yesterday.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard and see why that game was devastating for Arthur. Otherwise, he would be close
He
to
was
Balaji.
He was close to winning his game yesterday. He lost on the
Exactly.
last move, and Balaji had very big ups and downs in this tournament.
Truly.
He left some points on the table.
Did he ever?
But yeah, you know, everyone here wants to finish the tournament with 2 wins.
Yes.
Nothing feels like you forget how badly you started the tournament if you finish it with wins.
Exactly. That's exactly the way it is. And Christian, over to you. You kind of laughed when I mentioned Nesipianu and Fabi, because that was a very good game.
Oh yes,
By Fabi.
and I know both of them quite well. So,
So
yes.
who did you have dinner with? Who were you commiserating and who were you
And
congratulating?
they know each other quite well as well. They
yes.
work together for the 2021 candidates or 2022 candidates.
Really?
The one in Madrid, I think
Okay.
2022 it was. Take a look at this. Alice Lee versus Zoe Tang. And this is very interesting situation because I think somebody confused something. After e4, she immediately played Zoe Tang e5. Now it makes a lot of sense, but not without the inclusion of b5. b5 is very important because this forces the bishop back to d3. If you move it anywhere else, I'm going to go b4.
Oops.
And after b4, you're going to move the knight, I'm going to pick up the pawn on e4.
Right.
So you have to defend the pawn on e4, and only now you go e5. This is a completely different situation because in this position, after the very typical move bishop to e2, trying to control all the light squares on this side, I still have the move b4. b4 comes in, and then I'm going to pick up the pawn on e4. That's going, look, white is going to have the compensation. No doubt about that. Nevertheless, is most likely going to be enough for a complex battle, perhaps. But what we have in the game right now after e4, e5 is a big opportunity for Alice to take the bull by the horns in this one. Take on e5, bishop to e2, still the very natural moves.
no b4.
No more b4. Next move is f4 for me. I'm kicking you back. I have the two
Right.
bishops. I have the majority moving on, moving upwards down the board on this side. f4, e5, pushing your pieces backwards. This is not going to be a fun position for a black without the move b4. So something was amiss in perhaps Zoe's preparation or perhaps Zoe's memorization, because she remembered something. She played fast. She still has an hour and 57 minutes on the clock,
Right.
but it's not the right position. She's much worse right now.
She may have
After the-
confused some move order.
And by the way, this is on the clock. This is on the board.
Bishop to e2.
Huge update
Take on e5 and bishop e2.
in
Yes.
Christopher Yu's game. I'm hearing from Dariusz that Christopher made a huge blunder.
A huge blunder.
Now he is already much, much worse.
Oh my goodness.
On move. So they were playing
So-
theoretical opening
They,
for
they,
17
they were
moves.
playing really, really fast, and I didn't want to return the pawn on e2 and play the move knight d2. You both were reassuring me.
It's okay,
Yasser,
sometimes.
it's okay. I was only giving back a pawn. Bishop takes e2. Rook on d1 to c1, and we're still in theoretical ground, right? I mean, this is all theory. But the move bishop d3 is a an
Yes, sir.
error?
You won't believe this, but after c7 here,
Yes.
Huge mistake.
queen
yeah.
d7, and simply queen d1, the evaluation is +3. Now, why is that the case? I don't know.
Because there's a big threat in the position.
Which
Huge
is?
threat in the
Oh,
position.
rook c5,
that is
knight
rook takes
b3?
c5, knight b3. Your bishop on
Okay.
d3 is very badly placed.
It's a target.
So what if I just
Exactly.
move the bishop?
Where do you move it?
Let's say g6 to be safe. Is there some... I was thinking maybe some king h2, bishop h3,
Safe.
but...
I wouldn't call anything safe around these parts of town.
Especially around these juniors too, right?
Yes.
Nothing's safe. The
What if I just
juniors-
go knight b3?
It's just hard to believe +3 when it's materially equal.
Well, yes, but that is a huge pawn on c7.
And in fact, I
Huge.
think I'm going to start with h5 first.
Yeah, somehow that feels a little bit right. To
Knight
tickle,
b3 now.
right? But now,
Oh, there is
the question.
bishop c6 and
Bishop
bishop
c6.
b7 come in. Both of those are threats.
Well, bishop c6, and you don't
Of course.
have where to put the queen.
Yeah.
And that's why I played
Huge.
h5, because I don't want to give you queen f5. Queen e6 is going to be met by knight takes d4.
Nice. Nice.
So your queen is actually not
Is the
trapped,
trouble.
but it's not looking great.
It's the tactical target is actually the queen. And that's why you wanted to include c7 to bring the queen to
Now,
a square it can be
I don't
attacked.
think either of these players realize that the position's +3. As
No.
you can see, Christopher
Christopher
played
looks
it pretty
confident,
fast. He looks
right?
confident, and Jensen's not sure. Maybe he knows his position's good, but winning?
Winning?
Well,
It's
the
a
thing is,
surprise.
after
Sorry, if you don't mind me permit me for a moment. The move bishop d3 has a logic, but it also is considered bad. What should Christopher have played? Should he have played knight to
I
d3?
think we've seen this, right? Wasn't it bishop f8?
Yeah, bishop f8.
But just simply
We've seen this
bishop
position,
f8.
yes, yes.
And then,
Then queen f5, g6, and so on.
okay, got you. So bishop to d3 question mark, c7 exclam, forcing the queen onto a square where it will be vulnerable.
And the
to a
thing is, if
future
you try to
bishop
go
c6.
queen takes c7,
Oh, that's a move.
bishop takes c7,
Not
would
queen
not
d3?
be the right move. Because now bishop takes c2 and we're fine as black. But I can take queen takes d3, exactly.
Queen takes d3.
Yes, take advantage of the pin.
If queen f4, there's rook c5.
Rook takes c5, yes.
That was quite a nifty little le petit combination. A petite
I
combination.
didn't know you know French.
Showing off your
yes.
French?
No, I know. I know Jadoub. It's like when bishop to d3.
I mean,
I'm
white
sorry,
moves
it's
do
just
come
so
naturally.
It's so remarkable.
You may not know that it's +3, but these
No.
moves are very obvious. c7, queen d1 just
Queen
comes
d7
naturally.
is forced.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it had flashed through my mind that I could potentially sacrifice a queen for two minor pieces because, again, this pawn is just so powerful.
And I
but
actually like the white's pawn on h4 because black doesn't have this g5 ideas and
Kicking
winning
the-
the c7 pawn.
precisely. So h4 turned out to be a very useful move. And once again, after the move bishop to d6, the threat
Yeah.
is to capture on c5. Now the bishop has no protection.
Let's continue. Bishop e2 here. Is there
And
any
that
way
is
black
why, that is once again another reason why the queen is so misplaced on the d7 square.
Yeah, it
It's
really is.
tactical target. This, once again...
It's just a check. Yeah. The
just a
pawn on
check.
c7 just wins the game.
It does, almost by itself, actually. I mean,
So if Jason finds c7 and queen d1, we might have like a miniature game. And let's not forget, this is Christopher Yu, who has been dominating this tournament for
Right.
7 rounds.
absolutely. Well, I mean, a scriptwriter's dream to have in a penultimate round, number 1 versus a number 2 in the standings, Christopher
Against Jason
Wang.
Yeah.
And for Andrew,
Flip everything upside down.
for Andrew's sitting there going, Jason,
Thanks for giving me a chance.
Yeah, do your stuff. I mean, please. And do we have c7 on the board?
Not yet. Jason's thinking.
Noticing that both players are twirling pawns in their hands. Very, very, very bad habit. Don't get in the habit of doing that. It's distracting, not just for your opponent, but for yourself. You'll end up reaching for material that may not be off the board.
If you look at Jason, he looks... Okay, and Christopher looks very nervous, but...
Yes, but that's a normal look
yeah,
for Christopher,
exactly.
I want to say.
Maybe he knows he messed up and he's just trying to keep it cool.
Calm
yeah.
and like
Jason
pretend
likes his
like
position.
Like it's all good. I know what I'm doing. I'm very, very well prepared.
But inside thinking, oh, I'm in such big trouble.
What an idiot I am. Yes, exactly.
Why did I rush to play at bishop d3?
And indeed. So we're looking at queen d1, pardon me, c7 and queen d1. Let's go around the board, around the arena, if you don't mind, and just, or I'm going to turn it to Christian.
Sure.
What's the action?
Just to give you an update on what happened in this one, Douglas route again versus Vladimir Akopian. If Vladimir wins this one, he wins the tournament.
That's it.
So it's a huge
clinches.
game, game. He clinches, and he has an opportunity right now. Because after knight takes d7, not queen takes d7, which we were discussing, and we were discussing it, how important it is to include a6 and a4 in the position. And in fact, this is another reason why that should have been included for black, because knight b5 was a very strong move in this one. Knight to b5, now you go, let's say bishop to b8 or a bishop to e7, and now I go rook to d1. I'm starting to put some pressure on the d file. Not only that, but once you take on d4, I can choose, by the way, to take with the rook and have the pressure on d6, threaten the move knight to d6 and get your dark square bishop. But also it just feels like I'm closer to those money squares, right, in the position with white. So this would have been much better. Unfortunately for Douglas, he did not do that. He played the move rook to d1 first, and after c takes d4, another mistake. Rook takes d4. This is a shocking move to me, because I'm not seeing where you're going on this side.
Right.
You go to g4, it's me who's attacking that rook. I'm going to go knight to e5. I have the pressure on this side. My bishops are aimed at your king. You have absolutely no piece aimed at that side of the board for the moment. You're still a few moves away. Maybe after b3, bishop to b2, you could hope for something.
Long story there.
But I have such an easy rebuttal of that. I can just simply put my bishop on e5 if I really want to, and that's going to defend g7 and everything. And pretty much bishop e5 is a good move.
What if I keep my rook on d1 and I want to be pinning the knight?
That's the problem. Boom.
Oh, okay, that's a big problem.
That's the problem. Bishop takes h2, and perhaps, I mean, this is already a pawn up. I don't see the compensation. Maybe there is some compensation. But not a lot, right?
No.
Huge opportunity right now after this very strange decision to take with the rook on d4, bishop to e5. Look, if you're forced to go rook to g4, H5. This is already lost, actually. Just h5, I'm trapping that rook on g4. Not looking good. Right now, bishop to e5 might win a pawn. There will be some compensation, but will win a pawn for Vladimir Akopian.
If you don't mind, Christian, on your board, after the move bishop e5,
yes,
rook to d1,
yes. Let's say I take the pawn. Or you don't want to take the pawn.
Don't want. So, I mean, I'm sure this has happened to everybody who plays chess. You see the move queen h4, and you're so excited. You play queen h4 in this position, and you think to yourself, I've got this. I'm attacking h2, I'm attacking c4, and your opponent plays
You go g3,
f4.
now queen takes c4.
Right.
Yes.
But your opponent plays f4, and then you're shocked that you're not winning the game. Why didn't I start with bishop h2? I could have won a pawn.
I'm defending both right now after
both
f4.
threats. That's pretty funny.
Yes.
That,
but again, if you see queen h4, you see bishop takes h2
as
well.
a prelude too.
You know exactly what's happening.
Exactly.
Look,
exactly.
It's not completely winning.
No. But
let's put it in simple terms. It's an extra pawn, but you still have to lose another tempo to finish your development.
Sure.
In the meantime, I have to take advantage, find a way to take advantage of the fact that we have opposite color bishops and try to garner some sort of initiative over the dark squares. Right. The way I do so is e4. Yes, yeah, e4 and try to go bishop to f4 if you allow me. Probably you won't with queen to c7, now queen to d3. Again, it's all about delaying your castle, delaying the finishing of your development. Bishop to c6, maybe knight to b5. Look, you understand. There's some, you see the compensation, right, in the position. A pawn is a pawn after all.
It is a pawn.
And Vladimir Akopian knows that. I think he's going to figure things out after bishop to e5. And remember, Douglas route is kind of prone to losing pawns early on in the opening. Remember that bishop takes h5 yesterday?
Yeah, that, oh boy.
Same story.
By the way, remind me, how did that game finish? Because it was like a crazy game.
He ended up losing, but he came back.
He came way back.
He did come back, yes.
He was way off. In the junior girls section, the fight for first, as intense as it's ever been, I wanted to turn our attention to the game of Jennifer Su and Rose Atwell for just a moment, because I was really curious how that Sveshnikov was going to resolve itself. We left it around these parts, knight f6, bishop to d3, and Rose decided that, well, she wanted to go after the light squared bishop. She played knight to b4, a to a4, attacking.
I like that move.
I do too.
Yep.
Knight takes d3.
Now we're like in some
Queen takes
Najdorf
d2.
type of position with the d5 square fully under white's control.
Yeah, but those Sveshnikov players, they
they're
don't
okay.
care about lousy outposts and stuff like that. b4, okay. Two bishops, sometimes you would even consider to open the position. b4, knight d5, knight d5, knight d5, a5. Rose is hoping for a
I
skewer.
think she is positionally worse, but I mean, it's a Sicilian. She has her compensation, which is the bishop pair.
Right?
What do you think
Bishops
White's plan is here? Just keep playing in the center, or should White start focusing on the king side?
Funnily enough, I'm about pawns, and I would very seriously consider moves like rook to d1, aiming for knight e7 and queen
Then I
takes
would have
d6.
bishop a6 and kick you out a little bit from
Well,
the d file.
let's say, okay, so rook to d1.
I think you have a very good move here.
Not rook to d1?
You can start immediately with c4.
Okay, that would defend against bishop to a6, but after bishop e6, bishop g5. I've seen Magnus Carlsen play these types of positions with black pretty well. I mean, then again, what doesn't Magnus do well when he's playing chess? I mean, but for me as white, I would be more eager, let's put it that way, to immediately question you. How are you going to stop me from playing knight?
Let's try bishop a6. I'll give you the pawn.
Oh, just a second. Do I
have rook d8 immediately? Yeah.
You do.
Yeah.
Double rat feint. You didn't give me the pawn.
I set
you
up a
baited
trap.
me. You baited me, and you knew I was going to fall for it too. Rook to d1, bishop to a6, c4. I suppose you could compass on.
Yes, you're forced to take with the queen.
Yeah, I'm not getting.
It's not.
I'm not the setup that I wanted. Again, setup I wanted was to attack on d6 as soon as possible, but I must acquiesce. I think you're right. I think c4 might be the way to start this one. We'll keep an eye on Jennifer and Rose because, again, for these two ladies, what a crucial game this is. And for Rose, her dream is to qualify for
U.S.
Women's
Championship,
and a victory in the junior could get her that ticket. There you see her at the board. Love the blouse. So those hearts, are those hearts?
Yes.
Multicolored hearts.
She's been playing a lot of open tournaments.
Has she?
Yes. She's traveling a lot, playing a lot of tournaments.
That's tough, those open tournaments.
She's young. She can handle the travels and the emotions and the energy.
Wow.
Yes, she's young. I was doing similar things when I was her
Battle tested, if you will. What do you have for us in the game between Joel Benjamin and Igor Novikov?
This is your pick, Yasser.
Absolutely.
Joel. And he's doing quite well, right? He didn't win yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
He's in a big battle for second.
For second, yes. He's fighting for second right now, tied as of right now. And he's looking pretty good in this game. I have to say, this is the current position we have on the board. Isolated queen's pawn. But it does seem like white has all the forces ready to strike. Right. Especially after this move, queen to d2. I don't like this move, h6. It seems like you're weakening your king side, and that's where my attack is going. It's a hook, as you just mentioned, and I'm going to actually sacrifice on h6 if you give me the opportunity. I'm ready for that. So, for example, if you go something like, I'm just going to make a funny-looking move, a6, bishop takes h6 is a serious
genuine.
threat. Yes, take, and my rook is coming into play, my knight is coming into play, everything is set up. Look at this bishop on b1, nicely eyeing that king side. Your king is not safe. In fact, your king is completely lost. So what do you do after queen to d2? Well, it seems like the best move, bishop f8 is one of them, but this allows me to go bishop f4. That's going to force your queen to a8. You don't want to put it on the c file. That's where my rook is going to land. But now I have ideas of queen to d3 seems to be a very good move. And what do you do next?
Knight e7?
Knight e7 probably the best move in the position. Knight to h4, bishop to e5 perhaps as well. Now I have a big threat.
Knight b5 ideas also?
Knight b5 will keep that, yes.
In reserve.
In the back pocket for sure. I think knight b5 for the moment doesn't work, or perhaps is not as good after knight to g6 because it attacks the bishop. So you want to set up that attack first, force a reaction, and then go for the knight b5 idea. If he finds a way to combine all these threats, it does seem like he's in a better position right now, Joel, that is. And again, queen to d2 makes a lot of sense, especially as a reaction to h6, because it poses a significant threat to the black king.
But if you don't mind me saying, in the current position,
yes,
I've played isolated queen pawns all my life, usually against the isolated queen pawn. And I hate the move h7, h6
exactly.
for another reason. Not the move queen d2, but when...
Sorry?
Yeah, but when... Like, put the pawn back on h7 for just a moment, Christian. Let's say black had played a6.
Sure.
a6. I go queen to c2, you play g6.
Correct.
Okay. Now the current position once again. Yeah, the current position once again. Refresh your board, Christian, for just a moment. Now h7, h6. Now I play queen c2. You can't play g6. And I want to play d5. d5, and I got queen h7. Checkmate.
Let's show it.
Yeah.
d5,
nice.
take with the knight. You cannot take because you're getting
That's my checkmate.
And one move. So what do you do after knight d5?
Exactly.
I think you're actually just simply lost.
That's it.
That's right.
So queen d2, bishop h6 is obvious, but queen c2
Makes a lot of sense.
I'm like, oh no, the desirable g6 can't be done.
Probably have to go back to f8 for the simple fact that you're getting ready to go g6.
But d5?
d5 doesn't seem to work very well right now. Let's understand the reason why.
There's
Rook takes d5 and probably
tactics.
knight to b4, yeah? Yes, knight to b4.
Nice. So you don't lose right away. Gotcha.
Correct.
But instead of d5, you could play knight e4 and then still force g6 move.
Exactly.
Bad weaknesses.
Yes. There are some problems for black. Either queen d2, either queen c2. It does seem like the attack given by the isolated queen's pawn is very close to being successful right now. The configuration of pieces for black is not optimal.
Absolutely. Thank you, Christian.
Look at that
queen d2
thinking pose.
I was about to say, Joel looks like, a raptor there, a hawk-like...
He's looking at that king.
He sure is. In this fight for second, Joel Benjamin is in the fight for second. Who is he fighting against? Well, one, Julio Becerra. Julio's coming in his debut in the seniors, and he's so happy to be here. And it was very endearing in one of the interviews with Kostya. He said, I'm inspired. I want to come back. This is a great tournament. I want to play in these seniors from now on.
He has motivation now to keep the rating up.
Exactly. He is up against Gregory Kaidanov. They're in that Scotch, 4-night Scotch. And check this out. G7, G5. Gregory.
Aggressive.
Very aggressive, yes. C takes D5, bishop to D. And normally speaking, when I see these pawns on G5, if you forgive me for just a moment, I want to be aggressive in return to the move G5, and I want to try to open things. When I see the move Rook E1, I'm kind of trading off my would-be attackers. What do you think? What's your first reaction when I throw F2, F4 at you? You've played G5.
Right.
Would you like to play G5, G7?
Could, I would. But maybe some bishop C5 check and knight G4 is something to calculate.
Okay. So first of all, I'm ready to give an exchange. I mean,
We're
like
happy to.
knight E3, I'll go queen H5, right? So let's.
Oof. I think I just lost.
B2.
Let's play bishop B7. Let's
Bishop.
go.
It's not over.
Yeah, on queen G4, I want queen D5. But you do have.
Queen G4, Queen D. I've won a pawn. It's okay. It's a little bit.
I defend the G2 pawn.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall still.
It's a
king
pawn.
is much weaker.
I think F4 induced, by the way, a little bit of a panicked reaction. It did. It's a little bit of a. But you could play bishop to G4. Okay.
Sure.
So the whole idea in this
I have
case.
bishop E3.
Yeah, and my bishop and the bishop to G4 might provoke me to play bishop G2. Bottom line, you've played the move G5, and I want to blast open the king side, and I find myself drawn to H4 or F4. Julio has played conservative chess. In fact,
It's not his style.
it's not his style, but this is the current position. Let me just refresh my board. He's just played the move B2, B4. He's taking the square C5 under control. Maybe on a good day, he anticipates bringing his knight here. I think black has equalized. The pawn on G5 stands out in my mind as a potential
I would still rather be
drawback.
white, but objectively it's close to equal, yeah.
Fair. Let's take a look at the leaderboard in that fight for second place, by the way.
Yes, 3 players are in second place. Jesse Kraai, Joel Benjamin, and Julio Becerra are fighting for second place. And Julio is playing Gregory, who wants to beat Julio and catch up with the players.
Exactly. And then the third man, we just went through Joel, we went through Julio. Let's, if we don't
We have
mind.
a big update in Akopian's game, our tournament leader, who, as we've mentioned before, if he wins his game today, tournament's over.
Finito.
Let's go to Cristian. I think he has some news for us.
Okay.
I do have some news. Another blunder. Another question mark.
Knight?
Assigned to this move, knight to b5.
What?
Rook to d4 was pretty bad. Bishop to e5. We spotted this.
Knight
And at this
b5?
point, look, you just played rook to d4. It's very difficult to accept the fact that you blundered and you're going to allow bishop takes h2. So you might as well try to die in a funny fashion, in an explosive fashion. That's why he played the move knight to b5. But this is problematic. I mean, I can just simply go castle. I don't have to take the rook on d4 and allow it to go maybe some knight d6 ideas.
Make it messy.
And go crazy on that side. No, I can just simply
Smudge.
go castle. Rook to d1, and now I just simply go rook to c8. I have a big threat in the position. Once again,
Queen
to h4 is
H2.
one of them. Bishop takes h2, but also a6 and b5. Now that I
Bishop to
set up
b5.
this pin on this diagonal, on this file. So, to be honest, this one is already looking really bad for black. f4 is going to be met
white.
by bishop to, for white, exactly. By bishop to d5. I'm stopping your action on this file.
This is a disaster.
This is, I mean, look,
Yeah, all your pieces on the first
they're not
rank.
playing yet.
No.
Yeah.
You need bishop to d2 followed by rook to c1. This one is looking great for Vladimir Akopian. With a victory, he clinches the title.
Well,
That's
he
it.
comes in with a 1.5 gap over his nearest rival, and Vlad is sitting there saying, what are you doing? Two very artificial looking moves. Rook takes d4, knight b5, and even Doug doesn't believe himself.
Doug might be in that
looking at the
mindset.
position and saying, "Wait a minute, did I really just do what I think I just did?" After Castles,
Doug is in the mindset of look, I need to finish this tournament.
This is not.
This is
going
not
well.
my tournament. 2 out of 7 right now. He had a much better event last year.
He did. He did.
Yeah, and just to mention also, if Vladimir draws today, he guarantees himself playoffs.
At least a playoff, right?
But given his current position, he's definitely playing for a win and that guaranteed first place.
Exactly. I'm very impressed by that move, Castles, and Castles for Black at this point. You know, it's funny when my opponent makes a move. My first reaction is why.
Trying to understand your opponent's ideas.
Right, exactly. My opponent played h6. My opponent is attacking my bishop on g5. Oh, he wants to take my bishop. So when I saw the move knight to b5 by Doug, I said, well, why did he do that? Oh, I know. He wants to play the move knight d6 check. So the move castles takes away the sting, but I was of the mindset, well, let me take away the possibility of knight d6. You want to play knight d6? No, I'm not going to allow you.
You are allowing rook d7.
And agreed. But why would I do this? Because I also like to not only stop what my opponent is doing, I like to reinforce my own threats. So with the move queen b8, I'm covering the d6 square, but dare I say, I found a cookie. You mentioned maybe the drawback of my move queen b8, which is you could sacrifice the exchange on d7, and again, my king is a little bit swimming in the center of the board. It's going to be kind of hard for you to take advantage, but I get it. I mean,
some chances at least for white.
There are chances, and that's why the move castles actually is so much stronger.
Yes, sir, I have an update
Yes,
in
please.
Jason Wang, Christopher Yu game. What a missed opportunity. Jason did not go c7.
He did not.
Nope, he played, after a long think, he thought about 30 minutes on this move, and then played queen d1. His position is still good, but as you can see on the screen, there's a big X, which means missed opportunity.
Big missed opportunity. Now, that's funny, the introduction, pardon me, of just one missed move, but is
now
it
Black would play bishop d6 and not let you play c7 anymore.
Bishop to d6. And this is one of those, if your queen were on d7 moments, I would have rook c5 and knight to b3.
Yeah.
So bishop to d6. So, okay, so takes, knight
b3.
Knight b3, takes.
Yeah.
Here you've got bishop e4, and I'm
Yeah, and
assuming that's just going to be an equal position. Gotcha, missed opportunity because of bishop d6. And the inclusion of c7 was so important.
I don't know if Christopher has some other moves as well, but c7 is still a threat with rook c5 and knight b3 coming.
Maybe even knight e6 is a possibility now that I was thinking of alternatives to bishop to d6, but even knight e6 might be a possibility. But a huge missed opportunity there. Oh, boy.
You know, I think Jason overthought it. He spent way too much time. Because if this was blitz, he would just push c7.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
So I think he spent too much time and talked himself out of it.
Right. Oftentimes that happens. We look at moves and somehow we think about them, and especially if they don't sing to us. If a move, is a second or third violin, you say to yourself, oh, my queen's attacked. Let me just play queen to d1 and get it passed. Christian, where's the action?
Well, I was looking also at this one, and I was trying to figure things out.
Right.
What spooked him?
Yes, what spooked him?
After c7, and what do we think it is after queen to d1? Is it bishop to e4, no, bishop to f5. Maybe he didn't spot this idea of h5 first and taking away the f5 square of the queen. Because if you do go knight to b3, I think it's still very good.
I think it's still
this one is still very good.
Actually.
Yes, knight to d3,
bishop
to c6, queen to f5, bishop takes c8. You get some sort of play on this side, but not really. Knight takes d5, very important. Intermezzo move, this one is over.
Right.
Absolutely. So
huge tempo.
he looked around this side, but I'm looking at the position, and I'm trying to find the move for black also. It's not as easy. Bishop to f8, right?
No, bishop d6.
Bishop to d6 makes a lot of sense as well, but now I can just simply take, and knight to f3. And at least I'm getting this pawn. Rook c5 is still a big threat. If you move the bishop, which you probably have to,
yes,
is queen takes d4 in the position, queen takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop takes g2 or knight to d3. Perhaps you have some compensation as black, but white should still be in the driver's seat with this pawn on c6. So maybe this is what he was calculating and wanted to keep this pawn on c6 so that it will be defended by a potential landing knight on d4. That's my only explanation that I can think of.
Whoa, you went really fast there.
Yes.
Queen takes d4, queen takes c6?
Queen takes c6, yeah. No, of course, it's this is a move as well. I will take on b4.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was thinking I was taking on
You take on f3, I take on f3, and then we get into this position in which only white can play for a win.
What?
We're up a pawn,
Up a pawn.
and we're not getting mated yet.
No mate, no mate.
But that's a queen on f3 for crying
That's
out loud.
okay, that's okay. It doesn't...
I don't like it when
It doesn't hurt me as...
when big people are close to my king.
Okay, so I'm kicking you out.
Okay, good.
As soon as possible. Right.
Okay.
By the way, you don't have rook to d3 because of, I think, rook c8 in this position.
Okay, important.
Might be in trouble.
Important.
So still some pitfalls for Christopher right now.
Gotcha.
White is still better in the position, and Christopher has to find some precise moves, I think starting with bishop to f8 to get closer to equality. But right now, still the pressure on Christopher.
Okay, I've got the...
And he doesn't seem to like this position. Look at him.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a frown on to him, doesn't he?
But he should be happy he escaped c7 line.
Well, that was my question. After the move queen d1...
Now we see a bit of a smirk. I don't know. I cannot
Hard
read
to
his
read.
face.
Yeah.
Yeah, reading... you mentioned bishop f8, Christian, and then c7. Mm-hmm. Now, queen d7, you blundered into a previous line, rook takes c5. Right. So I'm assuming you're going to go queen...
No, I think after bishop f8, we don't play c7, we
Why
go
not?
straight knight f3.
c7, I take on c7.
You sacrifice
I sacrifice,
exchange?
yes. Now I'm ready to sacrifice. You remember, it wasn't working because of queen takes d3.
I'm all over the map here. Tell me why, what am I... Good morning, St. Louis. What am I missing? Bishop
e2.
Bishop e2.
Yes.
And on queen takes d4, you
Knight
can
takes
actually
b3.
take on b3.
That's right. So now you're slightly worse.
Daisy. Oopsie daisy. I thought the knight was pinned. Gotcha. Well, you know, otherwise I was sitting there going, why aren't I playing c7? Why aren't I winning?
Well, Christopher looks unhappy at the moment, but like Christian said, it's very hard to read him. I feel like sometimes he's acting like that on purpose to confuse his opponent.
Gotcha.
Look, it's also one of those very high-risk positions. You make a
Yes.
mistake, you make one mistake,
That could be fatal.
you land in a much worse position if not losing, which
Right.
was the case a move ago. So he knows that, and he's just trying to stay
Double-edged.
alert in the position.
Double-edged. Okay, well, definitely keep our eye on that game. Finally, I did want to go to the Jesse Kraai game. That's fair's fair. We
He's
went
in
through
second
Vladimir, we went through Joel Benjamin, we went through Julio Becerra. Where is Jesse?
Shabalov is playing Jesse, so I think that's on the
Alexander.
top of the list. Very first one.
There you go. On the top of the list. Actually, it's of all the games we've been looking at, it's the most quiet. Alexander Shabalov, white, Jesse
I think Jesse
Kraai.
equalized comfortably.
Right? He's got...
Two bishops, good center. Well, those could become either isolated or hanging pawns, but good ones, not
Both players have two bishops, so...
more of a strength than liability.
Right. But there's always the possibility of the hanging pawns. Right now, this knight is looking for a way of somehow targeting those pawns. I have played in my time many a time the maneuver knight to g2 to
just to
f4.
put pressure on d5. But black always has just simply knight e4 and completely blocking your bishop.
It happened to me many times. Indeed. And yeah, I would say a balanced position. Maybe white has a slight pull in the position. We'll keep an eye on that. Where would you like to take us, Nasi?
Who should we check?
Should we check Rose?
Let's check with Rose.
Let's check with Rose and Alice Lee. Because Rose did a move that was a bit unexpected. After the move a5, rook,
it was rook d1, not
rook
c4.
to d1. And remember, I was going munch, and I was losing to rook to d8.
Right.
Rose decided that the e6 square was good. We actually were looking at bishop a6, trying to gain the tempo.
She had this plan. She wants to take the knight on d5, which she did.
Okay, bishop to e6, bishop to e3. Now again, I mentioned that Juan Magnus Carlsen plays the positions and he goes around the knight. He lets the knight just stay on the board. He plays for bishop g5, rook c8, and to try to post the rook that's on c8 on the c5 square. Rose just captured and just acquiesced to having the backward pawn. I don't like that decision. It strikes me as too passive.
Positionally, she's just worse. It's not losing by any means, but it's uncomfortable, and it's a long-term disadvantage to have that pawn on d6.
Absolutely. I can imagine queen c8, give me this pawn, queen c8, queen e6, and rook fc8 is one way of defending it. But listen to my words, defending the pawn on d6. So I think Rose...
Jasmine got
everything
out of the opening that she could have asked for.
Absolutely. We have reached that stage in our broadcast where we're going to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and see what their special are. Often we have a 5% discount to friends and family. Let's see what's going on. Stay hydrated and support the World Chess Hall of Fame both at the same time. These double insulated aluminum water bottles are one of the most popular and efficient designs. This bottle can maintain an even temperature for hours longer than your average chess game. Actually, that reads the average water bottle. And it is available.
I like your version better.
Me too. At QBoutiqueSTL.com for all your chess shopping needs.
And as we go to break, Big Game Talks with Melik Khachiyan, one of our top seniors, and Andrew Hung, one of our top juniors. So take a listen and we'll be right back.
Hi Andrew, it's great to see you here in St. Louis. Welcome to the Juniors tournament.
Thank you, I'm glad to be here.
So Andrew, it's your last year. You are the oldest participant of the tournament.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
How does it feel?
I mean, obviously I always want to win. It's, I think, part of any competitive mindset, but I don't think it adds any extra pressure. It's interesting that it's already my last year. The time flies by very quickly. But I don't think there's any extra pressure. I just try to do my best and again, take another shot at it.
And do you think as an oldest player, you have more experience?
It depends. Well, I am the oldest, but I think I've played for maybe 3 years before. So there's definitely some experience. Maybe some players have played for more, it's possible. Yeah, I think experience definitely helps. Take the lessons I learned from previous times. I'm going to apply them and try to do better.
And also we can see many times alumni and your best friend, Grandmaster Brandon Jacobson with you here. Is he helping this tournament or he's just here with you?
I don't know. I think his role will be disclosed at the end of the tournament, depending on how I do.
That sounds great. So what's your goal this year?
To win, that's it. But, you know, if you don't win, it's also okay. It's just about trying my best and accumulating that experience as in every single tournament I play.
Andrew, you're known to have interesting ideas, especially in the opening with white pieces. Your queen f3, queen f2 idea from previous juniors was a big discovery. I have seen many players playing it after your game. Are we gonna see more ideas from your shower? You actually mentioned after the round interview that while you were showering, you came up with this idea.
Well, I don't know about if it'll come from the shower, but I'll try to definitely bring some fresh ideas to the board. You know, I need some cooperation from my opponents, so we'll see what we get on the board. But thank you that you say that I bring fresh ideas to the board. I haven't heard that one before, so I appreciate it.
Also, as a living junior, what would be your advice for players who are just coming into juniors tournament?
Oh, I'll reveal that at the end of the tournament.
So we'll have to have a new interview.
No, it's I know how it feels the first time you come in. We have a new experience, everything's new. Maybe you feel more added pressure, but no, it's just about trying to block that all out and just focus on what you do at the chessboard. That's all it is.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for your interview, Andrew.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
The 2024 Grand Chess Tour returns stateside for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, followed immediately by the illustrious Sinkfield Cup. Elite grandmasters from around the world will leave it all on the boards in the capital of chess in America. With multiple time controls from classical to blitz, the quest for the GCT crown will finally come to a close. Don't miss Chess Legends Make History in epic back-to-back events for the dramatic conclusion of the 2024 Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame make such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akopian and Dariush Virks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
Welcome everyone. We're in the middle of round 8 and let's take a look at our current standings. We'll start with the juniors. We have a sole leader in the juniors, Christopher Yu, but only half point behind are 2 players, Andrew Hong and his current opponent, Jason Wang.
Very exciting there. And tell us about the junior girls.
2 girls are sharing first place, Alice Lee and Rose Atwell. And then rest of the field's playing for the 3rd place.
We like Alice's position, we don't like Rose's position. And then in the seniors.
This is Vladimir Akopian's tournament.
It sure has been.
And a lot of people are playing for 2nd place. At the moment, it's Jesse Kraai, Joel Benjamin, and Julio Becerra.
Vladimir Akopian is playing against the number 10th player, Douglas Root. And at the moment, I have to say, Douglas is in tremendous difficulty. This last move, Rook C8, really pinpoints all of the deficits in White's position. Rook C8 pins the bishop to the queen on C2. The development for White, most especially the rook on A1 as well as the bishop on C1, is simply non-existent. In the meanwhile, bishop D5. Monster threat.
This is the type of position where you would say black has this huge compensation for a pawn.
Right.
White's not even up a pawn.
Right, exactly. You'd have to take away the pawn on E6, maybe even another one, the pawn on A6, and say, but if you look at the position, this pin is suggesting the move bishop to D5. By the way, the bishop on D5 will gum up the one good thing that White has in the position, which is actually an active rook on D1. Bishop D5 is a threat. Queen H4 with or without the move bishop takes H2 check. And it might be one of those bishop takes H2 check, queen H4, and rook takes C4 that just gets you killed. Let me make a bad move just to exemplify.
Do you start with the bishop or queen H4? I think both are playable.
I think the one I wanted to suggest was this one, where
nice.
you kind of get the.
I was going to go rook G4, but bishop
G2 bishop G.
But
rook G4 is killer. Just so this is how Vladimir could clinch the tournament today with a victory. Rook C8. It's all going Vladimir's way. And what do you have for us for the junior section?
And by the way, those are the best moves in the position. And we've looked at this with
Yes, you
the help
showed
of
it.
the engine.
Yes.
So he's playing like an engine right now. He's definitely looking primed to close the show in today's round.
Cruise control.
Now, let's take a look at this one because there's a lot of very tempting opportunities for Jason. He played bishop to d6, Christopher that is. We expected this. It felt like the natural move for black. Rook to c5, at least to my eyes, is the most tempting move in the position because it's fairly forced. You have to take on c5, knight to b3. You only have one move right now, bishop to e2. Otherwise, you lose one of the bishops and you're in a losing position. Queen to d2. And now, wherever you put the bishop, you're going to lose another pawn. A very important pawn, by the way. The pawn on d4, right? All of your counterplay hopes and dreams are related to this pawn on d4. You're losing that. So let's say bishop to d6. Take, and we get into this position. Isn't this easy to be attracted to? I have the c6 pawn. Look, you're an exchange up, but I have a pawn for that exchange. You're maybe losing another pawn. I have so much activity, and this c6 pawn is so powerful.
Truly.
The material is limited. You don't really have a lot of counterplay against my king, at least from a practical perspective. This is what I would be tempted to go for. Rook takes c5. It still seems to be advantage white, but not as big.
Yes,
now,
surprised by that. I would expect more than +1 for white.
Yeah, it looks
but
nice.
it wasn't even +1.
Yeah.
Plus 0.6, something like, okay, who knows? Maybe the engine is going to show us depending on how many moves we make on the board. Bishop takes d6 seems to be the best move in the position. Take, and now knight to f3. And we were looking at this as well. This is tempting also. I'm not going to lie.
Could be
you are taking a pawn. Yes, take, and then you take on b4, and then we more or less get into this position by force.
Right.
Take, and take on c5. Everything gets vacuumed
It's the one
out.
that Yasser did not like for white.
Right.
You didn't like it. I'm not sure why, because you like pawns in general.
I do like pawns, but I felt that
you feel there's enough activity.
Well, I wanted more than this.
Right.
Yeah.
So would...
Oops.
The AI is striking again.
Rook c5.
That's tempting for you as well,
yeah.
right? What about you,
Same,
Nazi?
absolutely.
Rook takes c5.
Yeah.
And there's also knight to f3 first. That's another move proposed by the engine. And it does seem like after bishop to e4, we probably go into the same line. Take, queen takes d4. Right. Yes, these are the options. Big decision for Jason. Personally, I expect rook to c5, but anything can be played in this position. Bishop takes d6, knight to f3, rook takes c5. Those are all good options for Jason right now.
One question that was not obvious to me, if you don't mind, Christian, rook takes c5,
yes.
Bishop takes c5, knight b3, bishop e2, queen d2, bishop to d6. You took with the queen on d4, knight takes d4?
Also viable move, but unfortunately
because
after
if you take on f4,
bishop c5 seems to be a bit problematic. Yes.
Because I was going to say, if you took on f4 with the bishop, then I play queen f4. My knight was transferred from b3
It's
to
even
d4.
better.
Yeah,
Yes,
I get a
yes.
better version of what.
Yes, but
Okay,
the problem
but
is that
bishop
I'm not
c5.
forced to do that. I go bishop c5,
Right.
and that actually puts you in a more defensive stance because you go backwards now. You have to go knight b3. I take perhaps
Not what I
and then-
wanted.
Not
what I wanted
exactly what
when
you
I
wanted.
played.
Right.
Thank you for that, Christian.
Of course.
Should we check Andrew Hong?
I wanted to check Alice Lee, if you don't mind, just quickly. This is Zoe versus Alice, and it seems to us that Zoe mistimed her break in the center with the move e6, e5. For reasons that Christian mentioned earlier, it was crucial that Zoe include the move b5, bishop to d3,
at the right time.
and then only after including b5,
And then
play the
b4
move
is also
e5.
coming with threats of knight e4.
Precisely. Mistimed, and as a result, Alice gets to use her majority more or less scot-free. She's got a position where she's got the two bishops, more space in the center.
Yeah.
On a good day, careful, f4, e5, and Zoe could be on the back foot. Well, she is on the back foot, but what was interesting for me as I brought this game up was the clock times.
That Alice is spending more time.
A lot more time. To get it, what I think is a favorable position, don't get me wrong, I do like Alice's position. I was just a little bit surprised that she has played it slowly.
Alice is not a fast player. She usually plays slowly.
Okay.
That doesn't mean she's not good in blitz. Once she's low on time, she can play very fast. But she likes to take her time in middle game.
And that's where she usually outplayed her opponents in the last few rounds, in those last 15 minutes.
Right.
And I know, because I've played blitz with Alice.
Oh,
she
she's
loves
good.
to play.
She's sharp.
She loves to play blitz. And her opponent, her rival, Rose, we think is struggling. Rose up against Jennifer.
Jasmine,
I keep doing Jasmine Sue. Jasmine actually has a position. If you go back to the I'm going to say 40s actually on this one, the idea was that White's control of the d5 square was so great, it was considered strategically winning.
that Black should resign, right?
Like Black should resign. Today's modern players say, no, it's okay. It's just a weak square. Nepo, MVL, Magnus Carlsen, just to drop a few names, have said this isn't that bad. However, if we get to the current position, if you don't take en passant,
Right.
I would say it's really, really bad, like strategically
So you think
losing.
taking en passant is required?
I think it's absolutely required, because if you make let's say a pass
What
move.
about b3, just to mess up the pawn structure completely? No, for Black.
Yeah, exactly. That's a move that you almost have to play, because if you play, for example, h6 and allow me to play b3, I'm shutting down. There's no counterplay on the queen side. The center, that's my domain. You're not playing f5. So all you're doing for the rest of the game is watching.
And waiting.
You're watching me bring a rook to the d5 square. You're watching me triple up. You're watching me play, because you're not playing for f5, you're not playing for g5, and so forth and so on. So I'm just saying this is actually a crucial moment. Rose is thinking about the move en passant, and again, I would say more or less required. What's your thought?
Yeah, I would not want to be Black here.
I would not want to be Black here. I'm just thinking pawn takes, let's say I would just move my queen back. But at least in this case, I can imagine on a very good day, I could get some counter chances on the queen side. But if I let White play c4 and b3,
Yep.
I'm struggling. Rose looks like she's
B takes c3 is actually a very bad move.
Takes on c3?
Yes.
Okay,
It's a very bad move. b3 has to be played.
b3 has to be
So
played.
the idea that you just mentioned is very precise. You do need to stop me from going b3.
Right.
If White gets b3, strategically lost. That's
it's gone. But the pawn on b3, isn't it going to be...
It's a weakness, yes.
Yeah.
It's a weakness. It's a weakness, and it's probably a long-term weakness. But if you take on c3, you're creating another weakness, and a very unpleasant one to deal with, and that is the pawn on a5.
So, for example, let's say...
Rook b3.
Rook...
I'll get my rook to b5.
Rook b3.
Rook
Sorry,
b3,
I didn't-
yes.
yeah. Rook to b3, and you'll get your rook to...
Probably rook
b5?
b5. I don't think you want to take that rook on b5, because I'm going to take with the pawn.
Right.
b6 is coming. You're in deep, deep trouble.
Right. Here I'm starting to think I should jettison the d6 pawn. So I'm ready to go h6 and bishop. I'll make Luft.
Yeah, but I think bishop b6 might be coming right now.
Bishop b6. You're going to go after the a5 pawn? Is it so clear?
Queen takes e5.
So many, all the pawns are hanging.
There's so many dangers in the position.
e5.
This looks lost. for
Okay.
Black.
So queen to, I don't know. Great, you attack my queen, I move my queen.
Okay, at some point, I'm just going to play a normal move.
It's also
H3.
bishop c7 winning d6 pawn is also an idea.
Bishop c7 winning.
Because if you take on b5, I'll take with the
pawn,
and that
as
pawn
before.
promotes. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that I was ready to jettison the d6 pawn.
I think
I'm going to be forced.
Mhm.
I need play.
This is really,
I don't
really
like what
dangerous
Rose
for
has
Rose.
done.
Very dangerous strategically for Rose.
I don't like what Rose has done.
And worse, her counterplay.
Maybe B3 is
But even
required.
B3, I mean, B3 is not easy, first of all, to play, because you know you're probably going to lose that pawn.
Right, rook to B3. Bishop
But if you
to
don't, and you allow me to go B3, which I think is going to happen, I don't think she's going to take on C3 or play B3. From a practical perspective, the way she thinks of the position, I think right now, I have to be passive, I need to have everything protected, and hope that I'm going to be able to hold on. And that's why I think she's going to allow this B3 and just play the passive, long-term type of game.
Well,
Oh, she pushed the pawn.
she played B3.
And just as I was saying that,
Commentator's curse. You've been.
thanks, Rose.
But that was the best move.
Thanks for making me look good.
Exactly. But she did play the best move.
She did play the best move.
B3. I thought B takes C3, but I'll stand corrected happily.
Good move. Good move.
After the move B3, because if White, this one I would bank on. B2, B3, it's a 2-result game for White. B4, B3 is the best way of being ornery.
Yeah, very good move by
Where would you
Rose.
like to
Let's
take
check
us?
with Andrew Hong, who is currently in the second place in the junior section. Hardaway is with the white pieces. And looks like Andrew Hong is in trouble. I'm not fond of his position.
Well, it's strange. How could he get into trouble? Because it was the doubled E pawn, and you can't get into trouble tactically, so you have to get into
Positional.
trouble strategically. Queen takes E6. Why is he in trouble? Help me understand.
That's what I was told.
Okay, so we're assuming knight F5 because, you know, why else did we play knight H4? We can't go knight to G6. We want to put our knight on F5, and absolutely, absolutely, we would love to put our queen, whether it be on G3 or H6 or H4, so we could
Maybe
go
do the rover as well.
as the rover. So obviously we can't go G6, that will cost us a pawn. So King H7, Queen H4, so we've got ideas, right? Knight takes H6, Rook
Knight
takes
has to
F6,
move.
Knight has to move. And now we do the rover?
Let's go for it.
Rook F3.
Let's try it out.
Yeah. And I
But
will...
isn't G6 coming now?
Yeah, I just do not want... I do not want to suffer. You know, it's a long, long weekend.
You know what's funny? F5 knight's not actually hanging because of your B4 knight.
Oh, so you're meaning
Yeah.
you can play this.
Huh. That's a very
Takes.
good point, yes.
Takes.
Yeah.
Take.
And I take on B4.
Whoop.
And now
Okay.
Black's king is a lot weaker.
Right.
Yeah.
I have missed that the knight on B4 was hanging.
It's easy
I
to miss.
thought I was just trying to kick the knight on F5 away, but that is
That's beautiful and easy to forget about the knight on B4.
truly. But
Now
now
it was not necessary for Black. They could have.
wasn't it though?
Let's say I play A5. Just
Okay,
make a move.
good move. A5. So let's
So
say
what's your threat exactly?
it's a long-term threat. Voop, voom, voom.
Yeah, it's very long, so I feel like Black should have a way to defend.
I'm sure you do. Let's hope for Andrew you do. Andrew's.
Let's try. No, it won't work.
Do you want to play D5?
I wanted to, but
Attack in the center?
I don't think it changes anything.
Yeah, but be brave.
I want to trade queens. Is Queen F6?
Viable?
Not only that, it doesn't change
D6 hangs.
anything.
So I have to do Rook D8 first.
Okay. Rook, this one.
Rook A to D8.
Okay. Rook A to D8. Now, you said it's slow, and I don't disagree with you, but Rook F1, you know, the strange thing is that I'm going to lose the pawn on C2. I'm going to lose the pawn on B3. Okay, can I just see it?
I wasn't planning on taking those pawns.
I was saying that this was the variation I just mentioned for our audience. Probably you should play Queen F6.
This looks like checkmate.
Yes, it is. Just
A beautiful one.
Thank you. It's going in my best. You see, I don't have any more best game books, but I have best commentary books that I can share. Rook d8. I think you wanted to play Queen f6.
Yeah, but I can't now because you can take and Knight h6 is hidden. If I take back with the knight, there's Knight h6.
And that is not nice.
By the way, could we go back to that position?
Sure. First of all, we'll go back to the position currently on the board, and we start.
But I really like the
Knight
way
f5.
you played it. I really
King
like the way
h7.
Yes.
Queen h4. Knight to g8. Again, menacing is a strong word, but threatening. g6. Now g6 ran into rook h3, and so Nasi was very clever. She actually defended the knight on a5, which wasn't being threatened by anything, which is kind of hilarious. But it does prep d5. It does prep g6. I went rook h3, and you wanted to make a suggestion, Christian? Sorry.
Yes, and now I forgot it. I forgot my suggestion. I was seeing some very beautiful patterns, but you reset the board.
Rook to d8.
You reset the board.
I went rook to d8, and I went rook to f1.
Yes.
Maybe this is where I went knight takes.
Yes. Yes.
Rook f3.
Keep going. Let's keep going. With that.
Okay.
Let's keep going with that.
Maybe you'll
I'll
get
remember
triggered.
it.
Queen
Can I
f6.
do Queen f6 now? But now you don't have to take. You have Queen f2. Yeah, this is oof.
Oof, oof, oof.
Awful.
Boy, talk about walking into
It was so beautiful also. I really don't. It was such a beautiful checkmate. I will find it and I will show it to you. Give me a few minutes. I will find it.
And Andrew, of course, his dreams. He's got big dreams, Nasi.
Yeah, considering that Jason Wang is putting pressure on Christopher Yu, Andrew has a good chance to fight for the first place, but he needs to win this game, and it's not going his way so far.
Brewington sitting there saying, those penultimate rounds, those championship rounds, winning your last, what did you say about winning your last two games? And
it makes you forget how badly you started.
And for Brewington, again, he's coming into this event as a debutante. He's looking to make his mark to a much wider audience. Known in the New York circles as a hustler of Bughouse. He's, yeah.
We need to start having Bughouse tournaments.
Exactly. Who knew that Bughouse hustling was even a thing? But Brewington's left his mark in New York as he's facing Andrew. And let's face it, Andrew comes in as one of the pre-tournament favorites by rating. And for Brewington, a victory today,
it's huge for his career.
Absolutely, absolutely. I talk about bursting on the national scene. But it all starts with the move knight f5. By the way, he's taking a long time on this move. Are there some the queen on e1? Are there some tricks based on, I
what
don't
else
know.
Could he be considering?
Knight b5, knight
Maybe
d5.
he wants to start with queen g3. Maybe move orders matter.
Queen to g3.
Provoke knight h5. That would work in my favor, I think.
Yeah, the knight would be a little bit offsides, although it makes it a little bit easier for me to play g6 and cover my king side. For example, if you play queen f3 and I play g6, I kind of feel like, well,
you did something right.
Maybe.
But I can go back knight f5, I think, here.
Still?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's a fair point that we're making, that this is certainly something that he has to consider aside from the immediate knight f5. We're going to keep this on tap, and I'm going to turn it over to Christian. Let's hope he doesn't blow it for us. Christian, where's the action?
Well, I'm looking at Alice Lee versus Zoe. Yeah. This is a big one. And in this position, I think Alice Lee had a much better opportunity. She played queen c2. Good move. Okay. No problem. But queen to b3 was just simply much more precise. In fact, queen to b3 immediately targeting the bishop on b4. If you take, I take with the queen, you don't have time to take on e4. That means I'm going to have two bishops against two knights with an open position. This is really bad news for black. So what can you do after queen b3? Maybe just simply queen to e7. But now once again, I go f4. It's all about speed. It's all about getting that expansion in the center, pushing your pieces back. That's exactly what she had the opportunity to do so. She played Queen C2, which is a bit on the slow side. King G2, Knight D7. Now F4 is a bit more difficult to make because of Bishop takes C3. So you have to defend first with F3. You still have time, but it's not as potent. Bishop to B6, Bishop G5. And the more I look at the position, the easier it seems to become for Black to find his next move, her next move. Is Knight to E6, Knight to D4. And how are you going to get your pawn avalanche on the king side and in the center going with F4? It's not as easy. You don't have the squares for your pieces. What are you going to do?
F4.
F4.
Knight E6.
Yes.
E5.
Yes.
Knight G5.
Correct.
Take on F6.
Take on F6, Queen E3.
Does Rook D2 come
And
in?
you're in trouble already.
Hey, look, I won a piece. I'll leave the rest for Nazi.
You're in trouble already. In fact, this position, very dangerous. I don't even have to take on E2. Very dangerous, perhaps losing from a practical and objective perspective. So things are not as easy. After Knight to F8. Knight to F8, good move by Zoe. She found it, yes.
Thank you, Christian. That wasn't obvious to me that F4, E5 was being refuted by
And now
Rook to
I think
D2.
I also think I remember the checkmate that I was looking at in my mind. In my mind,
That was in Brewington's game?
let me try to find that.
That was Brewington versus
There it is.
Andrew.
Okay,
Yes. Yes.
are you ready for it?
Yes.
Let's assume that Rook to G3 doesn't win on the spot, which it does. Sorry. This. Yes. Queen takes H6. Let's assume Knight takes H6 doesn't win on the spot, which it does. But I think this is a mate as well. You cannot take because of Rook to G3.
Wow.
And F6 also gets checkmated on E7. You see, I had something in mind. I had something cool in mind.
It was worth the wait.
Absolutely.
It was worth the wait. Thank you. That was nice.
The problem is you can just simply take an A6 with the knight, which wins in like 2 moves. But this is beautiful, right? And there's no checks, the thing is. This knight protects against all sorts of checks.
Half move.
And I don't think you have a defense
That is
after
funny.
Rook H3. It's a nice motif.
It's very nice.
I just wanted to show it.
Thank you. One player in the senior championships fighting for the second place. When we left it,
Joel Benjamin.
He had a really nice position.
The king side attack looks
Yes,
dangerous.
and we were looking at a.
Oh, I like his maneuver with the knight.
We were looking at Queen D2.
Right, or Queen C2.
Oh, sorry.
Those
It
are
was
H6.
included H6.
Yeah.
So it was Queen D2, Queen C2. Joel came up with a third option.
I love it. So he thought about it. Black only has one defender on the king side. It's the knight on F6.
Okay.
He goes knight H2, knight G4. He can't keep the knight on F6, and king becomes abandoned.
Much weaker without that palace guard. Queen takes G4, our favorite friend in these positions.
D5 is very tempting. Maybe even bishop F4 first. It's a lot of tempting
D5
moves
is
here.
Queen to E4 will
Queen
provoke
maybe F5.
F5.
Yeah.
But that's the question. Aren't I happy provoking F5? In other words,
you are, but you have something even better. So if you play D5 immediately. If black takes Queen F5.
Oh, that's painful.
Yeah,
that is a double threat, and that is painful. So if I play D5, I'm assuming?
Knight E5 only move. Maybe Queen H5.
Yes.
Yeah.
And same business
Bishop
of Queen
F4 should be enough. Queen F5 first.
I hate the pins. This looks very, very good for white. By the way, I mean, I like the move D5. Apologies, I love the move. Queen H5 immediately. Gift me the pawn.
Okay. I guess F5.
Now I'm throwing you underneath the bus. You don't, It doesn't feel good, right? No. Black's position looks horrifyingly bad. Bishop takes H6 on tap. Queen takes F7. D5 in the pocket.
All white pieces are harmoniously placed, and black is very passive and still has too many weaknesses.
By the way, again, kudos to Joel, because that third option, I must say, I've played a lot of isolated queen pawn positions. I remember one Mickey Adams playing this maneuver, knight h2 and knight g4 against me, but it's rare.
Yeah, it is, and you could say it's a bit slow, but black doesn't have anything productive to do in the meantime. So
Let me just see if Joel, clock time's a factor?
Oh, not at all. They
Not at
have
all.
plenty of time.
Plenty of time, but Joel. And this is the situation coming into today's match.
Yeah, Joel Benjamin is in second place, and he's fighting for clear second.
Along with Julio Becerra and Jesse Kraai. Vladimir Akopian, we think, is just cruised to the gold medal virtually unblemished. And I think that's still the case, isn't it? I was going to say,
I kept,
Larry Christiansen, 3.5, right?
I've kept my eye on Akopian's game, and he's still much better.
Okay, and Larry Christiansen, the big C.
Check his
Let's
game.
check in on Larry. He's
Melik,
playing against
Khachiyan.
Melik set? Okay, wait a minute. What do we have? Funny looking
Trying to guess
ending.
what opening that was.
Yeah, we've got a funny looking ending. This rook on d7 makes a nice
It
impression.
was your opening, Yasser. It was the Pirk defense.
Yes, the Perk's defenses. Okay, I'm thinking, as black, if you could kick out this rook, like that, force that rook to retreat, it's game over. Because the pawn on e5 and e3 are so bad, I'll just target them and I'll start winning them. White is dependent on being able to maintain his rook on the 7th rank.
There's no way a rook can stay there.
It's trapped.
It is trapped.
The threat
Bishop
is
c6 or
King e8
and Bishop f8, right?
Well, yeah. Ooh. Sorry, King e8.
Melik
I
is
still
in a
have
lot of
rook to
trouble.
d6.
Bishop f8?
Yes. Yeah. Well, b6 pawn is hanging, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, but King e8, knight c6. Okay, so I'm going to make a bad move. h3, King e8, rook d6, knight c6. And as you say, Bishop f8 is over.
Yeah, it should be over.
Winning.
Can Melik try knight a4 right now, going
Exactly. Let's
after
say
the b6 pawn?
good. Got to put up some kind of resistance, otherwise it would be just hopeless. Knight a4. Okay, so
I have some c4 ideas on bishop c6. I don't know how to make it work, but my pattern recognition was like, you gotta play c4.
So like, okay, so what you had in mind was something of this nature, that yay. And that was why
idea, yes.
you wanted to provoke the bishop to land on the square c4, where it'd be a tactical target, so you could get in so c4. Yeah, well, as white, maybe it's time to give up an exchange for some pawns. But those are grotty.
Our pawns.
Those are not the most beautiful pawns in the world.
4 double pawns.
Larry looks like he's in good contention. If you don't mind, has Akopian won the gold medal?
Not yet, not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. But he's on his way. I don't think Douglas made any moves.
He hasn't even made any moves.
He hasn't played yet. No. After rook to c8, he's deep in think. For a good reason. His position stinks.
It's terrible. Has been.
His
We can
position is pretty
quickly
bad.
check Justin Wang's game against Andy Woodward. I just want to point out the clock times. Andy has already 1 hour less, more than 1 hour less. And we're on move 13.
I always digest more than 1 hour less. But
I could have phrased that better.
I was adding and subtracting. Okay, why?
I guess he was surprised in the opening.
That is usually.
No, and his position is really bad at the moment.
Knight to c4. As,
Look at the clock difference as well. An hour and 42.
That's what we're laughing about.
Yes, you just got caught up. Yeah, that clock difference. Yeah, no, I'm looking. Andy's in big trouble actually. Queen, and strangely enough, in these positions, that the bishop actually can be tactically a target, right? You know,
Yeah,
you
and
get
the
G4,
queen as well. I feel like queen
bishop
could get trapped in this
F3.
position.
Yeah, exactly. Everything has gone wrong. Well, let's just take a quick gander at how he got into such trouble. B4.
By the way, knight d7 is on the board, and after knight f to d2, your move,
Yeah.
white's advantage is huge.
Okay, it was this whole B5, B4. Andy got off the beaten track, and he slowed down a lot. Knight D7 is on, and did he play Knight D2?
Not yet.
But that looks really, really good
I
for
think
Justin.
Wang has this game in his pocket.
Christian, over to you.
Look, playing fast sometimes pays dividends. I mean, it just seems to include this fear factor. Because right now, Chris, for you, 1 hour and 43 minutes, queen to c6, queen to b4 was the easy way out to get a full pawn.
A pawn.
A pawn up.
Right.
And just have an easy advantage, right? Rook takes e5. We
Sure.
were discussing this position. Now he played knight e5. Jason, after a very long think, right now he's down to his last 47 minutes against an hour and 43 minutes, so down 1 hour on the clock. Rook takes e5, perhaps attracted by this ensuing simplifications. Take, take, take. Take, 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 take.
But
And
that's
that's
just a
probably
draw.
going to be a draw, right? Still, black is slightly better, but not really. Rook to c2, king to f8, rook d1, rook c2. Most likely I will exchange the a pawn for the b2 pawn. That's going to be an easy draw.
Clear.
So this is probably what he has in mind, perhaps trying to pull
Jason
the
didn't
brakes.
realize he was better.
But he was just better.
Oh, I think we
Julio
have a
looks
drawing.
like a
Julio's game.
repetition going on.
Yeah, they're claiming
one.
a draw. That was a quick one.
That happened fast.
Yeah.
So,
So I'm also looking at this queen c7, ways to get out of this simplification. I don't think there is. Queen to c7 seems to be problematic after bishop h3. Move the rook, you lose on c5. But maybe a way to continue the game for Chris, for you, if he decides to do so. He does see that after rook takes c5, this is going to lead to simplification. I think he's going to go for that endgame. But let's take a look. Perhaps it's not that easy. How easy is this? Rook d, let's say king f8, rook d1, king e7. I'm not letting you to d7. You're not getting to my pawn.
Rook d4?
Rook d4, a5.
king f3.
King f3. Now I go, let's say king e6, you go rook d8. Yeah, okay. It should be pretty easy.
It
should
should be
pretty easy.
drawn. It should
But
be drawn.
remember what we've seen yesterday in Andrew Hong's.
They can't find an arbiter. Where's an arbiter when you need one? You know? Those
Or
arbiters, by the
maybe-
way, they
I
have
think the
Chris
arbiter
is
was just
saying-
checking.
Chris is saying you have to make another move, maybe.
and they're going to add
Yep.
2 minutes to the clock,
Oh, I see.
adding
Oh
time.
my goodness.
2 minutes.
Come on, guys.
Rewarded for a faulty claim,
But they're still going to repeat and claim
and that
again.
2 minutes not going to matter.
Yeah.
Chris is saying, go ahead, write it down. You can do it. There we go.
And now,
Thank goodness we've got arbiters to enforce the code of conduct to. And then now Chris is going to come back and go, hi guys, what's going on? Did you both sign? Okay, our first result, Julio has made a draw against Gregory Kaidanov. Julio was one of the players fighting for that silver medal with the white pieces there against Gregory. That opens up the door for Joel Benjamin to
Who's doing
potentially
really well.
come in and clinch. Now you were telling me, no, I think it was actually Cristian, who was telling me that Douglas hadn't moved, he did. After a long think, Rook C8 by Vladimir Akopian, setting up this nasty pin. Bishop D5, never mind A6 and B5, but Bishop D5, pinning this bishop, what are you going to do? Douglas said, yeah, I see that. I got to get out of it. He's played the move Queen to C2. Now, we've been looking at Bishop H2. We've also been looking at Queen H4. Now, see, the table has been set for you. Which one would you go for?
Bishop H2.
Bishop H2. Let's have a look-see. King H2. Queen H4.
King G1. Rook C4. Even though
Rook C4.
my knight's hanging on D7.
I wanted to take it.
So bishop takes G2.
Bishop takes G2. So closing my eyes.
Rook G4.
Rook G4. And unfortunately,
you have to take, right?
King F3.
Check.
Queen H1.
No, Queen
check.
H3.
Queen H3 checkmate. Yeah. King F1. Queen H1. I have to take. Now, do you have a way? Yes, you do.
I think I'm going to win the knight.
If
King F1, Queen C4.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if King H2.
Queen H5.
And that's very nice. And you win
Queen
material.
2 pawns for rook and the bishop. Not enough compensation.
That's it. So we think
Bishop H2, Akopian pretty much guarantees himself the first place.
And we didn't get a chance to go through it, but the cash, what's the cash in the seniors only?
Well, if Akopian converts this game, he guarantees himself $20,000.
Not bad.
Nah, dinner's on Vladimir for this evening, and he's a jolly good fellow. By the way, this is his third senior championship. In the previous two, where he's participated, he always participated as the rating favorite, but he never won.
Right.
Third time's a charm.
Well, he needed some practice.
Right? To get all the cobwebs out. Bishop H2, King H2, one more look-see. Queen check. Now that we know Bishop takes G2 is coming.
Oh, it's such an ugly move.
but truly, F3, I'm going to just put it on the board. Do we have a combination
here? Well, if there's no
here?
immediate checkmate ideas, I could just play knight e5, double the rook on c8.
I love that move, by the way, knight e5, because I do think you do have checkmating ideas with bishop takes f3 and queen g3 check. I'm forced to play e4.
I wanted rook c8 here.
And yeah. So you have an extra pawn in the pocket, and you have a very powerful initiative. Must be winning.
Definitely.
Must be winning.
No doubt.
Cristian, with throwing it in your direction.
Let's see what's happening in Alice Lee versus Zoe Tang. We left it after knight to f8, and she played bishop c4. I guess with the intention to give that bishop for knight coming to e6.
You would be wrong.
But it wasn't the intention, because she played h4 after knight to e6, not bishop takes e6. Now, this is obviously the most concrete line. Take on g5, take on g5, and maybe even knight to h5. You have to defend the pawn on g5 with the move f4.
Okay.
It looks very airy around the king, right?
A little loose.
There's not that many pieces, and maybe at some point some sacrifices will come into play. But perhaps the presence of the opposite color bishops helps white, because it doesn't seem like you have a way to get to my light squares on this side. In the meantime, I will try to exchange the rooks with rook to d1 and take advantage of the knight on h5. Right. That's the problem piece in the position, knight on h5.
Right.
If we manage to exchange queens, rooks, this is completely winning for white, because you're not getting that knight out. So this is what Alice is hoping to get out of this position. Perhaps knight takes g5 is not forced. But in that case, is e5 right now a threat? And the engine seems to believe that it's not. That's why he wants to
challenge.
Go a5, e5, a takes b4. Yeah, and now it goes up and then probably comes down. It's a very complex battle. I have to say, from a practical perspective, I really like what Alice has done in the last couple of moves. This h4 really, really puts some pressure on black's position.
Now
Let's take a look at this though.
a lot of time.
Maybe
on her
knight
last move.
h7. I really don't like.
Playing f4.
I'm starting not to like knight to h5.
It looks offside.
It's just a bit too much offside. Let's go knight to e8. Do you still go? By the way, I'm starting to see all these sort of. You know the ones I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
They're not working right now, but give me one more move and it's almost a checkmate, right?
I've seen those puzzle.
This type of ideas. So what is the engine's idea after queen to g5? f4. Just a simple f4.
Well, what's stopping rook d2 check, by the way?
You're playing for e5 followed by knight to e4, just trying to swing all of your pieces to the king side.
By the way, that looks,
It looks
pretty
dangerous.
scary.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not sure I would like to defend this as black.
You're a pawn up as black, but you don't have a way to continue this position, and I have a clear plan. Double up on the h file, and that clear plan leads to some checkmating threats. So you have to be very careful. I like the way this one is moving for Alice right now in this situation.
Thank you, Christian. I want to turn it to the attention of her rival. Alice Lee, it comes into this round tied for first with Rose Atwell. And Rose, when we left it, she had a difficult position. She found a very good counter strike, though, with the move b4, b3. And let's pick up where the current position is. Rook to d3, rook to b8, bishop to
d2.
d2, eyeballing the a5 pawn, and Rose said, okay, I want to kind of turn the tables a little bit. I want to go after the a pawn, so you're welcome to capture on a5, I'll capture on a4.
So what if white takes the queen?
Okay,
And
queen
I
c4,
play
rook c4.
Rook d5.
Rook comes up the board to d5, and again, this pawn on a5 under duress. I'm thinking bishop
Bishop
d8,
d8.
but maybe I shouldn't be thinking bishop d8. I'll counterattack.
Seems to be calculated, but rook takes a5.
Rook takes a5. Let's calculate the outcome. By the way, I'm going to
Take on
land.
c4?
Yeah, I'm going to land in one of those eternal
Pins.
pin kind of situations.
Bishop f8, and I'll make a do I need bishop c3 or no?
The funny part
do
is
need it.
you've got a back rank issue
Yeah.
as well, right?
That's why I was considering bishop c3. You can take on e4, and then
You've
I
got.
just push.
Okay, I'm threatening checkmate.
Okay, f3.
You stopped me from checkmating. I got to get out of this pin.
Okay.
I want to play d5 and bishop c5 check.
You might be right on time, but I can also play rook b8 and take the b3 pawn.
Right, but okay.
I have two connectors.
But they're not.
It's not over, but it's still
Well,
very,
wait a
very
minute.
scary.
I'm kind of starting to warm up a little here for Rose's position because if I get the pawn to d3.
Okay, rook b5.
Rook.
You told me
Clever.
your
Yeah, I'm going to stop sharing my great ideas.
Bishop d2.
Bishop to d2.
Now I'm bringing my king out. Next move.
Yeah. So it's one of those things. You're racing. I'm racing too. For Rose, by the way, whatever the outcome of our analysis is, she would embrace this position with both hands because she's got her counter. She's got
Counterplay.
Counterplay. By the way, I'm seeing Queen c6 with the red cross, as in missed
Yeah.
opportunity.
Not
Tell me what
sure
I'm
of that.
missing. What did Rose miss in?
Maybe Christian can tell us.
Not sure. Not sure. No,
Not
don't forget
sure?
about that. No,
Okay.
No. Queen to c6 does seem
You
to
see,
give
that's
white.
that's
yes,
the red cross.
It does seem to give white a bigger advantage than what
Really?
it was before. Yes, perhaps in this
What
position.
should she have played?
Okay, queen to d8, queen to a7. I really don't believe in this type of things. So queen to c6. Let's see why it's a bigger advantage.
Okay,
Has she
that's-
played the move? Yes, she has. Queen takes c6 is on the board. Rook takes c6, and now rook to d5 seems to be a very powerful move.
Our analysis.
Correct. Yes. Rook c8.
Only move.
Yes. Rook takes a5. Take on c4. Take on c4. Take on c4. Rook a8. bishop f8, right?
We got this far in our analysis.
You got this far, but now king to f1, and in
I
fact,
think we played bishop c3 instead of the move king f1.
this might just be winning.
What?
King f1 is just winning. That a
Rook
pawn,
takes e4.
that a pawn is going to go down the board real quick.
Rook has to go behind the pawn.
Yes, a6.
We got to get out of the
D5.
back rank mate.
How do you do it?
Yeah, okay, let's say d5.
Are you
is
starting
fine.
with d5?
I was going to go f6 or f5, but okay.
Sure, let's go f5, right? Bishop e7.
D
You actually don't stop me.
Oh.
d5, bishop
Bishop
c5,
F,
right?
right.
So that's a
so
problem.
I
You
have to
go
start.
let's say king f7, but now you're too slow.
Can you just move the
Just
rook?
move the rook.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, move the rook d4.
Rook c8.
Yeah, d4. Maybe just bishop b6. That's the
Okay,
easy way.
but go for that d5 move you had prepped.
At what point? d5 right now?
Yeah, let's say.
Okay, but a7?
f6.
Bishop b4?
Bishop b4.
Oh, that's beautiful.
You're in
Nice
trouble.
tactic.
Oh,
Yes.
no,
You're
I'm
mathematically
lost.
in trouble.
I'm lost.
Yes, after king f1 is just lost because you cannot stop my a pawn. She will have to calculate all of these things. She will have to make some decisions along the way. But the more I look at the position, if this actually just simply works like this, and where's your counterplay? If you don't
Well,
go
I
for
have
my
to play
c4
rook
pawn,
C8. No, I have to play rook c8. That's
then you're just losing the pawn for nothing.
agreed.
Right? Maybe you go for rook a8
No.
and hope that take, and rook a6, perhaps something like this.
This doesn't look so bad.
It doesn't,
But
right?
the problem is I play king f1.
Yeah, you don't have to take.
That is the problem.
Yeah, king e2, king d3.
Get the king to d3, rook
And
on
then-
c3, or rook to b5, in fact.
Yeah. No, I have to play rook c8. One more look, if you don't mind.
Sure. So I take.
Munch.
Everything with.
Check. King f1. And pause here.
It's not
Nothing
looking
to
good.
talk
It's
about.
really not looking good.
f6.
Because rook c2 is met by bishop c3.
Always.
Now bishop to c3 and the pawn is going.
Always.
You don't ever have rook takes c3 because I'm just simply picking that pawn up.
That's I'm
So-
an optimist, but not even there. So from the current position,
You have to take, right? It's kind of forced.
I kind of agree and disagree. So from the current position, yeah, rook to c8.
You do go rook c8, okay.
Rook takes, check. Bishop f8, king f1, f5. You must take.
I'll
King
take this.
f7.
I don't have to take, by the way.
Oh, you don't have to take.
No, I can
kings.
go a5. I can start pushing. Okay, a5.
d5.
My guess is
I wanted to
a6.
play bishop to c5, and
Seems that this is good enough just going for this pawn.
rook to c2.
Rook c2,
And this is why.
a6.
Ugh.
And by
we-
the way,
we gotta-
bishop c5, I think rook c8 just wins.
Nope.
Nope,
No.
that's not it. Bishop b4 first.
We gotta trust.
There are
the
some
Bar.
things that need to be calculated.
Right.
There are some things that need to be calculated.
Trickies.
But objectively, I think right now, Rose is just simply losing.
Okay. Okay. By the way, for those of you who weren't with us yesterday, shame on you. But what a roller coaster drama Rose's games are. I mean, if you're a Rose Atwell fan, I mean, bring your bring your heart medications
Yeah, I expect some heart
to the
attacks.
games. What's going on in Christopher Yu's
I think everything
game?
has simplified, and they've had.
Are they going
into
for that
rook hand,
repetition?
yes. Not repetition, but it's a rook, draw rook hand game.
Yeah. What?
Wait, how did Black get both king f8 and rook c2?
I don't know.
Did
I'm
White lose the
guessing
tempo?
rook a5, rook takes.
But when we were doing this, White was not down a tempo. Oh, he played king. No.
G2.
No.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think
Okay,
it's.
that's fine. Okay.
Oh
No, he played rook e8, rook e1 instead of rook d1. We were
Oh,
saying rook
that's the
d1.
confusing move.
Why did he play
So-
rook e1?
That was a very strange decision right here. You would
You can't
assume.
go.
You can go rook e5, it's fine.
Well, yeah, but you would assume that you want to go to the business squares, right?
You are going to the business square.
So,
You're just taking a bit longer.
Rook
which is fine.
e1, and we're anticipating after rook c2, rook a5.
Rook e5.
And it's still in the threshold
A5.
tolerances of a draw. Yep. I'm going to take this.
I think this is just a force.
And our leaderboard these are the standings. This is...
Well, if this game ends in a draw, it wouldn't change the standings that much unless Andrew Hong wins his game.
Absolutely.
He's in trouble.
I was about to ask, how is Andrew doing?
We can check in.
He's on the black side against Brewington.
Yes, Brew just
Hardaway.
played knight f5.
He did.
But not in that position.
No. Both players included some
Other moves.
Brewington said, I see that entire variation with checkmate, but I don't want you to play a5. So I'll play a5 to ensure that this knight is perpetually hanging. No, that's not true. He's actually thinking about bringing his knight to an outpost on c4, c5.
Just so the knight doesn't hang.
So the knight is not trapped. Rook to d8, and Andrew is
I'm not
preparing.
sure if White needed to play knight a4 and...
I think it was a wrong plan. What we looked at seemed good enough for a key advantage. Knight f5.
Still definitely for choice. Maybe he did it so that black doesn't have some d5 breaks. Now, with the knight on a4, there's not even a d5 option.
Because of c5, you mean?
And b4, yeah.
Yeah, for me, this knight on f5 is simply intolerable. Therefore, I'm finding the move king h7 simply necessary.
Maybe rook f3.
Rook f3, and can I, please,
G6, yeah.
chase you away?
I think you can. Not
Please,
happy I
please.
have to move the knight.
Yay. It's these small successes that really keep me youthful.
And he did play king h7. Well, maybe Andrew will come back in this game.
Is a flag? Is the time a factor in this
They
one?
both have
Nancy?
about 1 hour on the clock, so no
that's
time
plenty. Plenty of time for both players. How is our tournament leader, Vladimir, doing?
The line that we looked at, that's on the board.
Is it really?
Yeah.
That spells bad news for Douglas. Where are we?
You just passed it right there.
I did. I was so close, right when I passed. By the way, f2, f3, all the way. So starting with bishop takes h2, Vladimir was dreaming of bishop takes g2. Did you study those classics where I think it was Emanuel Lasker was the first one to play bishop takes h2, then a check, then the king goes back, then bishop takes g2, the double bishop sacrifice? Yeah.
I think every chess player, every beginner needs to learn that.
Oh.
Now, will you ever get to actually play that in your game?
Never,
Different question.
never. I remember the...
Maybe you have to wait about 60 years.
But in the senior championship, you get a chance to play it. We were looking at 95, sacrifices galore, coming on the... let me just show you one that I found particularly attractive here.
Or is this working? You start with queen g3 check.
I wanted to go rook... Oh.
That's not a mate.
It's not mate.
It's not mate.
Queen g3 check? How did it go after queen g3 check, though?
But I can go queen g2.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is not working.
What I failed to... let me just share with the audience my failure. I saw this. And it would have been brilliant, absolutely amazing, if this would have been mate, but it's not.
Yeah. I think it's perpetual. You do have perpetual. King f2, queen h4.
That wasn't the intention.
No.
It's
perpetual.
Perpetual was not the intention. But we do think after 95, e4, rook c8 with the intention of rook c2. Douglas
Too many
is,
threats, and White's position is so passive. What is the
and
knight
material.
doing on d5?
Yeah. By the way, now that I'm thinking about it, bishop a6 starts to be attractive too.
That's
There
a
are
nice
tactical reasons, tactics could show up as well. So Vladimir in cruise control, where would you like to take us?
Should we check Alice's game?
It does seem like Alice missed a big opportunity. Yes. In this position, After knight to e8, we were looking at this. Knight takes g5, h takes
Zoe
knight to e8.
retreated the knight to e8.
She played the move f4 first, which allows rook to d4. We were discussing.
That's a tempo.
This one. What she had to do
was just go rook h1.
Was go rook h1, exactly. Very difficult to move to make, by the way. Just giving up the pawn on g5, not easy. But the more you look at the position after f4, the more you start understanding that this pin, by the way, after queen e7, e5, I'm also threatening queen takes g6.
That's what I'm eyeballing.
That's a threat as well.
Big time.
On top of knight e5, knight e4, knight g5, on top of rook h4, rook h1, doubling up, and the checkmate threat. So missed opportunity for her. She played the move f4, and now rook to d4 came on the board. We're expecting bishop to b3.
Okay.
You have to stay on this diagonal. If you go bishop to d3, you're just giving me extra moves. I go rook to d8 with a tempo. It does seem like black is out of danger. In fact, maybe black is just simply better right now. And also you need the bishop on b3 so that you keep this pin alive, right? It's a very important pin because that keeps the king in this cage on the king side. So bishop to b3, rook a d8. We're expecting.
You're threatening rook d2.
Big threat, right?
Huge.
I think you just simply have to exchange right now. Rook d1. If you do exchange, let's see. Take, take, take. How much better is white, if at all?
I don't. With four rooks
Without
on.
the attack.
Yeah, right.
This-
Well, what's the problem?
Oh, that's a very nice move.
King
yes.
f8.
Look, if you lose some tempis, let's say you go king f8, I feel like I get a grip after e5. If you allow me to get this grip, I feel like I have something.
a5 now?
a5, knight a4 seems to be a very powerful move. So you do get something, right? There's some sort of a complicated situation right now. Maybe queen to d3. You still cannot move this knight very easily. I have queen to c4 coming in the position. I have some pressure.
Okay.
It's not winning or anything of that nature. I just simply have a little bit of pressure, which is good enough. But yeah, rook to d4, followed by rook to d8, and that
Maybe
a5 move that we've seen.
avoided the worst.
It seems like maybe black has equalized this position.
Very,
Rook to h1, big missed opportunity for Alice. But as we said at the beginning of the show, right now, it's not only about your chess skills, it's only your nerves as well.
Absolutely. One player who's unfortunately been in the tumbler is Andy Woodward against Justin Wang. Justin has a really, really nice position, and I really liked the move that Justin played, which was knight on f3 to d2. And I mean, it just instantly showcased all of the weaknesses in black's position as you're essaying the threat of bishop f3 followed by e4, trapping the bishop. In other cases, there's the threats of g4, bishop back to e6, bishop to f3, d5 wins a piece. So in the face,
Andy played here.
He's trying to give his pieces some room to get out of dodge. But okay, now we've what's the kill? We've laid the table.
Bishop f3.
Bishop f3. There's no choice. I've got to go queen to b5. Now we can play d5 and e4.
Allow black any counterplay.
Oh, you're cruel. I mean, I'm a pawn grabber. I would have d5.
e7 is hanging, yeah.
d5
Then
and
d6
e4.
Yeah,
I would love to play the move rook b1.
Not only his position is terrible, the clock times. Justin has 1 hour and 37 minutes against Andy's 17 minutes.
That's not good. That's not good, right?
I mean, that
is not good.
And we're on move 15.
Right. I would love to play rook b1, by the way, too, but that would require e3, e4. As I see it, Justin's only problem is choosing which move to choose from a very, very favorable menu.
I like simply rook e1, to be honest.
Rook what?
Rook f to e1 in the
From the starting position?
Yes, after g5. Because I'm looking at e4.
My goodness. I mean, you know, orcas show their young how to hunt. And they play with the prey so that the babies can learn how to hunt. Rook f1 to e1. That's like playing with your food.
That's what my cat does.
Yeah,
when he catches a little a bug or something.
Right.
Plays with it first before he goes for the
Munching.
kill.
Rook f1 to e1. That looks like a nice prepping move. I don't have many suggestions for Andy either in this position. He just looks like he's a jumble of mismatched pieces.
Earlier we saw him shaking his head. He knows he's in big trouble.
Truly that. Okay, Rose Atwell. Rose.
They are following our line.
We thought that
no
Rose
moves.
could be in a big...
Actually, she didn't
She
play
didn't play
rook
rook
c8.
d5.
No, she didn't play rook c8.
So
Rose played
first of all,
bishop
there was a
d8.
traitor queens.
Yeah.
No. There was no rook d5.
Oh, white went f3.
White went f2, f3 and said, hey, look. I can see shades of counterplay there. So let me just slow play it. She went f3, bishop back to d8. Okay.
Not really sure what
wait a
this
minute.
F3
Wait a
move
minute.
was.
F3 was the tempo she needed to
Very
put her
strange
bishop
move.
on c5.
Right, but
Once you get your bishop to c5.
how are you getting to c5? I mean, I go king f1 right now.
King f1, bishop to b6.
Rook takes b3.
Excuse me, sorry. Oh boy. What I wanted to do, remember when the bishop was a passive
Yes.
defender on e7?
Yes.
And suddenly it's not so passive when it gets here.
If you can get to c5, that's the dream.
All right, let's go.
Finally, you might have equalized if you put the bishop on c5.
I'm assuming
We have a move on the board. King f1
King
was
f1.
played.
king f1. Okay, I'll tell you what, I'll play king f8.
Sure. Let's say king e2.
King e2.
King e7.
And now rook d5. Look, I've delayed this rook d5
As long as you
enough.
possibly could, yes. And you're ready to meet rook c8.
That's why I
with
played
king
king
to
d2.
d3.
Yes.
Yes. So rook to c5, I have no choice.
c5.
What if I take on c5?
I know it's ugly. It's
Yeah, your
probably
b3
one of
pawn's
the
just
Bishop
lost,
c3,
right?
f6.
rook d1,
And put the rook on d5.
and then
Hey,
get my
look,
king
it's-
somewhere.
It's not the prettiest
Rook d5.
defense I've ever had in my life.
There's f4 coming, I'm sure. First
Here
G6.
I'm a little bit afraid.
King
that-
d3. Let's try
Yeah.
to go to that b3 pawn.
Okay, you're probably going to win the b3 pawn. I'm not sure.
It's a
It
difficult
must be-
defense.
oh,
it's a very
terrible.
difficult defense.
It's
very unpleasant
very unpleasant. And for Jennifer,
because you simply don't have any counter.
Jasmine,
You're thinking about Jennifer Yu, perhaps. She
I
played in so many of these
know.
championships,
I-
as well as the U.S. Championship.
Exactly. For Jasmine, this is a dream come true because she's had some bad luck. Let's face it, she's lost a couple of games unnecessarily.
3 games in a row.
And here she's in a position where she really has
No
a
risk.
very comfortable, no risk setup for herself. Which means that Rose is looking down the tournament hall and saying, "Come on, Zoe, stop,
Don't let
Alice.
Alice win.
Don't let." So, and
Yeah.
by the way, Zoe did play Rook D4,
Yeah.
stepping up the
I think
doubling.
Zoe equalized, and Alice is also low on time. I mean, she's not low, but she has less time than Zoe. So Zoe has hour and 13 minutes, Alice 45.
Exactly.
It's a
By the
sign
way,
that Alice didn't get what she wanted out of the position.
Right. And by the way, these bishops of opposite color positions, sometimes when you lose control and your king's a little vulnerable, like, I mean, Zoe could win this on the spot. Seriously.
I would be surprised. but, yeah.
You know, like, for example, let me throw, instead of the move rook to d8, right? This is one of those where I'm just going to make a bunch of bad moves. Apologies, where you overlook a queen takes g6. You overlook, you know, a rook, and suddenly I'm playing with a bishop is of opposite color. I'm playing with a piece.
Yes.
Right? I get to play e6 on you, right? Like, let me just throw some moves down. And suddenly you're king, and
I mean, even here probably works okay, but that's not what Zoe wants.
are you
Take
really?
on e6. Am I mated?
No. You're not. Unfortunately, no. You're right. You're not mated. But equally, you could imagine the dark squared bishop, something going wrong, and before you know it, white's king can't defend the dark squares. By the way, we do have bishop d3 on the board.
So now after rook d8, what is her plan?
Well, we were thinking that the bishop needed to be maintained here. I think
let's go rook d8, maybe even a5.
I thought a5 was a pen. I'm thinking if you play this rook, I want to play.
Like starting to be slightly better.
Oh yes.
What?
Yes.
What? Why? Rook f3?
Because your bishop's not on the right diagonal.
That is true.
Well, after
That is
a5,
true.
perhaps. Let's
Now
try to go a5.
Okay, I want to.
No, not right now.
Oh, sorry.
No, I mean, first a5.
Okay, so hold on.
Let's go a5.
Tell me what you want. A5.
Yes.
Okay, now that we know each other so well,
Now rook d8.
rook to d8,
I'm starting to look at queen c5 ideas.
queen c5 ideas. Makes sense. Okay, rook d1 or rook f3? Let's say rook f3. Just throw it down there casually.
Let's go queen c5.
And let me
Just looks beautiful.
loosen the.
I'll take with the pawn.
Okay. Let's
Are
go.
the
giving
black
you the-
pieces just better now?
Yeah, your queen, your bishop, certain things are set up. I have a dream.
Knight
King,
What?
d6. Whoa, what?
What's your dream?
I want to play knight a4.
That's
But I don't
unrealistic.
want to see rook to d2.
Unrealistic dream. Let's go knight d6.
But even if you achieve it,
What do I
Take on c2.
take?
Rook to
first
d2.
I do have rook d2 here.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to have my king on h3
Knight
already.
takes c2 and knight takes
And
c4.
knight takes e4.
That's a pawn
Yeah,
up.
it's
I'll
only
take
black
it.
who's
of
playing
course.
for.
Of course, that was why I was playing
Yeah.
in this position, king h3 first, or maybe.
It looks like a crazy move, king h3.
Our two leaders are worse right now,
Okay.
guys. Objectively, our two leaders are worse.
And
let's take a look at what's left.
the challenges
of the tournament.
for
Alice has Zoe Tang today, and tomorrow she's playing the youngest participant in the tournament, Megan Paragua. But Megan won a beautiful game yesterday.
Yeah, she did.
She can be dangerous.
And Rosa's, we know she's in trouble with Jennifer today.
Jasmine.
Jasmine.
And tomorrow she's playing Rachel Lee, who we've seen Rachel win some good games.
Yes, yes. And by the way,
Not an easy
Rachel
pairings for Rosa.
started poorly, and she started scoring. That's 3.5 points that she has came in the last 5 rounds, I want to say, as we see Jasmine. And we think Vladimir is putting the finishing touches on a gold medal performance as he's up against Doug Root
He
today.
did play that bishop a6 move you suggested.
He did?
Yeah.
I so very rarely these days get to say it, but these guys are good. Where is?
So he's playing Doug. You need to go
up or down?
Up.
Up or, keep going?
Keep going.
Keep going?
Yes.
Alan?
There you go.
There we go. Close to the top. F3. F3. We like knight e5. We loved knight e5. Bishop
But I kind
a6.
of like this move, bishop a6.
Might be. It's better. Yeah, for sure.
Knight e5 was better.
No, bishop a6 is better.
Was better. Was best.
Yeah.
Taking advantage that you don't have a4.
I don't even have a4. What is white supposed to do?
That's actually a very good question.
Very good question.
What is white supposed to do? Maybe just
B3
yuck.
maybe?
Yeah, probably B3.
B3 looks
Only move to not lose material?
forced. Rook c5.
Now a4.
Now
You can go a4.
And you do at least have.
You do have rook
Vestige.
h5 though. Looks.
Oh no.
Maybe it's
Not
not
yet,
checkmate.
right?
So
Because
yeah.
rook takes d7.
It's not checkmate. Oof.
So wait, after b3, do you have to go to c5?
No, I do not have to go to c5.
So not only our rook, but knight's also hanging on d7. We could play rook c7
Rook
and just
b4.
And white's counterplay.
A4, knight to c5.
Yeah, this looks
posting
good.
up for a munch.
Maybe on rook before.
What?
No, I can't take on this.
Right. Let me.
Okay, I'll play a4,
Okay.
knight c5, and queen f2.
Well, this is great. First of all, I'm a pawn up, right?
Sure, have a second pawn as well.
What's better than being one pawn up? Two
pawns
cookies. Should I take on b5 or should I just immediately munch?
Dealer's choice.
They look, yeah, delicious choices here for Vladimir. Again, we think that this is a gold medal performance that he's putting together, and all he has to do is reel home the victory, and he'll be unassailable. How is Big C?
Larry is winning.
Larry is winning.
Completely winning.
Because Melik's got his rook. Now, where is Larry when?
All the way down.
I think it's all the way down.
Naturally, they're the bookends of 15 games that I have to scroll through before I. Oh no, the rook on A8 is trapped.
He's playing on exchange down, basically.
Essentially, yeah. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. And essentially, this rook is never moving for the rest of the game.
Could we go back a move? A few moves, actually, before this rook
How did
A8.
this happen? Yeah.
So when
No,
we
no,
left
keep
it,
going.
we left
No,
it
no.
here.
Yeah,
After
and
knight takes
bishop
c5.
c6. And
Okay.
He played this move rook to A8 and allowed bishop B8, which pretty much controls the rook.
So
Maybe
what
something
moment
else.
do you want me to stop?
Bishop c6, rook c8,
Yes, right here. I should stop.
perhaps. No, rook a8 just loses.
Was a
after
blunder.
Bishop b8.
So watch bishop b.
Yeah, no, it's unpleasant.
No.
The problem is rook takes b6, bishop d4 is such a big problem.
Ouch.
So bishop c6 was just a huge mistake, right?
So at this moment, maybe
King f1.
you play king f1 or
But king f1, bishop takes h2, you lose another pawn.
I understand, but
maybe rook a7 and just bring the rook out at least.
rook a7, c4. But the current position, completely winning for Larry,
Yeah.
as this rook is
can
forever
break the-
trapped.
You can use the rook to just take all
And-
white's pawns. And
Exactly,
Yeah,
and
not much left.
that should be, in Larry's own words, child's play. he likes using that term, child's play. Alexander Shabalov versus Jesse. Jesse's coming into this game hoping for a silver medal, and he's up
doing
against.
very well.
Is he? That was the question. He's just played the move c5, c4.
It's a strange position, I'm not going to lie.
It's not. It's kind of fire on board here,
Yes.
isn't there?
Yes.
It's just which both players love, by the way.
Right.
They do indeed.
Okay. Now, what should I be doing and why?
Take on c4. Black just played c4.
I understand.
Black's
Okay.
gonna take on e4 and
Here's my problem. I
chaos
take on
begins.
c4. Chaos begins, right?
d5 maybe.
d5. Take on, because there's this bishop c5 check too.
Yeah, I prefer black.
Indeed, that's exactly my thought. I would prefer black as well. So after the move c4, I'm kind of leaning towards the move e4,
And giving me the pawn on b3.
with the idea that maybe on a good day I'll get to play f4 and f5 and not suffer the consequence of bishop c5 check.
Yeah.
Still a 3-result game here. Again, Jesse on the outside, well, not on the outside, looking for that silver medal.
Yeah, anything can happen in this game. It's the result game.
I feel the same. I feel the same. I'm going to go back to the game of Alice and Zoe because there was no A5 business. No A5 business. Alice is saying, I need, please don't do anything, Zoe. Let me get in the move E5. Let me get in the move knight E4, and I'll get an attack for sure. How is Zoe going to stop her?
Let's try to go for
start
A5.
counterplay, yes, with A5.
A5.
Let's try to go for it.
Okay. I feel that I really got to get rid of that rook. That rook is really bothersome.
Okay, I'll step back to D7.
Okay. Now here I pause for a moment.
It's still black who has the active pieces, especially
Agreed.
the bishop.
Agreed. Okay, let's take let's get rid of that active bishop. Go away. Yeah.
Well, let's take a little break while
Okay, let's
the
do
games
it.
continue. So as we go to break, Begim sat down with the seniors to talk about the tournament preparation. So take a look and we'll be right back.
How do you prepare for important chess tournaments?
I'm always making sort of adjustments since I'm coach as well. I'm not really playing much. That's big is my sort of challenge. And I have decided to play a number of tournaments in very short notice. So I had decided to work on my preparation, putting myself like as a primary event as a US Senior Championship. And it looks like accordingly what I have thinking, it works so far because I knew I'm going to be playing bad in Summer Chess Classic. I kind of took easy on it, but later tournaments, the quality of my games actually got much better. So hopefully the peak will come for this US Senior Championship.
I've been following the Chess Dojo training program, which I kind of helped create as well. And so that's been pretty rigorous and interesting. I'm also a coach, so training myself is a thing as well as learning how to coach in a way, training myself. Yeah. Been doing a little fitness too, but that's about it.
You can never really guess what you need for upcoming tournament. So you're doing your usual things, your regular things, you're doing a lot of tactics, you're trying to pinpoint openings of your opponents and see if it works. So it's nothing new regarding this tournament. It's my last step of the around the world trip. I started now in St. Louis and hopefully I'll make it back to Pittsburgh after that.
This tournament I prepared playing in senior team world championship finished just 2 days ago. I hope it was a good preparation. But nowadays I don't prepare much to the tournaments because I almost don't play chess. I play 2 tournaments a year. So that's it.
My preparation consists of several parts. First of all, I study openings, which I'm going to play. I try to be sharp during the tournament, which means I solve a lot of calculation problems. I also do what is called solitaire chess, when you get moves from grandmaster games. And of course, physical preparation, I try to walk, jog, so to stay in good physical shape as well.
Well, I play pretty infrequently, so it's a little bit of catch up for me. But most of these players are pretty well known to me because I play them every summer. And I just try to come into the event with some new ideas that I'm ready to maybe put them on the defensive out of the opening.
We'll sometimes play openings I'm considering at my university chess club and also study databases.
Well, actually, I've been doing a lot of physical stuff. I do 20,000 steps a day. I think I talked about it a while ago and kept up with the program. I promised myself I'll even do it during the games here. So I'll be getting up early. That'll be the zombie walking around up and down Maryland Ave, but I'll try to get my steps in, and that's a good way to prepare, I think. You think better. And I do a little computer work, but not as much. I used to be, stay up all night preparing for Novikov with white or black or Joel Benjamin, Greg Kaidanov. You go nuts, your head will eventually explode. So I'm the oldest player in the tournament, so I'm more into exercise than, cramming.
This tournament, we had less than 2 months to prepare, so I tried to see my games against my opponent in the past and the games that they played recently, and try to prepare myself by doing some puzzles or play some games.
I'm not playing that much as of late. Yeah, before, it was very professional work, sometimes training sessions. Before, I remember some 20 years ago, it was very exhausting, and this is what I was doing actually several times, maybe several sessions preparing. But nowadays, not that much. Maybe I just can look through some games of my opponents, and that's it. I'm more concentrated on coaching more than my own chess.
The 2024 Grand Chess Tour returns stateside for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, followed immediately by the illustrious Sinkfield Cup. Elite grandmasters from around the world will leave it all on the boards in the capital of chess in America. With multiple time controls from classical to blitz, the quest for the GCT crown will finally come to a close. Don't miss Chess Legends Make History in epic back-to-back events for the dramatic conclusion of the 2024 Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Cristian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our current standings after round 7.
Let's do the juniors.
Christopher Yu in the first place with 5.5 points, but a half point behind him are two players, Andrew Hong and his current opponent, Jason Wang.
And in the junior girls?
Two girls are fighting for the first place, Alice Lee and Rose Atwell. And actually, neither of them are having great positions right now.
Not terribly so, but what a fight for third, by the way. That's half the field seems to be involved in that one. Tell us about the senior standings.
Of course, in the seniors, Vladimir Akopian has been leading the tournament every day, and today he's very close to becoming the champion.
Julio, Becerra, and Gregory already drew, so that is an updated score. for them after round 8. Vladimir entered the tournament today with a 1.5 point lead, and if all of his closest rivals do draw, then he draws, he will win the competition.
I mean, he wins.
Yes. By the way, he is much better, probably winning, but the strangest part is I like this position. He's traded one advantage for another, right? Like he's kept his advantage, and he certainly stands better. But boy, for a moment ago,
he's close to winning.
Still?
Yeah.
Okay, if we go back to this situation, all of White's pieces are undeveloped. So I was thinking that after f3, if he had played knight e5, rook c8, rook c2, how will you ever get developed? If we go to the current position, which is also a big advantage, the reality is that, well, at least I got my pieces off of the first rank somewhat,
but
right?
they're so badly placed still. Knight is on a3, rook stuck on b1, and queen's all the way on a7. White pieces are completely misplaced.
I agree with you there. Queen to d7.
Let's try queen d2 for black.
Okay, queen to d2. I see what you got coming. I mean, there's not much I can do about it. Knight c4.
Okay, I also have queen c2 here. I think I'm just winning material. Are you going to go back knight a3?
Probably. If I have to go back, I'm not.
You're losing the e3 pawn. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm losing. I'm losing material. I don't have coordination. I guess that it's a big advantage. It's definitely a big advantage. Should he win, that's it. He clinches because he's coming into this turn. He's coming into the round with a 1.5 advantage. How about Christopher Yu? When we left Christopher, it was a dead drawn rook ending. But
I think that's still the case.
Have they zoomed any further beyond that? Jason?
I think they're playing this position out. Maybe they're repeating?
Let me just play through the last few
No, they
moves.
haven't repeated.
King.
F5, G6.
And yeah, they've just been kind of going back and forth. And here I'm kind of start to get a little bit curious, don't you?
For white?
White? I mean, if I could get my king to g5.
I don't want to take any risks.
Hey, you know, to win championships, you got to be willing to fight for the title. F3, I'm not 100% sure. I might go sprinting.
Who's playing for what?
I have no idea. King e6. That seems to me to be an acquiescence. That says, yeah, I think a draw is a fair result.
So what if we go king f3?
Yeah, I think that's the repetition. But I'm just saying, as white, I'm kind of a contrarian, if you will. You wouldn't play f3? At least think about it.
Why?
So you could go king f4, and on a good day, king g5. And on a really...
The black king is right there.
But f3,
That's why
b3?
I got check.
f3, b3, what's the problem?
No, nothing. I mean, I think we're eventually just going to...
b2?
How do you say? Trade the pawns.
Yeah, now there's no king f4, right? So now I can give you a check, perhaps. Now there is king f4, but I take on a5. Rook takes
Yeah.
a5.
Yeah, of course. Is it
A draw. It's a draw,
Right.
of course.
It's a draw. But I...
Should be an easy draw, yes.
Well, I'm just saying, he did choose king f3, by the way. But I'm just saying that if you linger, if you do nothing...
Yes, then you have some ideas.
I mean, and by the way, Christopher has shown that he's ready to make a draw in this one. How is Andrew?
Andy Woodward is...
Andy's losing.
Losing, yes.
But Andrew Hong, I wanted to ask, he's up against Brewington.
Well,
And Brewington had been playing a pretty masterful game there until he came up with the move a5. And has Brewington misplaced his knights?
Maybe
Let's see.
his advantage is not as big as it used to be.
Let's take a look. This is where we kind of left it, just around these parts where check it out. Brewington's knights got kind of
The
moved
attack kind
around.
of fizzled. Pawns on f6, g6, h6 are actually doing a good job.
Keeping the pieces at bay. Now, Bobby Fischer famously said, to get squares, you got to give them. I played the move d5. I'm giving this knight on g3 a healthy
You want to play
square.
d5?
Giving
won't,
me a
or what?
very serious square.
You will or won't?
Looks very aggressive. Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
Take on d5.
And knight takes. Okay, give me your pawn. That's all
Let's
I ask.
exchange that as well. Why not?
I like knight c4, but okay.
Knight c4. Dang. Okay. We've got, by the way, he didn't do this. Andrew played very solidly.
Can I go queen
knight
g4
e7.
now?
Queen to g4.
Aren't you in some sort of trouble?
I don't know if I am.
King
Maybe not.
7.
H5 on my agenda, trying to kick you away.
Let's try to... I wanted to be aggressive with knight e4, but perhaps that's not going to work.
Knight e4, f5. Something
Queen
to think
h4.
about. None
Yes,
of this
it's an
happened
interesting position.
Because Andrew actually just played, he did not go d5, which was the heroic move. But he did play knight e7. He's dreaming. Maybe he can do it in a different way. He can play knight back to c6, attack the pawn, more or less compel you to play the move knight c4. Maybe play d5 when it's
the
not
right
that,
moment.
Yeah, at the right moment. Keep an eye on this. Where would you like to take us next?
Quite interesting to see the
Christian, please.
engine eval for this
Yeah.
position. d5 was really bad, actually.
Was really bad?
Yes,
And
yes.
tell me why.
And it's not obvious why, right? Take, take, take. And apparently after queen g4, so we did play correctly up until this point. h4 is
Which
giving
I-
almost a decisive advantage for white.
And the crazy part is...
Ask me why, I'm not sure.
we weren't even sure why.
I'm not sure.
H5?
h5 and now queen c4.
Whoa.
And it seems like you have way too many weaknesses. And in fact, if you do take, take, I don't think you
Now
can
I
stop
see.
knight e4. f5, knight to e4 comes no matter what.
Gotcha.
And then you're going to have to face the music on the b file as well. You just simply have too many weaknesses and you're going to lose some pawns. So knight e7, which was played, is the best move in the position. You just need to stay put for the moment. Don't try to open things up with d5. Just stay put as is. The engine is saying plus 0.8. That's not the reality on the ground, because this type of positions, it's so difficult. And the human psychology wants to do something in the position.
Absolutely.
But what you have to do is just play normal small moves. King to h1. I don't even know exactly what he wants. Probably get this knight out of the way. Knight e2, knight g1. The problem is knight e2 never works because of knight takes c2. So maybe you have to get ready for that with rook to c1. I'm looking through the lines. I'm not seeing the precise plan in this position. I think this one might be fizzling into a draw. At the same time, maybe at the right moment, Black, Andrew Hong, looking at Christopher's game, seeing that he drew. There's an opportunity. If I find the win with the black pieces, perhaps he's going to try to find the break with d5. That means he's going to take risks if he goes for that, and that's going to open up new possibilities for both players.
I think for Andrew, by the way, this is kind of a dream come true, because opening's over, he studied the ship, and I see it a little bit differently. I don't see it as an advantage for white so much as I see black having the one. Okay, to my way of thinking, this is the break, and this is the break. Show me your breaks.
I don't have any.
There you go. So
But I am
maybe
prepared
d4.
for-
Maybe try to go for d4. I
Maybe
think I have to
d4.
go for d4.
Okay.
So maybe something like rook d2. Let's try rook d2.
Rook d2.
Well, this is a very strategic game.
Sure,
There's
please.
a big update. I think Rose just blundered in her
Rose
game.
Atwell.
Yes, Jasmine with the white pieces. Rose in big trouble right now.
Oh my. Well, when we left it, we weren't sure
Wait a minute.
she hadn't.
Go up higher.
b4.
She hadn't studied
Yeah,
the
before
ship.
it's just
Can I
women.
play b4?
Before
whoa,
is
whoa,
game
whoa,
over.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, so we left it with the position after f3, king f1, and we've traded everything.
Look
looks,
at
Oh, this is a huge opportunity right
next move. D5.
King D2. Oh.
Let's go
before,
B4.
B4.
She should
Nasty.
have played King D7, and she's worse but defending. Here, it's game over.
Oh, nasty.
And you're losing a pawn. A
so
very
she
important
had to play
pawn
king
right
to
now.
D7?
Right.
Or bishop C7?
Sure. Anything but D5 at this point.
Oh, anything but D5. Bishop, okay. I can even imagine bishop to C7.
So let's take a look at B4. There's
So
an
the current
in-between move.
position, D5.
Mhm.
B4.
D takes E.
Check.
Check. At least I'm not losing D5 pawn, but I am losing A5. Rooks. Take and rook A7.
Now comes the question, though. Do I take or do I go B5?
Ah.
Oh, that's an option.
Both are very good. There's no question that.
So let's go king E2.
Yeah.
No, king E2, rook D4. I don't like.
King E2, rook D4. I'm kicking.
Yes, it does seem
good
like
point.
you're kicking.
No, let's
Let's
free
take
pawn.
a pawn.
It's a free pawn in the endgame.
Nasi got angry that she didn't get the cookie. I mean, she was working for that faster. Like, take the pawn. Okay, I'm gonna go. I'll play ball. I'll
Rook
play rook
B5.
A7. Rook B5.
Should I include bishop before check, or it's unnecessary?
F6. I would have my king on D7 in a
Yeah.
different world. So F6. So king C4.
Sure.
Sure.
King C4. I don't
This
know.
is very close to just being completely.
Yeah.
How do you make progress?
Rook
Tell me?
D5.
Rook to David 5, maybe to king to B5. I feel you.
King B5.
Yeah, and then
Yeah,
I push
this is
A6.
this is winning. Yeah, this
I
is
will
winning.
slowly but surely push
Yeah.
down the board.
Well, capturing that pawn.
B4, big opportunity. Will she play it?
B4. But Rose could have played this D5 at any time. She could have included the move bishop C7,
Right.
and she wouldn't be facing this moment.
Impatience is a lot of times the reason why players lose, myself included.
Me too. I'll raise my hand on that one too. Christian, take us around the arena. What's
Absolutely.
happening?
Let's get back to this Brewington Andrew game just because we left prematurely. Just try to understand what the plans are in the
Right.
position. We said H3, you have to find moves, quiet moves that improve the position, and it's not such an easy task for White right now. He played the move H3. I kind of like this move just for the simple fact it gives the queen another square.
Okay.
Queen to G4 at the right moment. If you do try to maybe at some point target my queen, I'm going to always be able to get it out. So that queen never gets trapped.
Protected square.
D5 just seems like it screams to be played.
Something.
Right. You just
to
played knight
consider.
E7.
Right.
The engine's best move is knight G8. Nobody's going to play knight G8. I mean, who plays knight E7, knight G8, knight E7, knight G8?
Right.
Just play the move D5, right?
Break out.
Take. What do you take with right now? Knight E. I will take back. Take back, right?
Right.
With a knight or?
With the knight.
And the question is, how is this position? I'm targeting the pawn on C5.
So E3
You can sacrifice. You can definitely sacrifice. And you do get some counter chances because my E3 pawn is hanging as well.
That was the one I wanted to try to win.
Right.
E3 pawn.
I don't think you can take it immediately.
No.
Knight takes
F6
E3, rook takes
F6
F6 is just losing.
Right, but I liked your inclusion of F5.
Yes.
I like this so far.
This is starting to become a
C4?
3-result game, right? I'm getting flashbacks of Brewington versus Justin Wang from round 2. The same type of domination. On the king side, the same F-file being open.
Brewington slipped in
And
that
then
one.
slipped.
Yeah.
Exactly, and lost from a winning position.
Exactly.
That was much more winning than this one was a few moves ago. Perhaps he had the advantage. Right now, I'm not even sure if he has an advantage in the position anymore.
So there we get a look at the clock. Andrew, hard at work with
Question
5
is-
out of 7.
Will Andrew take the risk and play D5?
After you've just played the move knight E7, I think it's a hard not
And he needs to
play
play,
that
for the
move.
first place.
Exactly.
So I think he has to go for it. I really, I'm talking about Alice Lee's game against Zoe Tang. I'm really starting to like Zoe's position.
Okay, well, let's have a look-see. When we left it, we saw the position after bishop to d3, and Alice she had maybe lost a crucial tempo with f4, but bishop e2, knight c7, that's a strange move.
I think as black, I'm happy to let you trade knight for the bishop and then have a good knight, possibly on d4 in the future against your bishop.
Okay, let's continue. How would you like to play for Zoe?
I want to play knight e6.
Okay, makes sense.
I don't think you have bishop g4 because there's some tactics.
Bishop g4, there's some tactics.
Like rook d1, knight f4.
Rook d1,
like that.
yeah, that feels a little bit wrong, right? Okay, so for the moment, what am I supposed to do?
Take.
F5?
F5.
F5, knight g5, right? Or can I have a look-see?
F5, okay, I'll take the F5 pawn first. Because I want to open up your king.
Yeah, I was trying to do myself a favor and open up your king there as well. But I think your captures is a very good one. And pause, g6. I don't believe what I'm doing, but I have to...
I will take that.
You will take that. I will take that.
Queen d5 check.
Queen d5 check, bishop f3.
Rook d2, rook d2. It's not over.
And that's a fail.
I think,
we would call that a tragic
And we do
fail.
have a draw between Christopher Yu and Jason Wang.
Christopher looked with some scrutiny towards his score sheet. Seems to be unhappy, but truth be told, they've been going back and forth for some time. Why would he be unhappy?
I think it's the arbiters keep telling them it's not the correct claim.
Right? Now I have to add time to your opponent.
How good of a chess player you are, we always claim the repetition wrong.
Wrongly? No, that was actually a correct claim. We're on the game, Christian, that is being played between Alice and Zoe, and I'm being outplayed by one Nasi. Nasi's playing knight e6 against me, and I think she's making a compelling argument.
It's a very decent move, yes.
That Zoe's for choice.
So Yasser was pushing f5?
F5 is too much, yes. F5 is too much. Your king is actually the one in danger right now.
That's
You're
my
just simply,
problem.
again, the bishop is no longer on that very important diagonal, a2, a g8. Your rook is no longer on h1 trying to be close to the checkmate. There's absolutely no reasons why you should be opening things up on the king side as white. So no, f5, it's a bit too dangerous. So I do like this move, knight to e6. By the way, you can also go rook to d2, which seems to simplify the position by quite a lot. We're going to get massive simplifications after rook takes d2.
Knight e6 a great prelude to the
I
move
sort
rook
of like
d2?
it, yes. I sort of like it. Right now, white has to be very precise to keep control of the position. Take, and maybe e5 seems to be the best way.
Wow.
But then, you know, the engine starts thinking king f8. This type of slow improving moves in the position. Where's your attack on the king side?
There
My
is
knight,
no attack.
tremendous piece. I can even just get my king out to e7. I have full control over the d file, which is so important. And this knight on e6, even if you land, let's say, a rook on h7 after my king goes to e7 in the endgame, you're not attacking anything. This knight on e6 defends the pawn on g7, attacks as well important squares towards the center. I really like this for black.
Yeah, that's what I
That was
said.
Nasi's argument as well.
I like it.
Yeah.
I think Alice is in slight danger.
Yes,
in
and
this one.
Jasmine did find b4, and she's
Pushing against Rose?
pushing against Rose. She's
Wouldn't it be
close to winning.
ironic
If both.
if both of our leaders were to be upset in this penultimate round?
I mean, I don't think Alice is
what
going
were
to
those playoff tiebreak things where all, in case of 3 players or more are tied, the sword duels at the end? Turning my attention to the game between Alexander Shabalov and Jesse Kraai. Jesse comes into this today's competition as one of the players fighting for the second place. And when we left it, Jesse had played the move c4. We were discussing, should we capture on c4 or play the move e5? I suggested e5, and let's catch up with the players. Knight to f5 takes rook a2. It's strange, because
Very
I'm kind of
strange
feeling
position.
like this knight is high and dry, but on the other hand,
I feel like all white's minor pieces are bad, minus the knight. Like the bishops are bad at the moment.
right?
So is black's bishop on b7, and
Terrible
even the one on
bishop.
f8 is passive.
Like a lot of the.
Trouble evaluating this position.
So let me try to improve at least one minor piece. Queen to b1, attacking the rook. Where are you going?
Maybe queen a5.
Queen a5. I'm sure that was actually on Jesse's
Maybe
radar.
he wants bishop a6, bishop c4 here, but
Careful,
I have
careful.
To deal
I've
with
got a
that
tempo.
First.
That's a tempo.
So knight e6.
Knight to e6. Now you know why I played the move bishop to d2.
Mm-hmm. I'm understanding that now.
That's an inside joke, everybody. If you haven't been watching our broadcasts, you missed this great moment when Nasi said, "Why did you make that move?" And I said, "Well, I was trying to win a pawn." What do you think?
Should I go g6 now?
G6? G6?
It does
Shall
look
we?
a bit weakening, but
shall we have a look?
Let's try it out. d6. Okay, that's unexpected. I'll take that.
d4 is hanging, right?
Right? But it's always one of those
I thought
things.
knight h6 was the idea.
It's always one of those things, right? Whenever you play g6, I want to ask you a question. Who's got the dark square bishop? Right? It always goes through your mind, like, excuse me, who's got the dark square? Maybe I could have played
This is a
d7,
little risky,
by the
though.
way.
Maybe queen c5 here?
Maybe d7.
You have to be careful.
I would like to throw this one in for whatever reasons. Double-edged,
position.
I'm going to say 3-result game. Another one of the players who was tied for second coming in was Joel Benjamin. Shall
he
we
was
have
doing well earlier.
Julio has already made a draw.
What happened in this game? Remember he was close to checkmating Black's king?
Yes.
Well, now he's worse.
No. Seriously?
I don't know what happened, but...
What happened? Joel against
Yeah.
Igor Novikov.
Yes.
Where is Joel Benjamin?
By the way, Zoe did not play knight e6. She played the rook d2.
Okay, so she's simplifying.
Where is
Have
Joel
to scroll
Benjamin?
down. Mm-hmm.
Tell me. There. No, that's
No.
Julio.
Keep going. There,
There
you go.
it is. Joel, when we left it, we loved his position. He had just played d5,
Okay.
in fact. Queen h5. Well, it's all going swimmingly.
I think here is where he made a mistake. He could have just taken bishop g6, queen g6, all good.
That's very, very
Maybe he
nice.
got too greedy.
He played bishop to g5, trying to misplace
Okay, he sacrificed the piece.
Christian.
By the way, we have breaking news. Back to Christian.
Breaking news, guys. Andrew Hung is lost.
What?
He just blundered the position in one move. He played rook to f7 and now knight to f5. Wins pretty much on the spot.
The queen is trapped.
The queen is trapped. Exactly. The queen is trapped.
That's crazy.
Almost in the middle of the board. It's quite funny. But you don't have this escape hatch on g8 or f7 for that matter. So right now you have to give me back the piece.
no,
but this is pretty much hopeless. My attack is going to be decisive right now. Big opportunity, guys. If he finds knight to f5, let's say knight takes c2,
thank you.
knight to d5.
What?
Yes.
F6
Once I
is
take on
hanging.
f6, it's over. I'm breaking through.
Wow.
Once I take on f6, I'm breaking through. There's a mate coming. There's this
Gotcha.
pressure on the f file. There's absolutely nothing you can do about it. If he finds knight f5, what an opportunity for Brewington. And by the way,
It's all forced.
what else? What else can you do? You
It's the
still
same
have to
position.
take. Yes, you have to take on f5. And now you have to start passively defending with rook df8, which the computer thinks about for a second, and he says already +5. Bad news if he finds knight f5. Brewington.
And
Oh,
he's reaching for
oh,
something.
he's just about to make a move, I have a feeling.
What are we thinking?
Knight
He
f5.
found it, of course.
Yeah.
Wow.
Knight f5.
Snap on the board.
Snap, crackle, pop.
It's actually my pick against your pick, guys, today.
That's right. And boy,
I didn't say that till
Andrew,
9 to 5.
right? You're
What
keeping
did-
it in your pocket to spring it on us, unbeknownst.
Now we need to see Andrew's
Rook
reaction
F-
as
well,
he realizes
Rook
that
F7
he just
was
threw
like
the position.
he set himself up to fall for the trap. By the way, I'm still on the game of Joel Benjamin. That breaking news really threw it all off. Why did Joel sacrifice?
I think
A
sacrifice
piece?
wasn't so bad if you followed up with knight e4 instead of rook e5. If you can back up one move, knight e4.
Knight e4. Well, that looks like a very attractive move, by the way. In the first place, if I can play knight takes g5, queen h7 is a ready-made checkmate. I'm assuming. Does he have to
takes d.
take?
But knight d6 and you're losing material. No?
Because there's a rook e8
Eight on
at
the
the
last
end.
move, yeah.
So takes.
You can take with the queen,
Queen takes d6,
Right.
yes?
but maybe I have queen f7 here.
By the way, that looks very nice.
And rook e8 is also a serious threat. Maybe bishop c6 only move. But I
Right.
have, it keeps going.
Rook to
e6,
e6,
queen c5, b.
b4, and you're chasing
Wow.
the queen
I think this is
all over.
You do have a check, but after king h2.
That's it. You finally ran out
I
of.
think so. I think bishop is just trapped on f8.
That would have been winning.
Mm-hmm.
So, but by the way, what is the. Okay, sorry. Rook to e8, check, king. Joel has just played the move knight e4, and I believe his intention is to play knight takes g5.
So black is up a full piece, right?
Correct.
So what if I play queen c7? My idea is simply g6 after knight g5.
But full piece for lots of pawns.
Really? I think it's just one pawn. It was.
That's two.
Okay. About to be three, g6.
That's three.
Okay, queen g7.
Queen g7. That's four.
No, that's three right now.
I know.
Yeah, but you're losing the d5 one.
You mean I don't get to continue the fun? No, rook takes e6, queen takes g6. That's a blunder. And queen takes rook this is three, but you've got two very, very powerful bishops. I believe I'm losing with the white pieces in that case. So knight e4, wow, what a turnaround this would be, because again, I thought Joel was in cruise mode. Okay,
Let's
we'll keep
go
an
with the
eye on
tournament
this one.
leader in the senior section.
Are we crowning a champion?
Not yet.
Not yet?
I think he missed
Not
an
yet.
opportunity here.
Okay, when we left it, we saw knight to d3 and
After-
queen to d2.
After e4 here,
Yep.
I think queen f2 was the best move. King has to go to h5,
Okay.
and then something simple like f5 and lift the rook.
Ouch. f5 and a rover.
Very one-sided.
I would say fairly difficult stuff, actually.
Queen f2 check and
F5, I find it a bit difficult, just because right now after e takes f5, the idea is that you sneak in knight e1.
Okay, so you're threatening a mate.
And now my queen has to go to
H2,
h2, and then
then
you
rook
can nicely take on f5, you're threatening rook to h5. So you have these intermezzo ideas that were very powerful.
But look at these.
Not that easy.
But look at these guys. These guys aren't bothering anybody.
Oh, for sure.
They're
No, it's
off-
completely winning. Completely
They're off
winning.
sides.
So perhaps now it's
Okay,
okay,
that
closer
didn't
to
happen.
equality, actually.
It didn't happen. He did.
Take on b2.
Yes.
Vladimir felt knight takes b2.
Yeah, allowed
Was it
queen c2,
good
and now
move?
I think queens are about to be traded.
Isn't this just going to be like a 4 versus 3 situation, which
Oh no, then
very likely will
it'll be a draw.
A draw.
Because
a
if I do
technical
queen
draw.
e3 check, you have queen f2.
Yes.
And I have to take on a3,
I take on
right?
a3, take on b2. That's a draw.
Yes.
Must be.
Oh my God! Did Akopian
He
just let
Gave
me
up
sleep?
a massive advantage. Yeah. By the way, I kind
Look,
of
there are still chances, but this is going to be so much more difficult than that queen to f2 followed by f5. Perhaps he didn't see f5. I just simply think he didn't see f5. Yeah, knight e1, queen h2.
Queen h2.
But if you see knight e1, and that queen on h2 is so passive. It's such a passive piece.
So bad. Yes. And again, here we can understand that we're trying to sneak in the move rook h5, and oops, this compels you not to play f5, right?
I mean, even
but
here you could
if you
keep
see
going.
knight e1 first as a
Just
prelude,
ends the game.
yeah, that would have been very, very nice. Not rook f5, but knight e1. A missed opportunity, and maybe Doug can save himself. Where would you like to take us?
Let's go to Alice's game, because I see the queens have come off the board.
Okay. Progress. Who's making progress? When we
question.
left it, and we thought the move knight e6, by the way, for Zoe was stronger than this trade.
She simplified, and I'm guessing she believes she's still better, and she might be.
And why is she better?
b7? Well, you can take on b7.
That is true. I do have...
King f8.
And I have to avoid the knight d4, right? That's pretty clear.
But now I can take on a3 and g3.
Let's see what is
I have
going
rook
on.
e3 check here.
Rook e3 check.
Yes.
I thought I was going to be able to trade more pawns than this. That's not very nice of you. Are you saying I have to come back?
I think so.
No, I don't like that. I hate playing a momentary active move and then a momentary passive move. I'll start with a momentary
Rook
passive
d3.
move.
What if I go c5 here? Can I play for more?
Of course.
I want to put my knight on d4.
And that's exactly what you should be doing. The knight will be regal on the d4 square. Knight to
Put it there,
d4.
Knight d4.
And my bishop,
Well, be
knight
careful.
c2 check,
Knight's to knight e1.
wins. I'm not playing this very well for Alice, I must say.
It's not easy. She needs to find very
Some
precise moves. Yeah.
Okay.
Precise moves for who?
Alice.
Rook d7. Let's
King f8.
keep going.
Rook d7, king f8.
But is that an easy move to make?
Yeah, I mean, because you want to kick out the rook so you can go knight d4 and nicely snap that bishop.
And can you? No, you can't go king e3. I take with the check.
King e3, rook takes check.
Yeah.
By the way, not for nothing, I think the one thing I wouldn't want to see for white is the move bishop to c4 and bishop takes e6. So just saying, I'm not going to allow you that possibility. I'm not going to blunder bishop c4. I'll play b5. If you move your king, I'll take that pawn.
So I take on b7.
You're taking on b7 after king f8.
Knight d4 is a problem.
Yeah.
So let's wait one more move. I go e5.
e5. Okay.
I don't know why we played b5 because
I
like c5 ideas with knight d4. That's why.
Say king f1 maybe.
King f1 maybe.
f1.
F1. Apologies. King f1 maybe.
Take on a3, then take on g3.
The training is working. I'm so proud.
Thank you.
I think you are ready for the women's championship this year. You're going to go into that
We still
championship.
have one more month together in August.
Right?
Then I'll be ready after that.
Right. And we'll be going through the Sinkfield Cup
Rapid and
the
Blitz.
Rapid and Blitz, so you'll be ready for those playoffs should they ever occur in the women's championship. And it is tight.
Yeah. Alice and Rose are playing for the first place, and both of them, well, Rose is in big trouble in her game. Alice may be slightly worse in this endgame.
Tell me about Jasmine's advantage, by the way. Did Jasmine play against Rose that C4 move that
The B4 move, yes, she did.
She did. Okay, let's pick up the pace then. D5, B4, let's go. Oh, I'm sorry. I think we were including the move D takes E4 in our analysis. Rose went rook c4 immediately, so her idea is to check. Okay, bishop to c3, munch.
Maybe rook takes b4 was the best for white instead of bishop e5.
Rook takes b4. So inviting a bishop ending, you got the passer.
Yeah.
I don't disagree. I think that is clearly a 2-result game, and maybe just a 1-result game, actually. It might just be winning.
Let's set the current position. I think Rose is still much worse.
Okay, how should...
Maybe just
I'm going to get this right.
Isn't e takes d5?
How should Jasmine play?
By the way,
e
why
takes
did I
d5.
take on d5?
Yeah,
yes,
e
take
takes
on
d.
d5.
And
Your rook's hanging.
your bishop's hanging.
So you go rook c5, right?
Then rook b7 check. Your king has to go to the 8th rank.
Sure.
Bishop d4.
You said 8th rank. I mean, why did you specify E?
Because your king can come up.
Well, I can't play king f8 and lose it. I've got to go to the 8th rank.
Maybe even king d4 now.
Yeah, bishop d4, or yeah.
Yeah, bishop d4 and rook takes b4.
King c4, everything.
This looks,
I
again...
comfortable pawn up. C4.
That's very
wow,
comfortable pawn up.
That's a beauty. Oh my gosh, that's a pride and joy. A very, very big advantage. I would say technically...
It's technically
It's
losing.
over, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, for Rose, for sure.
Wow. And she has... Jasmine. I mean, it's amazing that, you get on a losing streak and you think to yourself, the world is over, it's collapsing. And then Jasmine is playing a
Tournament leader.
really good game.
And taking her down, yeah.
Wow. Talk about playing with confidence, too. She's just played the
That's, I think, the one amazing thing about these young girls is that they can bounce back very quickly after devastating losses.
I guess in my case, as you get older, it's not so easy to bounce back after those losses. By the way, a move. Okay, we were looking at rook c5, and you were checking and stuff like that. Can I even toss in d6 check?
Yeah, I consider that too. King d7.
King to d7, and don't I like keeping that pawn on d6?
Yeah, I'm sure this is winning too.
Okay, so really choices for Jasmine, essentially.
And she has plenty of time on the clock, 32
to make
minutes.
those excellent
Yeah, Rose
decisions.
in big trouble, I think. This one's over. She needs a miracle.
Okay, and let's see about Alice Lee.
Still the same position. Alice
But
is thinking.
there is a knight on... this is the knight on e6 variation that we have been looking at. Christian, jump in and tell us where the action is.
Larry seems to be putting the finishing touches on this one. Though,
it's always
I have
an
to
adventure
say,
with Larry.
always an adventure with opposite color bishops like this. It has to be very well calculated, and I think he did calculate it all the way until the end. King to g5 was the last move, king to e2, and now we're expecting just the simple f takes g4. Now you're going to go bishop to e8, h3, take, and you're simply not going to be in time. King to f4, maybe something like this. I'll give you that pawn.
Really?
You can go bishop d5, yes, but this is just king to f3.
the right
Finally,
color.
I get e2. Finally, I force you to give me the bishop. And as Nazi just pointed out, this is the right pawn. If it would be on the other side, big problems. That would be a draw. But with the pawn ready to promote on the dark squares, this is just simply going to be a technical win.
Larry's been having one of those up and down events as he's taking down the defending champion. I wanted to go back to the game between Brewington and Andrew Hung because we saw a shocking development take place right here after the move h2, h3. We had been looking at d5, even the potential of knight to g8, just keeping the position. And what Andrew did is he played the move rook f7, and I suspect what he had in mind was to play rook f8, king h7, slowly play for either the d5 break or the f5 break as circumstance allow. once he played the move rook f7, the crazy part is black's queen, which is in the middle of the board, is trapped.
Yeah, it reminds
Knight
me of
F5
the
check.
saying, you make plans and then life happens.
So you get punched in the mouth.
Knight F5 and...
Mike Tyson famously said, everybody makes their plans until they get punched in the mouth. And then suddenly,
Knight
your
F5
queen.
sure feels like that.
Yeah, your queen has no squares anywhere. All the squares are either covered or
We're
protected.
criticizing the knight on b6 and...
Now suddenly it's the champ, it's the hero. So essentially knight f5 was a sham sacrifice, and what happened was the e4 pawn got traded for the g6 pawn, but that wasn't a fair trade for Andrew because that g6 pawn was protecting.
That was the
his
worst
king.
trade possible for Andrew.
And
losing the h6 pawn would be much better for black than the g6 pawn.
Move that pawn over to g6 and maybe... I thought Christian was showing us rook f3, rook g3, and checkmates and saying something like +5.
There's also rook h5 coming.
Brewington had a different idea. Give me this pawn.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, knight did its job on b6.
And black played d5.
no
We were
reason
looking at
to
ideas after knight takes c2 with the
leave
knight
it
on
there.
d5.
Gotcha.
That was the key move.
Right.
And I think Andrew probably spotted that.
So he played the move d5.
But now
hoping
that leaves
for knight
another
c2.
weakness in the position.
And now we have knight here. Okay, I'm a pawn grabber. Take it.
I'll take on
c5.
Queen e7.
Should I take on b7 as well?
Taking on
Maybe
b7
include-
might hurt, but
You can take on
Could.
e3, there's queen g3 check coming. Sorry to disappoint
I have
you.
dreams. You're so, why did I lose the g6 pawn? I'm so unhappy.
Let's
So
find
you have
the killing
knight takes b7,
Oh, but-
and I don't even have the desired knight e3
because of queen
check.
g3, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's why I
can't
was
do
trying
that.
to force you, actually. I was trying to go rook to f2.
I can't do that. I can't afford to trade the c5 pawn. I can't let that knight bounce into the position.
I feel like there should be some tactics with queen g4 check here now that your queen's unprotected.
I'm crying. I'm crying. You can even
rook
take.
f6. I don't know if I want that
Take.
trade though. Queen
It
c8.
does look tempting, but
Yeah.
isn't my king a bit weak as well? Probably
If
not.
my king's okay, I'm picking up way too many pawns. Yeah.
Yes,
Agreed.
that is true.
Agreed. Way a lot of pawns. Much.
But then you go, you take on g4,
man.
you exchange the queens, you take on c2. I don't know.
How did I get? Why do I have to play this losing hand? Knight a4.
We need more.
Give me another move than rook c8.
Queen e7.
No, rook c8 is fine. Rook c8 is fine.
Queen e7, knight c5.
I don't think so. Take.
This is where
There's queen e3. Aren't you worried about queen e3?
I am worried now that you mention
Because
that.
I'm protecting h6, right?
No, but
Right,
we
and-
stopped in the previous position a bit too fast. Rook c8 was fine. It's the only way.
Oh, sorry. What
We
did
stopped
we do?
too fast. Rook to c8 was fine. You have to defend that pawn on c5. If you allow my knight to get into play,
Agreed.
it's pretty much game over.
Okay.
So
So
we
go
played
rook to
queen
c8.
g4.
Queen g4, king h7. Rook f6 is already, I'm not sure it's good.
Okay.
So you have to do something else. Rook takes f6.
Rook takes f6.
Yes. And then queen takes g4. I'm
Are
not
you
taking
taking
on
on
f6.
g4?
I'm taking on g4. That's the key.
Then
And now I take
c4.
on c2.
Okay, sure.
Maybe I get c4 in. Maybe I get a bit of activity in the position.
Mm-hmm.
It's not over yet, this one. So I have to be a bit careful.
That's fair.
It does seem like after rook to c8, not queen to g4, though you can start with it. Now it's time to bring the rook to f3. Rook 1 to f3. And rook to
Looks
g3 is a
very
big
logical.
threat. Rook to g3 followed by queen to g4. Now you have to find the defense against that because you're getting checkmated. So you have to go d4. But how? D4, yes. I'm still trying to figure things out.
Why doesn't that just help me cement my rook?
Yes,
On
well,
f5.
that's a very good question. I can even take on c5 right now. No, this cannot be. This cannot be good enough. Rook to g3 seems. I mean, if you have to play rook h7, Yeah, no.
This seems very,
This is
very.
over. This has to be over. Queen to f3.
And,
guys,
playing the role of spoiler.
If Brewington wins, then
No bounce to
Andrew
forehand.
is going to be still a pawn down behind the leader. He's going to need a miracle in the last round to catch up with Christopher.
Boy, what a setback this would be, because actually, I think he lost earlier to Christopher, and that really hurt his chances.
Drew Christopher.
Sorry?
And Drew, huh?
He drew.
Yeah.
Oh,
He drew Christopher.
wonderful. Who did he lose to? Because he had a setback.
Balaji, maybe?
He lost against Balaji, yes, in round 2.
Okay. He had an early setback, and he was fighting his way very, very nicely, I might add, into contention, especially with today's draw by Christopher. He was thinking, maybe I have a chance against Brewington.
Especially getting that gift yesterday, winning that Rook game.
Oh, yes. That was a gift, exactly.
That puts some wind in the sails. Knight to a4. We're going to leave this, put this on pause for a moment. Where would you like to take us?
Let's check Larry's game. He's about. Oh, he won. He won.
It's a
his
done
game.
deal. As Larry.
He just beat the defending champion.
Yes, he did. Oh, by the way, that was the way to win, was to just to distract the. They played exactly the line that Cristian prescribed. We got this position takes, and what Cristian was saying is, you use this pawn, the H pawn, as a decoy. You get the king and bishop to cover the e2 square, and then you go check.
Throw the pawn away, king h1, king f3, and that's the game. And like Cristian mentioned, we have the correct pawn on a5. It's the same color as the bishop.
Precisely. Like if we go for this one, this is one of those where the promotion square is the right color of the bishop. If it was a light squared bishop, it'd be a draw.
Yep.
Remarkable.
Should we go back to Alice's game? We
For
have
sure.
some updates.
And let's do it. We're going to go to Alice Lee versus Zoe.
You can see Alice is nervous. She doesn't have a position where she can play for a win.
By the way,
It's Zoe who is pressing.
it always seemed to me that even when Alice has a fairly decent position or two, she's still nervous. Like there's a little
Depends.
bit.
If she's uncomfortable,
Yeah.
yes.
Until she is absolutely certain of her victory and she's let out that big, really like, ah.
We've seen that.
Yes.
We've seen that. After
Yes.
she defeated Rose Atwell.
Exactly.
So in this position, knight d4.
Okay, and I'm guessing Alice wants to play?
Bishop d1.
I wanted to go
Bishop
bishop to
G4.
G. I mean,
So knight c2 and pick up on a3.
yes.
Or wait, should I
yes.
start with rook a3?
Okay, as you like. What would you can you're welcome.
Kind of like
munch
Knight
munch.
Hmm.
Yeah, munch munch. Oops, sorry. I'm making two moves in a row over here, and this one.
I mean, only black can win this, right?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. I was trying to trick you into making triplets on the B file.
Take on b4.
Yeah. Well, the alternative to bishop g4 was
No,
the
she's worse.
passive
She's worse.
bishop to d1.
She's worse.
And
Okay, but how do you continue after bishop d1?
I think
Do you go
bishop
king
d1,
f8 or?
yeah, sure, why not? I think bishop d1 is the best move, but two result games. Zoe's looking.
The thing is, you're
great.
running out of moves.
Mm-hmm.
That's the big problem in White's position. Just simply running out of moves. Almost
Truly.
in a Zuzon.
Truly, I feel like I have to go for some kinds of tricks, like this one.
So where's the trick?
What's the trick?
Say I go
know.
king e7. I'm trying to stop you from all the tricks in the position.
Okay, I'll play rook a3 and then pick
I
up
know, that's a
e4
bit
and
too
b4
much, maybe.
and every pawn.
Yeah.
Just take rook a3.
c4?
Agreed.
Wait. C4?
C4.
Yes.
Ouch.
Rook d2.
Rook to d2. Knight
We don't want
c3.
this.
We want more.
We have more.
We have more. We want more. Knight has
Knight
not
d4.
yet jumped to d4 square. King f2 to e1, breaking the pin, anticipating knight to d4, bishop to d1 is our main line of play.
Tense position right now, guys.
And we're thinking Zoe is nicely for choice.
Oh,
She's
for
got
sure.
the positional superiority after king f8. Her rook is active.
She's up on the clock as well. 34 minutes against 23.
Much better minor piece, the knight on
And
d4.
the rook as well, active rook against passive rook.
Exactly. So all she needs to do is king f8, king e7, activate her king, and you said time as well. This is bad news for our tournament co-leader, Alice Lee.
And what's happening in Rose's game?
Rose is
Rose has
down
been
a pawn.
suffering. She was down a pawn when we left it, and guess what?
She's still down a pawn.
She's still down a pawn.
I think this is also
Nice
a very
move.
simple endgame in Rose's game. Jasmine.
Absolutely. Well, if I'm in Jasmine's shoes, I'm playing the move rook to
Ooh, rook
b5
b5,
with both hands,
Ends
arms,
the
legs,
game on the spot.
and I'm dreaming of a same color bishop ending. By the way, knight to d4 arrived by Zoe.
Yeah.
And that we
Zoe's
still have
position, yeah, rook b5 and
Isn't that just
b5?
correct?
yeah, it is. There's
You're
also
forcing.
rook b7 probably. There's so many winning moves. Yeah, this is
We're
very
probably
easy.
forcing, and keep in mind these pawns are ideally suited.
Suited for white.
For white, that's exactly right. Has she played rook b5? She has not. You mentioned rook
just
b7.
did.
Yes, she has.
She did. Jasmine's
Jasmine,
playing
after
like a
losing
boss. I
3
mean,
games in a row, came back with such a well-played game.
Wow. Sometimes you just got to tip your hat and say, well done.
And that endgame is just an easy win.
Easily
You're going to use the b pawn as a decoy. You're going to have to bring that king to the defense of the queen side, and then I'm just simply going to pick
A
up
little
all the other
update.
pawns.
We're going to say that Akopian's game was close to a draw, but now I'm seeing that maybe he has
Oh,
some
yeah.
chances again.
Things have
He's
changed
back
in
the
this
drivers.
one. Let's take a look, guys.
Well,
This was the position in the
Yep.
Akopian game. Douglas Ruth versus Vladimir Akopian. And we
Extra
were saying
pawn.
that once we exchange the queens, maybe white has decent chances to make a draw, right?
Draw.
Knight to c4 was a very important move. Rook to b4 and rook to c8. I do not want to exchange the knights. I want to keep the knights on the board. This is the key to this position. Knight to d4, g5. I like this move. Making Luft, but also taking space advantage on the king side. King to g7, king f6, king e5, potential path for the king. a4, king g7. Knight b3, king to f6. And the question is, once again, how do you continue as white? Perhaps rook b5, right? He played it as we were just discussing it, but now what if I go here? Rook to a8, we're expecting rook to b4, right? Knight takes e5, and at some point, maybe not right now, but at some point we're going to get this straight. A for the b pawn.
Fair.
How winning is this? If it is.
I think the knight endings.
The engine is saying it's completely winning, but the
Yeah.
question is from a practical and objective perspective, how winning is this?
I think with pure knight endings, knight in 4 versus knight in 3 is a win. I think in
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think with pure knight endings, knight in 3 versus knight in 2 is a draw.
Okay.
So the more pawns, the better it is.
But it
for the
also
knight.
depends which 4 versus which 3.
Yeah. In this case, by the way, the 3 that are defending are probably some of the best.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
Wants to have. In other
That's why
words,
I'm not so sure.
Right.
But with this move g5, I see ideas of maybe getting the knight to
Right.
f4, then some action on the second rank. It does seem like I'm going to be able to target your weaknesses in the position. So definitely looking good, but we do have Kostya with one of the very happy victors of today's round, Larry Christiansen. Kostya, take it away.
Thanks, Christian. Here with Grandmaster Larry Christiansen, who just won his game against the defending champion, Melik, Khachiyan. Larry, how did you feel about the game today?
Well, it was not a bad effort. He played like he was a little tired. You know, he played the Krakow World Senior, and they flew from Poland back to the St. Louis. I don't know how they can do it. I'd be worn out by now. I'm pretty worn out now, but those guys are fading a little bit. Mr. Novikov, Mr. Shabalov is not playing too well. He was also a Krakow participant, and getting him in the later rounds is useful.
Yeah, and tell us a little bit about your thoughts about the game. At what point do you think it started to go your way?
Okay, well, the opening was very easy. That knight takes d8 was an important. I mean, that bring the knight out to d8 was important. Well, allowing him to take and so forth. So I have a nice game. His bishop on e3 is misplaced. I've got pressure on his center. So he tried to, start forcing matters. Maybe that wasn't the right decision.
Yeah, with e5 here.
Yeah, I had e5. Mm-hmm. That's a move that's a tired kind of move. That's a move I might have made, next round. So here I was thinking hard about bishop takes f3. Mm-hmm. And then I think he has to play, bishop takes, knight takes e5, and that end game, rook takes e7, I double up all his pawns, or I can take on c3, and, torture. Yasser would go nuts over this position, I think.
I'm sure.
He'd have a sweet time trying to convert that. But I decided to play a more long-term move. Bishop takes f3 was certainly an idea. So I went with knight takes e3. I'm not 100% sure if that was right, and king f8. So I want to basically, maybe bother his rook in various ways. He's got various knight b5s, and I have to watch out for knight g5s and so forth. Mm-hmm. But he had nothing concrete. Maybe he should have played knight b5 here. Mm-hmm. And if a6, he buries himself, goes knight c7, and rook b8, knight takes a6, and he's pretty happy, I think. Mm-hmm. I'll get the pawn back. But maybe a tiny edge for black. Bishop takes and the knight back to c6.
Right.
And
sorry. There you go.
And tiny, he might throw an e6 or something like that, and I don't think it's probably about equal.
Yeah. But he goes e4.
Yeah, I'm not e6. Now it's getting to the critical point. So again, he has knight b5 here, not so smart. So he did the right move, bishop d3.
Yeah.
And what did I do? Rook c. I'm going, and he went b3. Maybe he had to play knight b. One second. Maybe knight b5 here. Mm-hmm. And I pretty much have to play bishop c6, I believe.
Yeah.
And he takes with the rook on a7.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And wait a second. I don't want that. I have to wait. Let me go back.
Yeah.
Oh no, I know what to do. I'll go king e8. Put the bishop on b7. King e8 here. Right. That's weird. It works somehow for black.
And rook is kind of.
He goes rook d6. Now he'd love to have some. So a6 here, he may have, a6 looks like a tough move to meet.
Yeah.
And everybody's guarded. So back he goes, and I'm making good progress. So knight b5 was a non-starter. Okay.
Right.
So he went b3, and I went a6. Yeah, and I thought this was a pretty pleasant situation. I don't know what else to do except knight a4. Mm-hmm. And then bishop c6, this is routine. Takes c4.
Right.
I already envisioned this endgame, this, a5, I want to keep the structure. Rook a6, forced. Rook b8, bishop takes, all forced, I believe, knight c6. The poor little rook, and he got this idea to try to trade rooks. Otherwise, it's a long-term, I'll improve my king.
Right.
Activate the rook, and he's got no play whatsoever. It's just pure torture.
Yeah, I know you then went on to convert this endgame.
With bishop b8, I knew I was going to win this.
Yeah.
All the cheapos are in my favor, and I had his poor rook. Not that I felt too sorry for it, but
Yeah.
So the rest of the game was pretty routine. I mean, at the end game, I think all the end games are winning mainly because we have the rook pawns, retained on the A file. So looked like a pretty routine end game. It's kind of an ironic. I won a couple of years ago. I won a similar type of end game against Melik.
Yeah. So Larry, last round coming up tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
How do you approach the final rounds? I know they're always very difficult.
Well, I'm playing for second, third, fourth, or something like that. So I'm not going to be all that. I'm not going to work myself into exhaustion. But Mr. Root looks like he's in trouble again. Unfortunately, chess is it's a cruel game sometimes. So it's like a feeding frenzy if you're not informed. So I'll give it a good shot against Doug tomorrow.
Very good. Well, thank you, Larry, for coming in. We'll wish you the best luck in the final game.
Thanks.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Larry. Congratulations on a victory over our defending champion. I was just looking at the Vladimir Akopian Douglas Root game because he had mentioned that Douglas Root is going to be his last round opponent. And it's one of those technical endings that you just love playing when you're on the superior side. I mean, because you can torture your opponent in all kinds of ways. And it just occurred to me that there are even lines where you could go H4, F4, and try to get a back rank checkmate with the move G3
Right, I think this is winning
well.
again, so Akopian about
Yes.
to become the champion.
If he puts on the finishing touches.
Well, it's so difficult not to, right, at this point, because the rook is coming on the second rank, you go knight d3, knight f4, you have domination with all of your pieces. It's going to be impossible to hide.
Right, and by the way, I think Doug did play the move rook b2, anticipating that rook landing on the
Second rank
is simply too strong.
But just G4 here?
I got another
You can't
idea.
even play F4?
That's
Check
a good
this
question.
out.
Why do you
Check.
go after G4?
I just want to put a bad move on the board, and let's say another bad move, and then we
Just checkmate? Yeah.
checkmate, right? G4.
Or immediately G4 also is just completely winning. Everything's winning.
Yeah, I wanted to
this
include
is all-
H4 just to stop this one, and I had this pattern in my mind that I was going to go. Whoop.
Then you can cover the check with F5.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
G4, I mean, the problem with G4 is that there's absolutely no move for you.
Right.
So I can't play
F4, knight
F4, I
D3
can't take on G4.
is a big problem. You cannot really take on G4 either, because if you take on G4, rook to C1, knight takes G4, and this seems to be just simply decisive after King G5. You're getting checkmated with rook to C3. Very difficult to defend against it.
A lot of beautiful checkmating patterns.
And if you go rook here, I just simply go rook F1, followed by H4, followed by rook to H1, and that's a checkmate. So it's bad news. G4 is not the only way. You can go rook to C1 first. You can even go H4. Though H4, to be honest, I don't see it being played. I think G4, he's going to sit here, calculate all the way until the end. He has 33 minutes to find the best path forward, find the championship winning moves.
Yep. Great opportunity for Vladimir to put, what can we say?
He looks very zen right now. You know, he looks like he's
lovely
in flow.
Yeah. It's like when you do win a tournament, somehow you have all of these great memories and everything just went picture perfect
in your favor,
for Vladimir Akopian in this one. He started well. He was always in the first.
He started with 2 blacks.
Yeah,
So
and he
after
started
the
with 2 blacks.
pairings, after the drawings of Vlads, he was not very happy.
Exactly.
But then after he won both games with the black pieces, he knew then, okay, I have a chance.
For sure. In that fight for the second place, trust me when Larry kind of slowballed it. Oh, I'm not playing for first. I'm not really. But look, second place has its rewards, silver, and a good prize fund. I'm going to turn to Alexander Shabalov on the white side. Remember when we left it around these parts? I was a little bit surprised by Alex's decision to play knight. I was looking more in the in the direction of queen b1, bishop
C1.
here. Later I was playing for knight d6. He started immediately with knight d6. By the way, don't reach for the d-pawn. Knight on g5 is still hanging. Knight came back, rook takes. So he did win the pawn off the bat.
Yeah, but he's going to lose one on d6.
Which in fact happened. And I'm catching up with the players right now.
Position's about equal, but I would prefer to be black. What
Why?
about you?
Why?
Well, I have rook e2s coming, queen a2s. I see ideas for black, but I don't see so many ideas for white.
I like black too, but for a completely different reason. I see king vulnerability. I see that you did mention rook e2 and
Right.
queen here, but I'm looking at this king. Look across the table. That's a very, very safe king. Good bishop. Bishop anchored.
Very, very good bishop.
Very nicely covers and covers d5. So yeah, I'm thinking that when Shabby went into this, he was thinking two bishops, and yeah, if you could get an f6, maybe I would like white. He overestimated his position.
So I mean, objectively, Alex is still okay, but it's easier to play now for black.
I think so as well.
Let's see the final moves of this Douglas Ruth versus Vladimir Akopian, because g4 has been played.
You think that's just winning on the spot?
g4.
Okay.
I think we're going to see rook to c1, followed by knight takes g4, followed by king to g5.
It's all forced.
Everything is forced.
Everything is forced, yeah.
And yes, rook to c1. King to f2 cannot be played because of knight to d3.
Right.
King h2 only move.
King f2, knight d3 as an oops. So king h2 box.
Knight takes g4. You have to go king g3.
Yep. Knight takes g4, king g3.
King g5 is very logical.
Definitely, definitely defending the knight.
Can go king h3 maybe?
What?
Instead?
Of king g3.
Does that change?
I don't think
Well,
it
you have
changes
pawn
much,
g3 at least on rooks, if you want to checkmate on the third rank. But there's still h4, and it's like still completely lost.
So the idea is
Yeah.
check, you can meet that. But here you'd also meet it with king g5, right?
No, I meant after king g5.
Okay,
When the king was on g3, mate in 1 was a threat.
right. So now king to g5. And
My knight can't even come back into the game.
you notice how I tricked you into defending White's position.
Thank you.
Yeah, right.
Switched worlds.
Very, very important in this. These commentary battles, you think the players are maneuvering? Our commentary team, boy, we know a bad position when we see one, and we don't want to play Doug's position after knight takes g4. That looks.
It's game over in just a couple of moves.
It truly is.
Knight takes g4. Is there anything else except knight takes g4? Is h4 maybe something that he's thinking about? What is he thinking about right now?
Could he be thinking about those?
Or maybe he's just enjoying the process.
Thinking about
enjoying
his,
the
right.
The speech he's going to give when he was.
Right. I got caught. I got caught doing that. I was winning against Shabalov, and I was way ahead of the tournament, and I blundered. And Larry came into the
Knight takes g4
analysis room and said, "Yasser, I saw your blunder. What were you doing? Writing your victory speech?" And he nailed it. That's exactly what happened. Knight takes g4. Okay, again, we've been looking at king g3, king g5, and not liking the results.
Was on g3.
Doug didn't like the results of king h3, king g5 either. He chose king g3.
King
But we
G5.
think after
That's
king
it.
g5,
I think we're going to see.
we're going to see a handshake.
I think it's resignation time.
We've
Yes.
got a checkmate threat,
Mm-hmm.
which, by the way, is kind of a
I mean, rook b3,
funny-
like only move.
yeah. Rook to b3, and then I liked this move, rook. But sorry,
rook f1 just finishes the game, right?
if you wanted to win a pawn,
Who wants a pawn?
Me.
Yasser is mate.
I know. If you wanted to win a pawn, I wouldn't be criticizing you, but checkmate does end the game.
It's mate.
According to Grandmaster Nigel Short.
Let me give a mate,
Checkmate
please.
ends the game.
It's only
King
according
G5
to him.
on the board. We're just about to crown our first champion of the U.S. Seniors and Juniors Championships 2024.
King G5.
What a deserving champion. He's been
Truly.
dominating the field every day.
Absolutely no chance. He gave the field no chance.
I think you pointed it out. The start was just magnificent. You get two blacks. At the start of a tournament, you feel like you're on the back foot. You win both games.
4.5
Suddenly you
out of 5.
feel like you're on the front foot. And ever since the start, from start to finish, Vladimir, his third appearance is a charm.
And to be honest, whenever you are a point and a half in the lead after 3 rounds, you don't even feel that pressure.
Right.
That comes from behind.
You don't even get the feeling.
There's no pressure. You're just
Right.
chilling. You've been 1.5 points ahead in the lead the whole tournament.
You didn't get a chance to get nervous.
Exactly.
You started with 2 wins. You did.
I mean, his score, it's going to be 6.5 out of 8.
That's impressive.
Quite impressive. And you can,
plus-
he knows.
plus 5
He knows
score.
as well.
Yeah.
Rook to b3 about to be played. The only way to try to stop the checkmate, which is not going.
And then rook f1.
I mean, you can go king f3, but that loses the rook after rook f1.
Only.
By the way, while we're watching this, I'll give you a little update that Alice now has a little bit of a chance to play for an advantage.
Whoa.
That's a huge update.
Yeah.
That is huge because we thought Zoe was definitely for choice.
She traded the wrong pair of pawns.
And Rose is definitely losing.
Yeah.
So, if Alice does win this one,
or saves the position,
she's going to go into the last round
with
with
a lead.
a clear
4 extra
advantage
point.
and a clear chance to win the tournament.
Yeah. And by the way, talk about a player who was nervous with good reasons was Alice. Her start was
Very shaky.
very bad. She after 4 rounds only hit 50%. She is really turned
That's
on
where
the checks.
experience comes in, even though she's only 14 years old.
She's a veteran.
Yeah, she
She's
has
played in these
experience
world championships for juniors
and Olympiads and
America Cup,
Yeah,
and
every-
also women's championships.
Okay, I see a way
You do.
not to get checkmated.
Well done.
Rook b3.
Okay.
rook f1.
Now, king h3.
And if I go h4?
g3.
And you found the way to avoid checkmate, yeah?
Yeah, but check and
Look,
rook h2.
I'm not getting checkmate. I'm happy.
G1.
As happy as I can be.
h3.
I don't know. You
You're
might
still
be
not
getting
getting-
checkmated.
With the queen.
You might still.
I'm prolonging the suffering.
Right.
That's about it.
That's about it.
Who doesn't like that?
Prolonging the
Look, we're chess players. We suffer all the time. It's the way it
We're
goes.
vultures too. We come around when one of our colleagues is losing and we inspect their score sheets like, what have you done wrong,
It's
my
part
friend?
of our nature.
Yes. It's built into the DNA. King G5 winning. I'm sorry, I just got to... you told me that Alice has chances. I've got to go and see Alice's game. I'm sure
You just
we-
passed right there.
I'm sure we're going to come flashing back, but what happened? How did she get in it? Okay, we left it here.
Oh,
and
that's
we
a
thought
significant
King F8.
advantage, isn't it?
Rook to C3, so knight to B5.
And I think Zoe just allowed Alice to take on c5 twice.
But she also ruined her own knight's position. A moment ago, I kid you not, there was a knight on D4.
And pawn on c5.
And suddenly the knight is, we know, knights on the rim are dim. Knight, rook to B2.
Never heard that, but it makes sense.
Yeah, knights on the rim are dim.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a time. Let's activate the rook. Rook check, rook check.
She just played it, king e7, and bishop a4, or
Rook
you wanna
check,
play
rook check.
Oh, okay.
Before b5
Nice.
is a bit of a problem.
Good point.
So you have
King
to...
Where do you put the
E6?
king? Is the
Oh, I
question.
can't go
King
C6.
E6, bishop G4. I was ready for you on that one.
King
King E8. Okay. Now, the bad news for Zoe is that the bishop, as badly placed as it is, does do
She
a...
quickly played both checks.
Yep. And here, I must say, I'm looking at pawn breakthroughs. These, you know, G4, F5, E6, you know, I trying to get my pawn to F6.
Do we think there might be a chance she goes for the repetition?
No, not a chance.
You think
if she sees Rose as losing.
Exactly, yes.
But you know,
She
Alice
has
is a
nothing
fighter.
to lose in this game.
But she doesn't know that. She's been on the back foot. Psychologically, she's been on defensive end.
For some time.
The whole game.
Okay.
Not the whole game, but for the last 10 to 15 moves, let's say.
Let's say Alice goes for it.
Yeah,
E5.
She can always repeat.
Yes. B5.
Sure,
What
let's
else?
try.
Let's
Try to
try.
go for it.
Bishop to
Bishop
F3.
F3, yeah. I feel like
And
this is-
I've got a dream.
Let's give a check.
Yeah.
A check.
Knight to C2.
Knight C2.
No, Knight C2.
Oh,
Knight C2.
apologies. Of course. What am I? That was like the
King D1.
worst move of all time.
I want to get my knight to D4.
King D1.
Pause. Where,
King D1.
I don't want to allow knight E3 check.
Knight D4.
King C1. Is his idea, I'm guessing?
Yes. I'm not sure I'm doing this right, but okay. King
So
D-
knight D4?
I think allowing knight E3 was better than allowing
Allowing
knight
knight
D4.
E3 was better?
I think so.
No, I want to put my bishop on D5.
We have bishop C6 also.
Okay, you convinced me. We played, after much consultation, arguments, King D1, Knight E3.
Okay.
Do you know we're arguing like a married couple? I mean, people are going to talk. You know, King C1. What do you got?
Oh, by the way, you have a checkmating threat.
I do.
I see your
do.
checkmating threat. It's a very sneaky one.
And let me show you what it's all about.
King F8 and
It's
check,
a very,
check,
very
mate.
sneaky checkmating threat.
Yes, we didn't want to tell you about it.
That's why I was focused on bishop C6 and not bishop D5.
I was focused on the pawn. You were focused on the checkmate.
We have
So
our
King
different
C1.
priorities.
King to C1.
I guess I have to go rook B4. It's not a move I want to make.
Not a joy.
Really not a move I want to make. But
So check. You
Which
have to go
one?
King D8.
Bishop C6.
Joe Benjamin drew his game against
What an
Novikov.
adventure.
Big escape by Igor.
What an adventure this game was, by the way. I think Joel is going to really feel that he let one get away
For sure.
in this one.
After King D8 here,
Yep,
Rook D7 check.
yep. I have to
King
go.
C8.
Yep.
I can probably take Rook F7. I don't know if that endgame's winning. King
Let's
D2.
have a look-see.
I don't
Rook
have
D-
to do that, of course, but
But let's imagine you did.
King D2,
And we're going
King
to...
E1.
Yep. Not all rook endings are drawn, are they? Takes.
let's go B4.
B4.
Yeah, my king's a little too far
Pushing,
now.
I'm pushing.
You can use your E6, E5 pawn as a
I think
distraction.
I unnecessarily gave black this chance.
Well, I still...
King C7.
We're not taking the pawn.
Oh, no.
Let's go B4.
Yeah.
No, B3. Sorry.
late, too late.
I thought
Excuse
I was forcing you to play rook B6.
That pawn is fast.
It is very fast.
That pawn is really fast.
By the way, let's go back to Akopian's game because it's about to be a checkmate. I
All
see the
right, let's
position.
do it. That is the Doug.
Rook F2's come in, and I don't see how.
When we left it, King G3.
Oh,
King
that's an
G5.
even better
Threatening,
checkmate.
Rook C2.
threatening checkmate
Mm-hmm.
with Rook C3. Doug guarded against it. Check.
The final check on B5, I believe, came.
Hello.
I think
Do
he
I
played
have to
rook-
play
He
E5?
played E5, but now after King F5, it's mate in one.
I'm not really sure why the engine is saying question mark E5. Like he actually had any better moves.
By the way, playing for both the checkmate and notice the win of the pawn.
And that's it.
And we have a champion.
Congratulations to Vladimir Akopian, winning
Well
the
done.
tournament.
With a round to spare.
Yep.
And winning in style.
And there you have it, 2024 U.S. Senior Champion Vladimir Akopian. winning $20,000.
They had this graphic ready.
Yes, they did.
They were quick with this one.
I think they were ready almost 3 rounds ago.
Right.
I mean, he just kind of cruised to the title.
They've had this one.
And for Douglas Root, I mean, never
Let's
mind.
jump to Jasmine Su's game against Rose Atwell. There is some miracle happening.
No way.
No way.
Jasmine sacrificed her piece.
Why would
thinking it's a forced win, but I think she missed something.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, so she got into this.
Chess is amazing.
Chess is cruel. Just a second.
Depends
So
how you look at it. Rose doesn't think so right now.
Right. So Jasmine, she's played a brilliant game, marvelous game, all the way to Rook B5. I think everybody was reaching for the H pawn at this point for reasons. Probably this is still easily winning F takes, and she.
And here, Bishop F6, maybe a little bit premature, because takes H6.
A little bit premature.
F5.
F5 is forced, right? Because we want to play Bishop.
She missed something.
So let's say, take a look. So F5, if I go H7,
Bishop.
then I get Bishop E5. So let's play.
Now Bishop F4.
Bishop.
Do you need Bishop F4?
Yes, I think you do.
To force me to play H7?
Force you to put your...
Exactly.
Be able to stop you on the dark squares, basically.
And
maybe that's what she missed. But why take that risk?
Why?
Why would you take ever on F6 when you can just simply go
Well,
King E4, B6?
So she has to play, Rose has to play F5. There's
She has
nothing
to
to
find
think
F5,
about.
yes.
There's nothing to think about.
She can't start with Bishop E5, right? Because then B6 and King E4.
Yes. Actually, that's a very important point you're using. You get to use your B pawn as a distraction, and if you think for a moment that you're going to play F5, oops. So you have to play F5 right here, right now. And we're thinking that's the remarkable thing is G5. If you play Bishop E5 immediately, then I have this move.
Right, of course. This is easy.
And
Do you
now
think
I'm
Jasmine spots
I don't think either of them know
this
yet.
F5 right now?
I mean, it's
That black is so private.
the horrifying thought is like you just blundered. Whoa. You just.
I mean, even looking at Rose, she's not happy. She doesn't know yet that she's safe in this game.
Okay, but again, nothing.
But
You know, you may
maybe
have
she's
26
realizing.
minutes.
So let's take on F5.
Okay, let's take on F5, and let's put the bishop on the good diagonal.
Okay, so let's say I go H7. I don't know if I have to go H7 first or...
Now, at a certain moment, I'm going to have to run over here and collect this pawn.
Correct.
But I want to avoid
Right,
losing
now I
the
have to
tempo.
go B6.
Okay.
King E4.
And now you want to do this, yeah?
Yes.
Oh boy, I'm still.
It's not that easy, right?
I'm feeling some pressure.
So B7.
B7.
Seems like I have to go B7, King D5,
King D8.
King F7,
King F7.
King D7.
King G8.
King D8.
And you just move.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a draw.
Yeah.
That's dirty. That's dirty.
Right on time.
Sad. Pretty sad.
2 pawns
Pretty
up.
sad.
2 pawns up in
That's
a king
it.
and pawn endgame, and I couldn't win. That's a story that people.
She
aren't
played
gonna
it.
believe.
F5 is on the board, guys.
Wow. If she saves this, she is making the last round tomorrow extremely exciting.
Way more exciting. Yes.
Wow. By the way, that engine is a sore loser. It only gave 1 exclamation mark.
It deserves 2.
It deserves 2. There's no 2 ways about it. That move saves the game. Everything else would have lost. F5, brilliant move.
Would you take or push G5?
I take out of fear that I'm losing.
Risk too much.
I don't want to. I do.
But we do have Kostya with our senior champion, Vladimir Akopian.
Thanks, Nazi. Yes, here with the 2024 U.S. Senior Champion, Vladimir Akopian. Vladimir, congrats.
Thank you.
How are you feeling after winning the national title?
Yeah, it's very pleasant feeling. It's very pleasant, yeah. And overall, I believe I played well this tournament. At least there were no, I believe, such gross mistakes. I mean, of course, I could play better. Even today, I believe I could have played better. But overall, I'm satisfied.
Yeah, is that what you would say is the difference? This is your third time playing the event between this and your first two tries. Just no huge mistakes this time around.
Yeah, sure. I was not. Playing well actually. Those two times I was very displeased with my play, and I was missing some opportunities overall. But here, of course, always. Whenever you play, always there are some better lines probably, especially when you analyze with the computer. But overall, it was normal. It's a decent play, I believe.
Yeah, maybe you could just briefly show us a critical moment or two from the game today.
Yeah, today it's, the main line, of course, instead of 95, I didn't know this move, maybe there is, but of course Rook D1 is main line.
Yeah.
And overall, Black is doing fine. There are some tactical complications here, but this is normal. So here are many moves, main being Bishop E7, but after 95, yeah, this I was somehow out of preparation already after 95, but it is difficult to believe that this move can be good. White is not ready for that, not yet. There is of course E4 move instead of Rook D1, but 95, and here I was trying to many moves. The problem with Black, many opportunities, but I played them the simplest way. Bishop D6, I wanted just to develop. And knight D7, Rook D1 probably normal, yeah, and CD4, Rook D4, Bishop E5. No, of course Rook D1 here should be played, and not being afraid. I was calculating actually while I was spending time. I was not sure if Bishop H2 here probably works. King F1. No, King F1, because if it takes the King F1, and here somehow Black wants, White wants Bishop B5, and then maybe Queen A4 and trade. For example, if I play here Queen C7, then maybe Bishop B5. I don't know. This somehow it's probably possible to play because, for example, if here Rook D8, maybe Queen A4. And White wants to maybe trade it, and then at some point G3, maybe not work. But I was thinking, should I take on H2 or maybe, because I can play some other stuff. I can play, for example, here Queen C7, I have move, and then Rook D8.
Right.
But of course Rook D1, the Knight B5 is very strange, of course. After Knight B5, White is definitely in terrible trouble after simplest castles. I don't need to take this exchange. Here Rook C8, I believe, is a strong move. Okay, Queen E2, otherwise, everywhere is bad already. If F4, I planned A6 just. I wanted just A6, and if Knight A7, Rook C7, and B5, it's very bad already for White.
Oh, yeah.
And, Queen E2, here I started something, also Bishop H2, this is correct, Queen H4, King G1, Rook C4, F3, here there is Knight E5 move, but then Knight D4, I thought that, okay, maybe somehow White is, so I just, but somewhere around here, I believe I misplayed, I don't know, so, okay, Bishop A6, Bishop A6, Knight A3, this Queen A6, okay, I can also take on A1 and play Knight E5, maybe it's simpler, just because I want to take on F3 probably at some point. Maybe simpler, but somehow I thought that after Knight C5 and Queen B4, it's already it's over. Rook B1, I underestimated. I thought, okay, with such moves, it's impossible to play. It's definitely completely lost for White, and maybe it is. But Knight D3, Queen C7. And then the problem was I thought Knight takes B2, of course, instead of this, and Knight C2, Queen D2, and White is totally paralyzed. But then I discovered this Queen C1 move here, and Queen A3, Rook takes B2. I don't know, it's probably not pleasant for White anyway, but okay, it's like at least some chances, Rook C2, and White tries to at some point get this Rook endgame. And I got confused because of that. And somehow Queen D2 also, I thought that E4, but then I thought that, okay, it's impossible that E4 and White can last long here, But then I started thinking that it's not that clear. For example, not Knight takes B2, Queen F2 check first, I wanted. king goes somewhere, and knight takes b2. I thought this is winning, but then I discovered queen c3 maybe. The knight is cut, knight a4, queen b4, and okay, I don't know, this, maybe I calculated wrong, maybe something works here for black, but somehow this I did not like. And that's why I just took on b2, and here queen takes b6, of course, main. Instead of this, queen takes b6, and I planned knight d3, just back. If queen d4, black has e5, unpleasant, and if, for example, queen d6, then I just make Luft somehow, yeah. And okay, this is bad, yeah, at some point, maybe this is what white should do, but still it's very unpleasant, yeah, because many ideas. Maybe actually after h6, maybe queen f2, knight f4, actually I mate immediately, yeah, here. So white has to play queen d6 immediately, instead of queen d4, queen d6, well, white has to play over here. And here maybe maybe some move like h5, maybe h6, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
But okay, I wasn't sure.
In the game, this endgame you got, basically this last question
this is unpleasant endgame.
Very unpleasant, right?
Yeah, very unpleasant. Actually, I believe with rook and knight, it's just lost. So maybe not, I think that last moment, you know what, rook b3 instead of knight d4. Because the only chance is to somehow play a rook endgame. So here rook b3, while black has still back rank issue. For example, rook a8 runs into all this rook b4 back, and knight d2 also runs into rook d3. So somehow use this opportunity. And if g5, then knight e3.
So this was the last chance, yeah. Well, Vladimir, congrats on an excellent tournament. And I very much hope to see you back here to defend your title.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Guys, thanks.
Our congratulations, Vladimir. A wonderful tournament, as there's the winning moment. Well done.
Winning with a round to spare, that's... Not many people have done that.
Exactly. It's hard, these national championships, just
And this
competing.
is his first title, winning the U.S. Senior Championship.
Hey, nice.
His third attempt.
His third attempt.
Third time's
How
a
is
charm.
Alice Lee doing? When we left it, that this tournament
perhaps this
has a
final
lot of
move, rook to
swings.
b7, indeed was not the precise one, though it's so difficult to find the best move in the position. She played rook to b7. Now we're expecting knight to c2 perhaps is an idea to give up the b5 pawn.
Try to get a...
Most likely this is a draw, right?
A draw.
We're thinking at least that this should be a draw, 4 versus 3.
Yeah.
The engine is saying that white still probably has the advantage because you cannot defend on the 7th rank. Your pawn structure is pretty bad. I give you a check and then I go rook g8. So you're losing. There's some chances, right?
Gotcha.
You can see some chances developing in this one with this weakness on g7. So perhaps she's not going to go for that. What if she goes for b4?
Right.
Isn't this the most natural move in the position? b4 loses on the spot.
Because of our checkmate.
Because of the checkmate. Bishop to a4, you can do whatever you want, basically any move. Next move, rook to b8, followed by rook to e8. And if you try to run, then I'm just simply going bishop to e8.
That's
and I'm
nice.
picking up the pawns, right? Once I pick up f7, not only that I'm stopping your advancement, but I'm also getting my e-pawn running down the board. So there's still some problems for black in the position. Knight to c2, perhaps rook to g2 to try to go for the g3 pawn, but then you have to contend with bishop to b3. So still a lot of things to calculate, and with only 7 minutes to go, the pressure is starting to pile up on Zoe Tang. What's Rose doing?
Well, it's
She's
funny.
saving it.
She's saving it. Funny you should mention that, because during Vladimir's interview, Nasi and I were looking at the position just prior to Jasmine's capture of the f6 pawn.
I cannot believe she's saving this.
She included the move b6, bishop,
And then take on
and
f6.
then taken. The computer says plus 10.
Oh my goodness.
And that is tearful. That is a very tearful reality. As it is, White's intending to bring her king over to try to force this pawn through.
It's too slow.
But it's too slow. We're going to go, sorry, whose turn?
He can also try, sorry, she can also try b6, king d5, but it's the same idea. King takes b5.
You're right. b6.
Yeah.
King takes d5. And this is the one where we followed you to a stalemate, right? That was actually pretty funny.
And to be honest, that's probably what's going to happen.
Yes.
Even though, what do you... Okay, so if it's black to move and you take on b5, is that losing?
Sorry. If it's,
no way.
So how do I...
Lose the tempo?
Yeah. How do I do a loss of a tempo?
Triangle.
The famous triangle.
No, king c5.
Not there is. Come on,
King to c5.
King e4.
King to e4.
Just take
so if we take the pawn...
If you take it.
And then king b6, it's still same.
We're still...
Yeah.
Well,
no, because I go f6 now.
And now my intention is to go... Yeah.
Okay, that's nice.
To go f7, and then I queen up.
You need a king to on e8 when I play f6.
Clear.
So then how do I lose that tempo? How do I lose that tempo now?
Now that we've discovered the truth.
By the way, 5 minutes for Zoe right now. Getting dangerously down on time.
And 6 minutes for Jasmine. As you can see on her face, she knows, like, how am I not winning this?
Like, you know...
I've seen a lot of swings doing commentary, but this might be top 3.
Yeah.
Might be top 3 swings. Or misses, however you want to call it.
Well, yesterday, queen c6 and...
Not even comparable. No,
really?
Not even comparable. Yeah. No. That doesn't make top 100. This makes top 10,
3.
I would say.
I was once playing the candidates tournament in Montpellier, and Boris Spassky was completely losing this queen ending to Zoltan Ribley. Completely losing. 1 pawn down, 2 pawns down. It was getting worse and worse. And he set up one of the most amazing cheapos ever. Zoltan made the move, the trap was set, and closed, snap, shut, stalemate. You know, one of those mad queen positions. And Zoltan at the board just like...
collapsed.
Totally. Exhaled. And we are seeing the move king, the move b6. So no choice, king takes, king d5, king c7, king e6. And as Cristian was saying, when you play the move f6, I must have the chance to play king e8. That's the only saving move.
And look at Jasmine. I feel so bad.
Jasmine's looking at her score sheet. She's like, flick the king forward.
Right now, she's thinking, I hate this game.
Yeah, true. Chess is cruel. Chess is cruel.
But Rose,
like what a save. That's just remarkable. And
it just shows you shouldn't resign.
Never resign, I guess, yes. Never resign.
Yeah.
It can always happen.
And
this was a lack of experience, a lack of patience on Jasmine's side.
I think the patience, most especially. I mean, that is one thing that chess is absolutely a great teacher.
I had the problem when I was young.
Yeah.
I would let all my winning positions slip away because of impatience. My coach told me, sit on your hands.
Mine too. I had the same thing. I was a kid, and boy, the first move that came into my mind, bang, and I would blunder horrifically. The players are playing quickly, but they have reached our
position
at end, and here we go.
Zoe down to her last 2 minutes.
As well.
This has been playing out, so Zoe in deep trouble as well. We'll go to that in just a second once this one is over.
I think
F6
Rose's
now?
F6 is just king d8.
King d8. The moment you play king g8,
yeah,
that's the whole point. That when we get to this position, I must be able to play king e8. Yeah.
Well, you take bishop f6 here, right?
No, king e7.
No, on your board.
Oh, yes. Yes, exactly. King e8. Yes, that's the draw. Well,
no,
what?
you take on f6.
Oh, pardon me. Yes. Thank you. Sorry.
But imagine if in time trouble you just forget and move king e8.
No. And Jasmine really upset. She's just like, king King takes
Doesn't matter,
bishop.
king f8 or king f7, both
King
draw.
f8 is nice because it just finishes the game.
Yeah.
Quicker.
Quicker.
Yeah.
One move quicker.
One move quicker. She stuffed the clock, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
What a
a
save.
turn of events. And that keeps her in this tournament
It
with real
sure
chances no
does.
matter what happens
It
in the other game.
It sure does. Let's go to Alice Lee now. Alice Lee, for some strange reason, she's in an ending
What is Zoe
where she
Alice probably
could
was
win.
watching that game and she's like,
And-
how did that end in a draw?
Guys,
Right?
Zoe's down to her last minute. She needs to make a move.
Okay.
Using too much time.
I would be playing knight c2 and going into that rook and pawn
Did she
ending.
play?
Knight
Okay.
c4.
I thought she played before for a second, but
Knight
Mistake.
c4.
Mistake. Bishop to f3 right now
Right?
is decisive.
Because we've got that checkmate idea. We've got
And
the
bishop
idea-
d5.
We've
and
got the
bishop d5.
Yeah. Well, bishop f3, again, knight e3 would stop the desirable bishop to d5.
why
Alice
did
is
she
just
play
about to
knight
make a move.
c4? Wasn't there rook g2 just picking up the pawn? It's a little surprised.
Long thing, wrong thing.
Rook g2, take
Long
a pawn.
thing. Wrong
That
thing.
was- I would have played knight c2 check, but
Mm-hmm.
yes, I agree. Knight c4, however, was the wrong move, and Alice, for the first time in the tournament, could take the lead.
Bishop
Yeah.
f3, just bishop,
Bishop
e2.
e2.
Wait a minute.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
That was not it.
That was not the move. I've
That
got
was
rook to
definitely
b.
Can I go
not
rook,
it.
rook b1 check and rook b2 back?
You know, it's funny. I was about to
Missed
suggest
opportunity.
rook to b3 with the
I didn't
idea
want to
king
calculate
f2,
the
rook back,
pawn ending. Because bishop c4?
and you shouldn't be calculating the pawn ending. You should be playing rook check, and yes, you should be looking
But
at
actually,
rook
you're
check.
actually fine because your king comes.
Maybe I win.
Yeah, you're. Well,
Yeah, she's
rook
going.
b1 on the
Rook
board.
b1.
She's going for it. King f2.
Wow, what a last round we're gonna have.
Now, these players, even though they're young, they also get tired. I'm feeling that they're making mistakes that they wouldn't have made earlier in the tournament.
Agreed. Agreed.
It's the pressure and just being. This is the 8th round.
8th round.
By the way, somehow Andrew is still alive. Lost, but still
Andrew?
alive. Yes,
But I saw
that game is still going.
I saw that Andy was saving his game, and he was completely lost all day. Andy Woodward.
Yes, he is as well.
He's saving the game, but he was lost all day.
It does seem to be saving that game, but still, there's some work to be done in that one. I'm not sure if it's over. I wouldn't call it just yet.
I think it's going to be rook and bishop against the rook.
Very likely, yes. Very
Why
likely.
isn't this just easy? No,
think it is.
must be.
I'm trading the pawns,
H6?
and it's just
I would go h6. No, it's going to be a rook and bishop versus
Yeah.
rook.
Okay.
That one is
I'm
gonna go for
staying
a
with
while.
the Alice Lee game for
Mm-hmm.
a moment. If you don't mind just calling out some results that we might have missed.
I don't think it,
No
I don't
results?
think so. Yeah.
Okay.
We're close to ending a lot of games, but
Okay. Sorry, for some reason I thought we were in that stage where we had been focused a lot on a couple of games and some games may have been finished.
No,
How
no,
is
no.
Shabalov and Jesse
Jesse seems
getting
to be
along?
winning that one.
We thought Jesse was better. We liked his position.
In fact, we might just see a resignation soon.
Okay.
but here, so after how can Alice make any progress?
Actually,
That's what I'm thinking
guys, we
about.
should go to that one.
Which one?
Alex Shabalov.
Shabalov versus Jesse, just because I think it's going to be over.
Okay, abroad.
He just made a huge mistake.
Huge?
Yes, Shabalov just blundered his whole position, which wasn't great, but it wasn't losing yet.
Why did he
In
blunder?
two moves.
Because he takes a bishop?
First, bishop to e5. Second, bishop takes e4. And forgot about queen to f1 first.
Oh, there's
Intermezzo.
queen f2, bishop e2 coming. It's just mate.
That's it.
Gotcha. Yeah, he just he defends the bishop.
Is this just his 3rd win in a row?
I believe so.
Wow.
What a comeback. 'Cause
Wow.
He didn't start this tournament well.
But I think that, I mean, there was just this oversight. He just didn't realize that, I mean, if you go back
No, he
to
forgot
this
about
position-
queen f1. He
Yeah.
completely forgot about queen f1 check.
Yeah.
Intermezzo. And right now it's over. Because rook b2, I go bishop e2.
Yeah, if you go back to this position and you see the move queen takes e4, queen takes f7, you win. If you see the move d takes and queen takes c4, you win. But you don't see queen f1 check.
A bit surprised. What did he miss?
Takes on e4. He just missed this.
So he was sure he was winning, and instead he just lost.
Correct.
That is the worst feeling.
That's the cold shower feeling. That's
when you want to flip the board.
Right. And Jesse,
he's not happy. He's shaking his head right now. He understands right now what just happened.
Wow, what a shock.
A complete switch, 180 in one move.
Yeah, and about to get checkmated. I don't even see any way to avoid it.
And you see him, this head in his hand is like, what did I just do? I can't believe it.
That's it.
I'm stunned.
Rook to b2, just the simple bishop to e2, perhaps even e3. There is a mate coming. Queen f2 followed by bishop f3.
But I liked your simple e3 and bishop
e3
to
is
d5.
also very simple, yes.
Yeah, e3, bishop
Even
d5.
though e3 you allow bishop queen c6, which is kind of annoying just because you're attacking my rook. I don't want to give you that attack.
Understood.
I want to be the one dictating, attacking you.
And Alex, clock ticking, 1 minute and 30 seconds.
He probably has to go queen c6.
Oh dear, but what a realization, as it really, it's so hurtful.
He played bishop f4.
Bishop f4.
Can I just go e3?
That's
And we do have a reason, no?
We have a result, but I don't know what happened.
They are writing down their signatures.
It was a draw. Vidyarthy against Paragua ended in a draw.
Wonderful.
Megan, she's playing really well.
Hanging on, and tomorrow she has Alice Lee. Speaking of Alice Lee.
But e4, e3 for Jesse, it's a horror show.
Just don't play bishop e2. Don't forget about
mate on f7. Yeah, but e3 and
e3 and bishop d5 as well.
Well,
Also,
with
just
e3,
e2 is coming.
Well, we've got
E2,
a threat
yes.
of check, followed by checkmate.
Yes, e3 seems
you have to go
easiest
queen
way to win.
c6
to stop bishop to d5 checkmate.
To have
throw in a trick.
One idea in the position.
At least one trick also to go for, but
queen f2 check, king h1 and rook a8.
That seems easy enough.
I mean,
Rook
we're
b1.
channeling one another on
By the
this
way, Zoe just made a big mistake.
Oh.
Things are
Well,
moving fast. Let's go to that one. Just because it's so consequential
We see,
to
Alex
to this tournament.
holding
right now.
his head, thinking, where did it?
Wait, Alice took with the bishop.
There's a checkmate threat
What?
in the position.
But
Rook
she can
b8.
play, Zoe can play king g8.
She probably has to play king g8.
And then rook takes g3 is coming, and then it's equal again.
Yes.
Instead, Alice had just rook takes b5.
Yes. Well, she took.
Ooh, she took on g3 immediately.
And that means that I have
It's
bishop
over.
e8 at the end.
Now Alice is
Oh,
winning
now
again.
it's over. There's no more pin.
Oh, the pin. Yes. Patience.
Patience.
King g8.
Move order.
Well, wait a minute. With a win,
Alice will be
Alice
in the
will be in the
first.
lead. For the first time in this tournament, she will be grasping that lead going into the final round.
let's take a look. King to g8, right?
Bishop c4.
Bishop e8.
Bishop
Or bishop
c4. Rook here.
Let's take.
Let's...
Do I want to defend that with rook b4 or do I just want to push?
Rook b4. That, by the way, move
10 seconds for Zoe. 9.
Zoe.
F6.
6. And
I
that
think
got...
it's just losing.
Oh, that got... boy, I saw Alice's reaction to f6. She said, no. That's a checkmate.
Check. Well, king f7, it's not checkmate.
Bishop c4.
King e7.
That's
Oh,
not
then take
checkmate.
on f6, rook b7, and you win.
Right.
Good enough.
But
By the way, King F7
Also-
has to be played.
Yeah.
Don't think about King E7, Zoe.
There's Bishop E8 also here, and then just take on G6 with the tempo. Oh, and winning the knight or the rook.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's the
That
easiest.
is the simplest. We look for simple in complicated positions. Bishop takes G6, and then the knight is tethered to the rook. So Bishop E8
Everything
takes
changed in
G6.
just the last 2 moves.
You know, again,
That's because
these-
she allowed herself to go down to her last minute in such a complicated position. Do not do that. Not advisable.
the players fight so hard for 6.5 hours, and then one move can change radically the outcome.
Yeah, this I believe to be over. Alice is just choosing which way to win. Bishop C4, Rook B7, Bishop E8, everything's winning.
Everything's winning. All right. But again, such an important game for our championship in the junior girls.
How many games do we have left? Brewington is winning his game against Andrew. Yeah, it's about to be over as well. I think all the games are finishing at once.
As usual.
As usual. Yeah, Jess is still thinking, hasn't made a move. But yeah, Justin Wang, Andy Woodward is going to be bishop and rook against rook.
Not even sure you can force
Maybe it's an
Andy
easier
to give
draw.
up
Yeah.
his bishop. That might just be an easier draw than that. This is the current position, and we are expecting bishop to E8 check, followed by bishop takes G6. Zoe's down to seconds, and she's
Taking her time.
yeah. Alice.
That's the difference. She's not impatient. That's why she is stronger than the rest of the field at the moment. She has more experience.
Indeed. It's so hard to talk about a 14-year-old as having a great deal of experience. Like what?
Zoe, 23 seconds, but she knows now. I'm sure she sees that this is game over.
Well,
If she started with King G8,
exactly. The stunning
It's
move was
equal.
Rook G3. Just giving up that pin. And
8 seconds, 7, King D7, and now after Bishop G6, just resignation. Now Alice is going for it. That's it. Can Zoe try to trade all the pawns?
Not possible.
Not possible.
Not possible.
If I take,
It will always stop at one,
Yeah.
at the last one.
you take. She's done it. She's
Bishop
taken.
takes F5.
I take.
You take on F4, I go G6, or I give you a check first, and then go G6.
Check first.
Yeah. It's a
Then
good
go
check.
G6.
Actually,
Rook
now I'm going
G7.
to take on G7.
Oh, sorry.
So you have to go to F8, which
Apologies.
is over after G6.
Not desirable. Yeah.
And Alice still has 14 minutes on the clock. Her time management was very good today. She used a lot of time in the middle game, but then towards the end where it was equal end game, she kept her time. That's why she's winning.
But Zoe outplayed Alice from the opening into the middle game and into the late middle game. Zoe was the one, if she'd played knight e6, and I don't understand why she went for this knight a3 nonsense. The knight was great on d4, anchored by a pawn on c5.
Time trouble.
Time trouble. That's
She
the
used
answer
too
there.
much time.
But
Somehow, always these favorites always rise to the top in those last few rounds, even if they had the worst start in
Of
their
all
careers.
times.
You always find them around the top at the end.
Exactly.
That's exactly what Alice is just doing right now.
Rook b7 check, by the way.
Trying to
That's
be
a
a
kind of a-
perfectionist.
That's a kind of a nice,
nice
move,
move.
because
It's a
the
nice
idea is if you play king d6, you might even toss in another check, just to chase that king as far away from the g pawn as possible. I mean, not necessary, of course.
Are you trying to pull a Jasmine?
I know,
Yes, sir.
I know.
By giving up the rook like that?
Showboating on the way
No,
to my
no,
gold medal.
Not
There was a
necessary.
famous snowboarder, by the way, who did that. She was going for the gold medal. She was 20 meters ahead, and she styled on her last jump and fell.
Oh no.
Oh yes. Oh
Most
yes.
important moment of her life.
Exactly. Oh yes, and she wound up third in that Olympiad.
How do you know these things, Yasser?
Hey man, I like the Olympics. They're
Snowboarding.
cool.
Have you ever snowboarded?
No, my brother. I just do alpine skiing, but my brother is a big snowboarder.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you're just showing off.
Oh,
by the way,
yeah, Alice is going for a checkmate.
Bishop f7.
Just rook
I'm gonna go king h8.
You're doing nothing. I'm gonna go rook e5.
You go rook e5. Yes.
Go king h8.
That's a good point.
Continue.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I'm just trying to find.
So he has to play rook e3 and
rook e5,
rook e5, king f8. I'm not mated. Of course, I'm still lost, but
right. Okay.
So instead, you play rook e5.
Okay, so you're right. So
rook e3 only move.
And then we'll
take,
trade.
and that's it.
Yep.
It's not some theoretical draw, is it? With the extra.
With the king on h8 and the Sam Shanklin draw, and we have a result.
This was a draw, Justin Wang
Wow.
against Andy Woodward. Andy's miraculously saved his game.
Can't believe it.
Today and yesterday, by the way. He was also losing yesterday.
We expect this one to be over very, very soon.
Jesse Kraai also about to checkmate against Shabalov.
Let me just bring that one up. Yep. Yes, he is. He just played that move, rook a8. I think we got this position. Now, see,
Yeah,
we were
that's
looking
exactly what I suggested, and I'm
Yes.
sure there were many ways to win.
Well, this one looks pretty good. Pretty good.
Brewington right now looking like he's about to put the finishing touches.
I think Alex is looking at other game. Maybe it was like, how did Andy drew his game?
Oh, she was
She's
watching
surprised as
the.
well. She's happy. She must be happy.
Maybe she just saw Rose's result.
That's
it was
also
like,
true.
That was a
Yeah,
draw.
I think.
Because she was expecting, I win this game, I'm full point ahead.
Right.
Tomorrow I only need a draw.
Right.
Jesse
By the way,
just won
Jesse
this game.
did win. How many wins in a row was that for Jesse?
3, I believe, 3 in a row.
3. Well,
he's now in second position, tied with Larry Christiansen.
Isn't he in clear second?
Maybe he's in
Yeah.
sole second.
And
But
just,
I think he's tied
it's
with
official.
Christiansen.
Jesse Kraai did win. Also officially, Andy
Drew his game.
Woodward did draw. And let's just go to the game of Brewington because we're just waiting for
We're going to see rook e5. There
rook
we go.
e5, and Alice took a little bit of time to play what, well.
Just to make sure rook e3 and that endgame is somehow not a draw.
Yeah, and it's not. It's not. We get the bishop to g8. We drive the king out.
Yeah.
So what we're talking about, just to include everybody in on our discussion, after rook e3, trade, we get a position where black says, come and get me. Come and get me. Come and get me. I keep my king in the corner. Come and get me. And what white does...
Hoping for stalemates.
Yeah, exactly, is... And she's done it, by the way. What white does is drive her king up the board and eventually forces the move g6. So you can't just live in the corner. Let me just play this on the board.
King e7. Did not play king f7.
Be away.
King g8. Check.
And now you're stalemate.
g6.
And now you have to play g6. And then I pick up the pawn with a check.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Let's go to Brewington.
Absolutely. As we congratulate Alice Lee on her first time leading the tournament. Where is Brewington? Where is Brewington? I've got it. There it is. Whoa.
Don't worry, he's winning. He's winning.
Okay, so he's got how many pawns? What's the body count?
2 pawns and a knight for the rook.
But
it's the king situation.
Also the king.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
And I'm picking up d5 and e4 and everything.
Yeah.
It's knight f4 coming.
In fact, right now, if you go king to g8, for example, I even have the knight e7 move.
Queen g4?
Yes.
So
I'm probably not going to do it.
So
I'm
you
actually
can play king g7 probably, and I'll play knight f4, and that's it.
in the current position.
Yeah.
Yes.
You mean after
King
queen
g7,
h5, king g7.
knight f4.
I like knight f4. I like just the idea of stopping any...
Queen f7 doesn't work.
Right.
Because of queen g4.
Threatening knight e6, queen g6, taking
everything. Clock's a factor in this one, Nancy?
Yes, they both are under 3 minutes.
Under 3 minutes, both players?
Yes.
Okay. So sometimes at the winning post, you see a ghost, and you never know. Time trouble, as Maurice Ashley likes to say, makes fools of all of us.
That is very true.
Nicholas Ladan may be getting his first draw.
Oh, I hope so.
Maybe
I
getting
truly
his
hope
first
so.
draw in this tournament right now.
Yeah, he has been...
Though he's on the back foot, so there's still some work to be done.
Yeah. Okay, queen h5. Andrew.
He just made the move. What did he play?
King to e8.
Can I just take queen d5?
Yep. Queen d5 is a winner.
It's also knight e5 check.
Well, the reason I really like this move, queen d5, is if you try... I've got checkmate in 2, right? Oops.
Yes.
That's a funny
Knight e5 does look tempting.
Yeah, I think it's even better.
Even better?
I think.
Oh my goodness. That's why.
So you go king f8 is the only move, right?
Okay.
Queen h8.
Queen h8, king e7.
Queen g7.
Queen g7, king e6. Where's the mate? There has to be a mate, but where is it?
He played wonderfully up to this moment. Where's the mate?
Where is the mate?
Tick, tick, tick,
I don't
tick.
see it.
Maybe we should just take the pawn. Just take on d5.
Yeah, he did. He took on d5.
Sometimes...
Very good practical decision.
Precisely.
It's final moments of Alice's
They've
game.
gotten that exact position that I said that Alice is going to bring her bishop back and force her opponent to play
G6.
the move g6, and she knows it as well.
Yeah. Showing her endgame technique. And I mean, it's sad for Zoe. She
Truly,
played well.
She
played very
did.
well.
She did. She had a very good position. She had outplayed Alice. She was enjoying an advantage, and then for some remarkable reason, which she's going to have to explain to herself, her knight went to a3. The knight
That's
was
called
on
time
d4.
trouble.
Yeah.
When you all of a sudden have 1 minute on the clock, you start to play like a completely different person.
Right.
King g6, and she resigns. Congrats to Alice. She's in clear first now, going
Taking
into the last round.
half-point lead, yeah. But still, the championship is up for grabs. And in the junior championship, Christopher Yu leads. We know that. But it's about...
Let's go back to Brewington's game. 'Cause
Exactly.
Close to
Can
be over.
Brewington...
Yeah, I think he's going to stop Andrew Hong, and then it's just between Christopher and...
Well, still a point.
Jason Liang?
Still a point between Andrew and Christopher, which is difficult, of course. Christopher needs to lose that
Christopher
final
will be
round.
with the white pieces in the last round.
Yes.
Right. Queen takes e4 check. What a lovely move
Yes, sir.
for...
This is 5 pawns.
For
not
Brewington.
4 pawns.
For Brewington. What
But
a
you could
lovely
go
move.
for the fifth one as well.
You know, you defend the pawn on c2, you defend the knight on e6. You've got all the time in the world to play king h2 and...
That's truly a lot of pawns.
And start pushing them.
But we do have Kostya with Jesse Kraai.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with Grandmaster Jesse Kraai, who just won his 3rd game in a row, defeating Alexander Shabalov. Jesse must be feeling good these last couple rounds.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm tired because they've all been like to the wire. You know, all those games were 6-hour games or 5-hour, 5-6 hour games. So it was tough, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I won't harass you for variations in this game, but maybe you could just tell us a couple thoughts on the game overall.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I wanted to go over the game, but he wasn't interested. We got an interesting opening. I thought I was fine. I thought it was just interesting. And this whole madness happened, bang! Oh, what a position, man. What a position. Who's better? No one knows. No one knows. And so we get this whole madness. And then he found a move. So I thought I was like, I'm better here. Do I know what's going on? No, but I'm like, I'm better. Then he found that move, and I was like, what? That kind of left field, you know? Mm-hmm. I didn't see that thing coming. Mm-hmm. So I think he achieves like a quality. And it's just this interesting position. You know, I'm sure we were in time trouble. I'm sure there's all kinds of computers saying this and that. But yeah, long story short, I had a feeling he was pushing too hard. And then when I was here, I was like, maybe I'm better. Because I finally achieved the knight. There was a lot of things going on with the knight. But he blundered this, and then I kind of have this magical move. I had seen that it works. I was pretty sure it works. And now I think he's in big trouble because his coconuts are falling. And I think what he thought was that my bro on c4 was hanging. But no, I give a little check to the miserable king. And now it's all over because I'm just mating, you know, full mating. And there's nothing he can do because my bishop controls my only weak point. So it's good night right there.
Yeah, very nice game. And I believe you have clear second going into tomorrow. Right. Mm-hmm. So what will be the approach for the final round?
Well, you know, I'm playing Julio, and it's much better to be white against Julio than to be black against Julio, because Julio's white openings his old openings are all mapped out anyway. But he will also be playing, he'll try to knock me out to get in there. And Joel is also going to be trying to come up from beneath me. So I'm just going to have fun. We'll play the game. You know, I'll be white. I don't know if I have an approach. I think everyone's tired. And the last couple games, I kind of survived in the scrum. You know, a little bit better at time, So hopefully we can do something like that again. I think for me, the bummer is I enjoy this event so much, but my rating has sunk so much in the last couple of years that even if I get second place, it's still a hard road for me to come back next year. They have to give me I'm asking, Tony, give me the wild card, buddy. Give me the wild card.
Well, wish you the best of luck, Jesse.
All right.
Tomorrow's round and for qualifying next year. Thanks for coming in.
All right.
Our congratulations to you as well, Jesse, as getting second from that horrible start. Boy, you'll take
Great
that
result.
every time.
And we have all the results today in the senior section. Akopian won his game in the tournament today.
Right.
Jesse Kraai won his game and is in clear second now. And Larry Christiansen sharing third place alongside Joel Benjamin, Julio Becerra. Oh, that's it.
That's it.
Guys, Andrew is back in the game.
An amazing move played with minutes.
Andrew is back in the game.
Knight f3 to d5. Why would you play that move, Brewington?
Excuse me, what?
Did he hallucinate the checkmate?
c2?
Maybe he thought queen b6, knight c7 was checkmate?
Maybe,
You know,
but
on hour 7 you start to see ghosts.
True.
Rook takes c2, and Andrew is feeling like he got a second life in this game.
Oh my goodness! You mean there's more thrills and spills in the juniors?
Oh my goodness!
I thought that was. My goodness! This is a draw. He's threatening mate.
No. I mean, it's not a draw. I have queen b5, queen f1, and I can keep playing.
That's probably necessary.
Goodness. Sorry, you're absolutely right.
That
I thought
is
you were
necessary.
Wow.
But that is the only way.
This is what happens again. 2 minutes on the clock in time trouble.
Bringing the queen back is the only way
to play on.
But he can do it in a better way. He can do queen b6, queen a6, just so king's on the lost rank.
Right.
And then come back queen f1. Threatening queen f4 check. I need to get rid of that queen on g3
Right.
before
Queen
it accidentally checkmates me.
I don't like it when the big guys are around my king either. And
I would also like to gain some time, right?
Right.
I don't like playing on my last minute.
I mean, this still should be winning, but of course Andrew now
Yes.
doesn't have to resign.
He doesn't.
No,
have to
absolutely
resign.
not. No, he's back in this game.
Wow.
We have another interview. Kostya is with the tournament leader in the juniors section, girls, Alice Lee.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with I am Alice Lee, who just won her game, getting the clear lead going into the final round. Alice, congrats.
Thank you.
Your thoughts on today's game?
I think I played a little bit shaky, especially out of the opening. I thought I got a very good position, and then I got into this endgame where I thought like she was slightly pressing. I was okay with the draw for most of the game because I was watching Rose this game, like my main competitor, and it looked like she was losing for most of what I was playing. Okay, but of course I still wanted to win, and I think I'm glad that I was able to win this, especially again because I thought like I was slightly worse. But yeah, it's also good to get a clear lead.
Absolutely. Where in the endgame do you think things turned around and you got the chance to win?
So there was this. I mean, knight d4, maybe not. Like I was a bit worried if she played c4. There I was like just considering every possible rook move, like rook d6, rook d7, rook d2. But yeah, it looks like quite unpleasant for white. Like once black is b5 in, maybe with rook d2, I can try to exchange rooks. But okay, it's just in general like. Even if I do play rook d2, rook takes a3, bishop takes c4, rook takes g3, bishop takes e6, I have nothing more than a draw there. But okay, after she played knight d4, bishop d1, I'm not sure about king f8, but it was probably fine. I think she might have missed rook c3. There was this variation that was pretty interesting I was calculating here with like knight b5, rook c1, rook takes a3, b takes c5, rook takes g3, c takes b6, rook e3 check, king d2, rook takes e4, bishop f3, rook d4, king e3, rook d7, rook c8, king e7, bishop g4, and then here actually I have rook c7 check next. So it was quite nice for me to see this because I was worried about what I'd do here, but it seems like since I pick up the b7 pawn it should be fine.
Very nice line, yeah.
Yeah, but okay, I mean she played knight takes a3. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. After taking on c5, I'm surprised she took. I would have considered b5 because there I was heavily considering c6. Although maybe she was worried about like if somehow I win the b7 pawn, then my pawn is very dangerous. Like if I do bishop g4, bishop c8. But okay, I think she might get b4, b3, b2 in time. But yeah, I don't think I should be worth by this point after rook takes here because at least here I always have some checks.
Right.
Yeah, so I played e5. I'm not sure how good that was, but I wanted to do bishop f3, bishop d5. I realized here after bishop f3, then she might have this knight c2 move, which is slightly annoying. And then king f1, knight d4, bishop d5, knight e6, and somehow black is just holding after like rook c8, king e7, bishop c6, knight d8. Okay, so I played rook b7, and also she had very little time here. I think she spent a long time. So she played knight c4, and she only had 1 minute left, so I was pretty happy here. After bishop e2, I think black should probably still objectively be holding. I'm not really sure how, but I think it probably should be fine. What she did was okay, but I would not have played knight f5. I would, if I were her, I mean, what I was mainly looking at was like rook b1, but then I have like g4 or bishop f3. So again, it looks quite pleasant for white. Again, also because I always have this mating idea with bishop b5, rook b8, rook e8. But yeah, I think after she played knight f5, I should be winning.
Right, she took this one.
Yeah, because if she didn't play f6, Then I have like bishop c4, bishop takes f7.
Right.
Yeah, so I mean, again, it's very hard for her. I'm not sure if what I did was the most accurate. Maybe I had a quicker way, but I think this should be winning. Like if she does rook g4, rook f3, I can just take, and then and then take on f6, g. Actually, maybe not. But I think after rook g4, I should still be winning. At least like bishop takes f5, rook takes f4, bishop h3 or something.
Right, this one.
Yeah, I mean, I probably have a cleaner way also, but it should be enough. And yeah, so I just had to make sure that after this was like here.
Yeah, I'd like that you went for this. This final.
I just had to make sure that this was winning because I think with the pawn, if the pawn's on g6, then it's a draw. Because black can just do king h8, king g8 over and over. But here it should be winning because it's always some 6-1 and I win the g7 pawn.
Exactly right. Well, Alice, I know you have a big game tomorrow against Megan Paragua, so we'll wish you the best of luck. And take care.
Yes, thank you.
Alrighty, folks. That was Alice. Now we'll take a quick look at the women's standings. The U.S. Girls Junior, Alice at the top with 6. Rose, half a point behind. She will have chances going into the final round tomorrow, but she'll have to win and hope that Alice doesn't also win. Folks, we're going to take a quick break and be right back right after this.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only 1 can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty. To advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akopian and Dariush Virks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 8. Let's take a look at our current standings and results. In the junior section, we've had 2 draws so far. Christopher Yu and Jason Wang drew their game, and Justin Wang and Andy Woodward also ended in a draw. So at the moment, Christopher Yu in clear first,
right?
Jason Wang in clear second, and Sharon third, Andrew Hong and Justin Wang. But Andrew is still playing his game.
He's playing a game against Brewington, which has been a back and forth Donnybrook affair. But tell us about the girls too, the standings in the girls, because boy, the leadership sure has changed a lot.
Alice Lee won her game, and now she's a sole leader going into the last round. Rose Atwell saved the miraculous game.
Completely lost position, we want to say.
How did she save that
she save it?
And she's in clear second, pretty much guaranteed second place. And we'll see how they do tomorrow, if there'll be playoffs or not.
And we have crowned a champion in the seniors. And our congratulations to Vladimir.
Yes, our congratulations. He won his game today and won the championship with it. Jesse Kraai also won his game and jumped into clear second place.
As a result, but that fight for second and third is still intense, as we see Larry, Joel, Julio, Becerra all in contention for the silver and bronze medal. And in the most important game, this one between Brewington and Andrew,
Brewington might be losing this one, guys.
I don't get it at all. This was...
I think he's going to lose this one.
It was like 5 pawns.
I mean, he was completely winning, and then in time trouble, he rushed a little bit, gave Andrew a chance, and then he kept playing for a win instead of securing an easy draw.
Exactly.
And now he is the one defending to make a draw.
We're expecting the move King E4. If we pick up the pawn, it's knight and 2 versus rook and pawn, all on the same side. Yes, usually it's a draw, but suddenly,
you lose that with 30 seconds on the clock.
Easily. And Andrew was a miracle win yesterday, I want to say. So if he were to get 2 in a row, it would be, thank my lucky stars.
2 in a row means he goes into the final one tied.
Yeah, for first. Against Christopher, and it's a miracle. I mean, it's just...
Christopher Hughes probably
He should have scored half a point out of his last 2.
Maximum.
And he might be scoring 2 out of 2.
Right.
There's a very serious chance that this endgame will not be easy to hold, especially with no time.
Exactly, because of time trouble.
Andrew's just kind of...
And you can see he's starting to feel it. He's starting to feel it.
He flashed a look at
Well, this game's going to go on for a while.
Yes.
I actually want to show you Balaji's game against Arthur Go because, again, crazy time trouble. Balaji was completely winning many times. And now current position is a draw.
Say what?
Yeah.
Seriously? Really? It's not a joke. I thought Balaji had this one sewn up. Why is this one a draw?
Black has a lot of checks. There's also simply just... Okay, this is not simple by any means. Queen D3.
Check? And
No. Queen D3 right now.
Okay, sorry.
A8 queen, D1 queen. 4 queens on the board, but it's a draw.
Okay, so you wanted to say queen to D3, I queen, and you're saying 4 queens on the board?
I guess it's perpetual because...
That is hilarious. 4 queens on the board.
Queen and bishop for 2 queens. Have you ever seen that?
No. We didn't see 4 queens on the board. That would have been a visual for the ages. We might be seeing something like that. Queen E3 check. I guess he wants to play. No, I don't know. What does he want to play?
Big moment right now in Brewington's game.
All right, let me go back to that game because it's so crucial for our standings.
So let's check it on our board after 96. You can't take on B6 yet. You go rook B1.
We have to play rook B1 check.
But we need to pull up Hardaway's game on the screen.
Oh yes, you've got to.
What can you tell us, Christian? What's going on?
Yes, knight to d6, rook to b1, king to f2 seems to be the move, but perhaps we can see the bird's eye right now. It's the most important visual we can have. Not of that game, but of the Brewington versus Andrew Hong. That's the big one right now. And I really like what Brewington has done in the last few moves. That knight coming to d6 is going to force the trade of the f-pawn. That's the most important thing.
Andrew is down to a minute, 30 seconds?
Yes.
Brewington, a minute. But this is very important that Brewington has managed to he will manage to force the pawn to f4. Then
Huge.
Then he can make a draw much easier.
Yes.
Yes. King
But
to f2.
I'm still in shock. We're talking about him making a draw.
King f3, put the king in front of the pawn.
Exactly.
King d5.
King to d5.
And maybe knight f7.
Knight to
And I can take rook
f7.
b6. You can't take on f4 yet, but I'm sure you will in a move or two.
I was thinking that we would secure the draw by playing g3 before I blunder the game away.
Exactly.
Let me just make sure the
But I'm not sure you're securing the draw in that position.
Maybe I'm not yet.
I'm not sure.
Still work.
With that knight stranded, as long as the knight is not close to the king, anything can happen.
Right.
Especially when you're down to your last 15 seconds.
Bingo.
As Brewington is right now.
And counting.
Big moment.
8 seconds, guys. He needs to hurry up.
B7.
B7.
It's his choice.
I don't know if we were happy with this decision. B7, king d5? What's going on, Nasi?
It's still a draw.
Is it? How?
Knight f7.
Well, you're going to get your knight to f3.
Knight to
You're going to have to
f7.
defend the worse end.
Rook takes
You can
b7.
play knight h6,
Or knight
g5. Yeah.
to get the knight to f3. I see. Okay.
But you know, it can still be tricky. Of course, pawn being on f4 helps Brewington a lot.
A lot, yeah.
It's a huge difference.
Get that knight to f3.
Yeah,
But to be honest, this is not something that he wanted to see.
I know this is a very important game for the standings, but in
4
Balaji's
queens.
game, there's 4 queens on the board.
That is a ridiculous position. That is an absolutely
I'm not sure who's
ridiculous
playing for a
position.
win.
4 queens.
Okay.
Yes, but a
Andrew
safe
took
king.
the pawn. Probably going to see knight g5.
Okay. What Brewington needs to find right now is the mechanism to not get in trouble, to not get that king perhaps to h2 and allow that black king to go to f1 and put some pressure on g2.
Right.
Don't get passive. Find a way to not get passive in this position.
So let me just put the position that you, Christian, feel very, very strongly that you want to avoid.
Yes.
Is a position where black somehow is making inroads.
And now you have to start calculating whether h4 is fast enough, king f2, king h3, king f1, things of that nature.
Right.
You don't want to calculate this type of things.
No.
We need to find a more salient solution.
Exactly. So don't seize the defensive. In fact, do your best to keep your king
I guess Andrew's going to
flexible.
play rook b3 now to not let you play g3.
Right.
That's a good point.
My take would be to play h4, knight h3, and back and forth,
Nice.
so that I could always keep my king useful.
I still cannot believe we're watching this endgame from the position that Brewington had. At some point, he had 4 pawns for the exchange and a checkmating net coming.
We actually thought there might have been a fifth.
Yeah.
A fifth pawn, actually.
He
Also,
is.
you mentioned, Nasi, the idea of maybe also defending with the knight on g4. That's a pretty decent idea, too.
Yeah, I think there's many different ways.
Are you
white
going
can save
h4 right
this.
now, or are you not going h4 right now?
I think we're putting the knight
On f3?
on f3.
Okay, so no h4.
No h4.
But you see, there's still decisions to be made.
For sure.
There's still decisions to be made.
20 seconds for Brewington.
And it's very easy to slip.
It's hard for him to gain time in this position. He doesn't have like checks to just gain time.
Right.
He has to be precise.
And Nico Ladan got his
10 seconds.
first half a point.
Oh, bravo,
Congrats.
Nick.
Bravo, Nick.
5 seconds.
5
4.
seconds.
What?
Knight f7.
He just made this move with 3 seconds on the clock.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Why would you put that knight there?
Normally speaking,
It's 'cause
whenever
panic
we have
when you
a
have 3 seconds.
whenever you have a rook and knight, rook versus knight situation, you want the knight as close to the king as possible. Knight,
It's still fine, but
is it?
Yes.
Rook to g3.
Rook g3, knight h6.
Oh, pardon me. You can come.
I am getting that
back.
knight back.
That's a lucky thing that you get that knight back. Yeah.
How does black make any progress here? He played king e6.
This is going to be a question for Andrew to find out. And I'm sure he will try his
He
best.
will be asking those questions,
He
you bet.
really wants to win this game.
By the way, move knight d8 is probably already losing.
Oh, for sure.
That is
Don't go
one
that
of those
far.
ones I would really want to stay away from. I would want to play knight h6,
H6?
to g4 where it's protected.
That's what he has done.
Remember, knights love protection
Outposts, yes.
and outposts, but they definitely want to be protected. In this case, the knight can land on g4.
Those
But
final two.
Brewington, you know, the problem that he's having is not just the clock. He's got the baggage of knowing that he had a winning position for most of the game.
Very difficult to get over, yes.
Exactly.
He can't think about that right now because he
But
needs
you
to make
do.
the draw first.
You do.
Then
You
he
do.
can kick himself for not winning this game.
True that.
So knight
King
g4.
e5. Yeah, knight g4,
Oh, he went knight f7 back.
knight f7 back.
I just hate leaving that knight there. I just hate leaving that knight away for so long.
As a coach, you might just kind of grimace about that one. Not completely thrilled.
It's the type of moves that give you heartaches.
Right? It's like a coach watching his team heave a three-pointer. No, no, no. Nothing but net.
It's not easy
Well
being
done.
a coach.
Well done.
You've been a
Coaching's not
captain.
easy, huh? Oh, I know.
You've been a captain
Oh, I know.
of the U.S. Women's Olympic team.
That was a challenge.
You had a good time.
I
Yeah.
could see Yasser having heart attacks every day.
You were great on that team, by the way. You were the one I wasn't worried about as far as time trouble. Anna
Yeah.
Zatansky, boy, she gave me a scare or two.
Or 11.
Or 11.
Okay, so he can repeat, go back to h6.
And he should.
I just don't like that he's going down all the way to 3 seconds.
Each time, right? Now he's down to 21
15,
seconds.
14,
14.
yep,
Oh my
10.
God. 10.
Because we've seen it before. Even players this strong.
Very
Flag.
experienced. Oh, yes.
Because at some moment you just forget there's a clock.
Indeed. So rook a3, it sets up, if you do play knight f3, we then follow it up with
I
the
think
check.
Bruce committed to knight f7, so he's going to keep going back to f7.
I
Yeah, knight
agree.
f3 now, rook a2, king comes to e4. That's
And
unpleasant.
that's the progress.
Yes.
Knight f7. Well, he's got this defensive mechanism in his mind.
Can he do rook a7, then king e5? Somehow just get rid of this f7 square. So knight has to go to f3.
Exactly. Knight to g5. What? Rook to g? Oh, he's doing it a different way with his king.
e6.
Sorry. King to e6. I'm assuming knight g5.
Knight h6, as
Oh.
he has been doing. And king f6, knight g4 check. King f5, that's something. We achieved something.
We have.
But knight h2.
This is my achievement.
No. I think you want to go knight g5. Sorry, instead of knight h6, I think you want to go knight h2. If you go knight h6, king g5.
He has played knight h6.
But now king.
No, it's white
now
to
it's
move right
white to move.
Okay.
So king knight g4,
g4.
king f5.
Yes.
Knight
And
h2.
now I don't think you want to go knight h6.
Because king e4?
King g5.
Knight g4?
King h4.
Knight f.
Oh, you're
knight
sneaking
e5.
in on g3.
Not really, because I
Knight
cannot really
e5.
give you a check because you go to f3. Okay, still difficult. Still difficult.
We still think it's a draw, but at the same time, by the way, king e2. Now, can I swindle my way through?
Maybe.
No. I
Why
think
not?
about it. I
King
don't
g5,
know.
let's try.
Absolutely, king g5.
There's nothing else for black. He has to go for this to try something.
King g6 forces knight g4, right?
And also does king g5. I don't think you want to go knight f7.
No, absolutely not.
By the way, just on that note, it might be that the knight is trapped suddenly.
Because you don't have knight e5.
Correct.
You can go knight
Rook
e6,
e3
but
check.
I really don't want to
It's
get
kind
that
of
knight
cut
on
off.
that side.
It's
Yeah.
kind of cut off.
really don't
Already, I'm seeing the outlines of how Brewington could lose this game.
Okay, king e2. King g5, he's going to go knight
Now 30
G4,
seconds for
for sure.
Andrew.
King g5, knight
G4.
g4, king,
h4.
king f2.
He played king g6.
king to g6.
Trick is knight back to g4. And king f5.
He's trying to get that king to e4. So Nopper.
By the way,
This was
one of the
a
most
draw.
remarkable positions we've seen in our tournament practice. 4 queens were on the board in this one, but a draw.
Yeah, Arthur saved this game. He was definitely losing.
Definitely. And here it goes. King f5, king f2. Good move by Brew.
f3 is tempting, but that only gives me a draw.
It's true.
So, how does black make any progress? King e4, knight h. Do you go knight h6 or knight h2?
King, sorry?
After king e4.
I'll go knight f6.
Oh, that way.
And I'll come back. It's like I would pre-move.
Do not pre-move. What if I don't move my king?
Oh. You check me. I'll take your king. Then there will be a big dispute. And swords will be drawn.
How do we make progress with black right now? Or is there any progress with black right now?
Objectively, no.
But practically, let's try
Practically,
to make
yes.
some progress.
King g5. We gotta try to go to h4.
Imagine Andrew trying too hard and losing the f4 pawn. And then it's Brewington back again and he's trying for a win.
Stop it. Stop it.
Or just flagging, you know. Andrew could just flag.
Right.
Oh my
King
goodness.
at g5. and
We've
we
seen
would
it all.
expect knight to e5.
King e2.
Or king e2. King e2. Played very quickly, by the way.
So why not king h4?
King h4 or king f2 back?
I'm assuming king h4.
And then
king
let's say
f2.
rook g3.
It doesn't matter. I'm just going to move my knight somewhere. Knight e5.
Okay.
Rook to
Play rook
a6.
Like you don't actually have a way to kick my king from f2.
Yeah.
I think king f3
Yes.
would be the most challenging.
King f2.
No, he's played king f2.
I think he sort of understood a setup that allows him to avoid all sorts of problems. Because once the king goes to e4, I give you a check on f6.
I think that's why he moved rook to a6. Now he's going
Right.
to e4 again.
But now I go king f3. And if you want to make...
Well, he's going
wait,
king
wait,
e2.
wait.
He wants knight f2 check.
Knight f2. Got it. Got it. Good enough.
And then king f3.
Good enough, yes.
By the way, the clock times, because
2.5 minutes for Brewington.
He gained a lot
he
of
gained a
time
lot
in
of
those
time.
last 5 moves.
45 seconds for Andrew. This is such an important game for the standings because if Andrew
Could win by miracle.
he'd be sharing first.
He would. A draw, and he'll go into the last round a half point behind Christopher. You.
And we don't know who's playing who in the last round. We know they're not playing each other because they have already played each other.
We actually do, but I'm not
And they will
telling anybody.
I think they'll both be with white pieces also.
Ooh, yes. Christopher finishes, I believe, with 2 whites.
No, Christopher
No, no.
had
No,
black to
pardon me. He finishes with white because he had 2 blacks earlier.
Okay, rook b6. Are there any tricks?
Well, right now, if you go king f2, I go king e4. That's my trick.
King f2?
King e4.
King e4.
So he went king f3.
Nice.
Good move.
Very
because
good
now
move.
rook b3, king f2.
And that's the defensive
King
fortress he
e2?
was.
No, f2, yeah. Because I have knight
He-
f6.
Both, I think, work.
I think we're running out of ideas.
I think Andrew is running out of ideas as well.
Down
He's-
to 30 seconds. Hey, he should
He's
be.
tried his
I know
best.
he's like a bit frustrated right now because he can't win, but he
But
should
yeah,
be.
think
He should count his
he
lucky
should be
stars
grateful
after that game.
right?
Should be on cloud 9 for saving this game.
Tomorrow, Christopher Yu is playing Balaji Daggupati.
Yes, we knew that.
What about
very
Andrew
dangerous, very dangerous opponent for Christopher, by the way. We do have actually. Andrew is trying to set up a situation. No, I mean, I was thinking that the knight could somehow get stranded, but knight h2 is a very, very good move here.
Wait, knight h2, rook b3 check, and
King back.
then king e4.
No, let's give
We
a
don't
check.
want that.
Let's give a check. Knight
don't want
h6.
that?
Knight
Knight
h6.
h6
yes,
check?
that's a good
Okay.
move. That's a good move.
You guys like this?
Yes.
And we're not getting stranded?
No. So I go back to g4.
Back to g. Gotcha.
King g6. Knight goes back to g4.
Gonna
Now
say
we're expecting king
g5
g5.
probably.
Exactly. with
Can I
the-
play no h4? Don't play h4.
Now h4.
h4?
Loses, probably.
Okay,
Nice
let's see.
snack.
What now? Knight h2, right? Or knight e5? Are you trying to stay active? I would try to stay active. I would go
Knight
knight
e5.
e5. Yes, it just feels better, right? Knight
Yeah.
e5.
He's done it.
Rook b3 check.
95, rook b3 check, king f2.
Goes back to f2, and I think we've had this position before.
And the trick is not to put the knight on the f3 square, which would force us back, but rather on the g4 square.
Yeah, Brewington found the right setup
He
with the
did.
knight.
He did.
That's not a small task considering.
No. I always considered the mark of a very good player that chess mastery, let's just say, was good endgames, good endgame technique. To me, you couldn't get the expert class, let's say, without having good endgame technique. And when you have very good endgame technique, you get to the master class.
Especially after 6 hours of playing and in time trouble.
Right. You need that energy.
And tomorrow,
Going through that roller
Andrew
coaster.
is playing Justin Wang.
Oh.
Not
Well,
Jason Wang, Justin Wang.
Justin was winning today against
Woodward.
yeah.
Yes.
Let's take a peek at tomorrow's pairings.
Right, so the key matchups will be Christopher Yu playing Balaji Daggupati
Right?
and Andrew Hong playing Justin Wang.
Exactly.
What about Jason Wang?
Jason is
Also has a chance, right? Andy Woodward will be playing Jason Wang
That's not an easy pairing for Jason.
because he's with the black pieces.
But Andy is struggling so far, so some chances there.
King e2. So now on king e4 I have knight f2 check.
Yes. That was the check that Brewington was always keeping.
What time do we start counting the 50 move?
When was the last pawn capture?
Move 81. Now we're on 100. So 30 more moves to go, 31.
Holding my breath.
King f2. But we
By
might
the
see
way,
like
this might be a 3-move repetition, right?
Oh.
Okay, that
Andrews.
changes everything. Rook g3, that looks like a unique position.
Definitely. But
Is
it
a
doesn't
check.
change the evaluation. I can do knight h6 and come back.
That would be my pre-move, knight h6 and back.
You can even play king f1 here.
King f1. A
We're
move
not
I
gonna see
never
that.
considered. I mean,
Now king e4, knight g4 back.
I had fun with the table bases once, and then I stopped it. The idea was there were certain queen endings where a whole host of moves drew the game.
Mm-hmm.
And half of them I would never consider in a practical game. It was just like, all of these moves draw.
It's good to know that even if you make a silly move, it's still a draw.
Indeed, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, knight to g4. And Brewington, who had been going down to, as you said, under 10 seconds.
Now he's up to 4 minutes.
Bingo. That's a lot of time, suddenly.
Yeah. And we're on move, we passed move 100. 102, I believe, or 103.
In snooker, it's an exalted moment when they make a century. In chess, it's a collective groan. No! Commentators especially.
I'll keep that in mind when I play next time.
Right. Think about the commentators.
King f5. I think we might see some repetition now.
Knight h6.
I think Andrews has accepted that he cannot make any progress.
Wrong.
I'm just jinxing it.
Absolutely. You did a great job.
Well, he might actually just go for knight, rook takes g4.
Please.
Please.
Look, he fought really hard. Both of them.
Seriously, right? I mean, wow. But that move, knight f5, when Brewington landed that move on the board and Andrews...
We thought the game is over.
Right?
We thought the game
Queen
is going
was
to be over
trapped.
in like
3 hours ago?
Yeah.
30 minutes max.
For sure.
Just find a way to get the king. He didn't. And Andrew just defended valiantly.
And
Knight
sometimes...
f7, by the way, also makes a lot of
This
sense.
is more of like not resigning and keeping the game going.
Mm.
Giving your opponent a chance to mess up.
That's a skill as well. You know,
Yeah.
just hanging in there and making, you know, keep asking your opponent to answer difficult questions.
We have 2 examples today. Rose not resigning and saving the game.
Wow, but that needed help. Jasmine, I got it right. There's small victories. You know.
King to h4. Okay.
Yeah,
now
baby.
Back to h6. Try to go to f5 or g4.
Yeah, knight h6.
Both seem to be just
Well,
fine.
knight h6, rook a3, knight g4, check king f3. Yeah, still fine. He won knight e5. Rook c3.
Knight
Somehow
f3.
they have not repeated the position yet.
How is that possible? Normally on our scores, the digital scoreboard, we do get those signs that tell us when the position is
sometimes
repeated.
the rook was on a3, sometimes on b3,
B3.
and now it's on c3.
Exactly. So Andrew is never giving a 3-move repetition.
I think we're going to see knight to f3, king h5, knight to e5 back.
I would consider knight g4.
Knight
so
to g4
you
right
think
now?
Andrew is kind of counting the number of
No,
moves?
no, he's calculating if there is a way to break through, which he knows there isn't, but
Right.
he's trying to figure out what needs to happen for him to.
By the way, knight f3 check, king h5, double exclam, only move. I mean, everything else loses.
Everything else is illegal. Oh, there's rook f3, I guess. Yeah.
This is our 7 jokes.
7 hour
our 7
commentary.
Jokes. Okay.
It's come down to this, guys. Force moves are good.
Trying to make fun of us.
Force moves are really good.
Is G4 playable now?
No, don't.
Why not?
It doesn't matter. Just don't change the position. There's absolutely no reason to change the position.
How about knight to d4?
No, it definitely works.
Yeah, of course.
He has played knight to e5 just a moment ago. How about knight to d4, trying to play for a win?
Sorry.
I liked your g4 idea.
Don't try to play.
I mean, you got shot down, but I mean, the creativity impulse in you is strong.
I just don't enjoy being tortured like this.
Right? Who does? But patience.
Who would you say is this position more dangerous for?
This position?
Yes.
This,
white or black?
Well, I mean, white, of course.
You think black could really overpress?
I have a knight. Who knows?
Oh, you
Knights
mean
jump in a funny way.
And they trick and check and fork and.
I guess if this was a bullet game with no increment, then maybe black would be in more
Then
danger.
definitely black,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Knight to g4. At some point, Andrew is going to have to play f3.
Yeah, we have 20 moves left until 50 move rule. I think less than 20 moves, actually. I am counting.
That's bad news.
Or 30. But it's close. And these players have to play another game tomorrow.
They do. And even worse, we have to call that game. Do they think about the commentators?
No. No.
There were occasions in U.S. championships where we would play at these resorts that the restaurants literally closed by 8 in the evening.
Right.
So if you didn't finish your game, you weren't getting dinner. So you had to stock up on fruits, just in case you played a long game like this one.
Every tournament always has at least one game that is very, very long.
Every round,
It was
right?
50 move rule, right?
Yeah, something of that nature, right?
We haven't had one game this long yet in this event, which is surprising because we have 3 different tournaments.
Right. What's our longest game of these 3? I think we've had a century, 110 moves?
Maybe.
King e4. Okay, this is the moment where we play knight f2 check.
Or knight f6 check.
Or knight f6 check. Whatever, the whole point, what Andrew has been aspiring for is to get the rook on the 2nd rank and the king on the 1st rank. And by playing check whenever the kings are in oppositions, you can never get white to step back with the king. Now, any rook check, the white king is ready to go to f3.
Are we going to see the repetition right now? Is it finally the time to see king e4?
Tried every idea in the position, so
He's exhausted of
I think
every
this is it.
possibility.
Look, he has to save some energy for tomorrow as well. He needs to win tomorrow with white.
Exactly. By the way, Christopher has no easy game tomorrow.
Oh, no.
Against Balaji.
Balaji, a grandmaster of his own with great opening preparation.
Right.
So
all you need is to trap the opponent in the opening.
Not going to be an easy walk in the park for Christopher Yu. To clinch the title.
I think Brewington's looking at the score sheet.
Now he's getting
calculating
interested
moves.
in that
Yeah,
50 move rule.
Yeah, he's counting.
I think Andrew is finally realizing that this is it. It's time to
Brew
call it a night.
is
King to
only
e4.
14 years old.
14 years.
Same age as Alice.
Playing these national championships. But Alice has been playing in these World Juniors and for quite some time. She's a real veteran. What was you were telling me, you were extremely young when you played in your first World Juniors. How old were you?
World Junior Championship?
World, yeah,
I was 13,
girls.
and
13.
I shared second place, yeah.
Yeah. Who was your generation?
Anna Muzachuk, Maria Muzachuk,
Who became
world champion. Howie Fun was the highest rated.
Who became world champion and the highest rated woman.
Harika Dronavali, India's #1 for many years.
Right. Along with Hampi, yeah.
Hampi's older.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Harika being, well, you had quite a generation, so I was going to say, Hu Yifan, Maria Muzachuk. Good grief.
Both of them became world champions.
Good grief. And you were the silver medalist in that generation of players.
Okay, I think now they're repeating.
Yes.
It's funny to see that Andrew's unhappy with the draw.
I know. One final stab at it.
+7 earlier.
Please play knight h6 check, allowing king e4 and rook c2.
Nope.
Nope.
King f2.
King f2. Now that position, whether the rook has been on b3 or the rook was on a3, I've seen before. I've seen this setup.
And g3 as well.
And the rook was on g3 as well.
So we haven't seen d3. He might try that.
Would you believe?
Yeah, Andrew's like, you can see on his face, like, so close yet, like, can't break through.
What can I do? Come on, there's got to be an idea.
He's never had a chance to win in this game. He was never better.
No.
Not even once.
No.
Out of 115 moves, he wasn't better once.
That hurts.
Rook's going back to a3.
Rook a3. I still haven't
King
seen
e2,
an
right?
indication that this has occurred before, whereas I really do believe, or think at least.
Maybe
that,
king was on a different square.
well, that knight on g4 and the king on f2 in particular, this construction after the move king e2 must have occurred before.
In my head, it occurred 3 times.
Yeah, well, we're about to find out. King e2.
Not yet.
Have we got all the other results are known by the way?
We have, yes, we have. All the other games are over.
It's the only game left.
And we're just about to enter the 7th hour of play in about 10 minutes from now. Will we make it to the 7th hour?
Some would call it the twilight zone.
Ooh, f3.
F3,
Okay.
I think we're going to make it to the 7th hour, guys.
So we're going to have rook versus knight at some
Here
point.
we go.
Can you win both the pawns?
Yeah.
This is
You do?
not
You
over
think
yet.
so? Well, first of all, we take it. King f4. Okay.
You're going to lose both pawns, yeah.
Why do I have to lose both pawns? I don't want
See
to
how
lose
I
both.
switched?
I mean, I got outmaneuvered, and we just started this ending. Knight. Is that knight f6?
I would move my knight very close to my king as soon as possible.
Right.
Sorry, but rook takes f3.
Or do you want to give a check?
No.
Just
Check, I
immediately
go
rook
king
takes
d3.
f3.
I mean, I can give you a
Okay.
check if you want. Doesn't
Knight
really
d-
matter.
No.
I kind of want rook takes f3.
Yeah,
Knight
how do I
d5,
get-
king
And
e4.
then we will be better if we get rook and king and rook.
Technically, yes.
Yes.
No, I think you have to give me the second pawn. After knight f6, rook f3, I think you have to go knight g4.
But
Get the
king
knight
and
back
knight.
to f2.
Actually, king and knight is easier to defend than king and bishop against king and rook.
Is it?
Both draw, but
I don't. I just head to.
well, you can go in the wrong corner with the bishop. With the knight, there is no wrong corner.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Brewington seems to know what he's doing. He played king to d2 now.
He did what?
Did you
King
guys
d2?
reset the 50-move clock?
Not yet, because he has to pick up the pawns.
Neither mentally nor otherwise.
So we might see 200 moves. Almost. If he delays taking the pawn on h3, and then we count 50 moves.
Oh, stop it.
Is there a prize for the longest game in the tournament?
No, and we don't want to incentivize
No
the players
encouragement.
either.
But we should encourage shortest games, right?
Brilliancy prizes, yes. Beauty prizes, however.
But rook versus knight is definitely not easier than rook versus bishop to defend.
I think it is.
No, I don't believe that. I do not believe
We were
that.
discussing this during candidates. We had a long discussion, and
Who
we
won?
agreed that
We agreed.
king and knight is the easiest against king and rook.
It is easy. Now,
I'm not saying it's not easy. I'm just saying it's not easier than
Just don't go in the very corner, and that's
Right.
it.
just hang around, and the knight should stay close to the king. If your knight wanders, let's say your knight goes to b6, then after a move like king d4, your knight can get trapped. On the other hand, you can pin me, but I will break the pin rather easily.
So the count begins now. It's move 121.
Okay.
By the way, players are up so much time now. Brewington has almost 7 minutes on the clock.
And he'd been playing 2 seconds. So here we go, knight back to c3. Not the only move, knight to
Yes,
c1.
sir. Would you
actually.
be offended if your opponent kept playing this position?
No, I would
You
feel
respect
that,
it.
yeah, that, and especially I have seen these types of situations where the player with the black pieces needed a win for a grandmaster norm.
Oof, that's painful.
Right, and you gotta play when you've got a grandmaster norm, and in this case, a potential national title.
And the spot in the U.S. Championship.
Exactly. So I would not.
Some might argue that's more important than the GM norm.
Yeah, getting that qualification spot for Andrew, he would just love an opportunity.
It's huge, especially, Andrew is a freshman in college,
right?
Going into his second year right now. You can use that on your resume.
Big
Look, I've
time.
played in the U.S.
Played the
Championship.
national championship. Dang.
You're looking for internships, you might as well get a player at the U.S. Chess National Championship.
Right.
That's huge.
No
okay,
question
what do you do
about
now?
it.
Important.
Knight c1. I keep my knight close to my king.
Knight c1.
If you give me a check on b2, I'll go to e3.
Anything wrong with knight f4?
Nothing. It's just slightly further away from my king. Every time I can keep contact with my king without blundering my knight. See, like, for example, I would find the move king c2 a little bit offensive because, like, hey, my knight and king are making...
They're being separated.
They're separating. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. They're separating from one another.
Rook d3.
So...
Is there a move that loses?
Not in
Knight
this
c3.
Except knight
moment.
c3.
Knight
Yeah.
d4.
Or knight d4.
Knight g3.
You found all three like that. I'm
good at
surprised
king
you didn't
b2.
try king b2.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Because I think even knight g1 is a draw. Because on rook e3, king d2.
Yes.
Okay, but now don't go.
Yeah.
Don't go knight e2.
Play king d2.
Exactly.
King b2
Stay next to the.
I mean, I'm sure knight d2 is still a draw, but why would you do that?
Right, but stay close to the king. Pardon me. Stay close to the knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's done it.
Rook drops back.
And once again, I would find myself drawn
92?
to 92, most certainly. If you wanted to play king c2, yeah, that's also perfectly legit.
2.
Yeah.
Have you ever played king and knight against king and rook?
Yes, I actually, U.S. Championship. Yeah, I had the rook, and it was a playoff. And I'm just remembering his name. It did end in a draw.
Were you on the winning side?
I had the sunny side.
Sunny side, yeah.
Yes, I had the rook. Sergei Kudrin was my opponent for that one.
When was the last year that you played your championship?
I think it was 2012 here in St. Louis.
Not that long ago.
Well, thank you. Feels like yesterday.
My first one was 2015.
And who won
got
that
you.
tournament?
2012?
Yes.
I think it was Hikaru, not 100% sure.
Hikaru.
Or maybe it was Kamsky, not 100% sure.
Yeah, they were always
Those were the two
splitting
rivals
the
at
victories, more or less.
Right.
At that point. Okay, knight to c3, king d4, knight e2. That's the repetition I'm sensing right now.
Right.
I'm manifesting that repetition.
And from your mouth to the players.
Nope.
No.
You wish.
Yeah. Now here, there's
King
no
D3,
question.
right?
I'm playing king d3 and like a lightning bolt because
Going towards the center.
I want to avoid any borderland.
Mhm.
You know, I don't want to be on the first, I don't want to be on the eighth, I don't want to be on the sides. Anything that keeps me centralized, you bet. King d3, king d4, knight d5 would be more or less an ideal setup. Put my king on d4, my knight on d5. You'll break it, of course, but
So when you played your last US championship, was that in St. Louis?
yes,
Okay.
here in St. Louis.
So someone else was doing commentary
Yeah.
on your games?
Oh, definitely. I'm wondering who that might
me
have
too.
been.
I'm very
Now-
curious
now.
now.
that I think about it, I'm wondering who that might have been. Our producer says Ben Franklin, who was a great chess player, by the way. Ben Franklin, he wrote the book Morals of Chess. And Ben Franklin, one
Really?
of the founding fathers of America,
Didn't
said,
know.
whenever you play chess, make sure your opponent's goblet of wine is full.
Good advice.
Good advice. So they allowed wine in his day. He did play king d3.
Wouldn't that be fun to be drinking during the game?
It's funny.
Especially when
ma-
you make a big blunder.
A big one. During the Dutch league, it's rather common that the players do have a beer or two at the board. It always surprised me when I saw that.
King
to
e4,
knight c3.
check.
Okay, they are slapping the clock pretty
I
happily.
think they're up to 10 minutes.
That's what I mean.
Andrew 10 minutes and Bro 11.
Right.
Knight e2,
Knight where?
e2 I would go.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And now on check I go king d3.
Yes.
Nope, rook d2. And game goes on.
Knight c3.
And the battle flares anew.
We're going to see most likely
We still have
check.
30 moves to go.
But they are going by very fast, Nancy. Not to worry. Okay. King c5 or king b3?
King c5.
King c5. You
Yes.
like king c5?
Yes.
Okay.
That's where I would go. King c5. I want to stay on the, let's say, third rank or however you want to call it right now, depending on which side you're looking at the board.
Mm-hmm.
As far away from the border as possible.
I agree with
King
that.
c5, at least to my eyes, makes the most sense.
Agreed.
c5. Okay.
Commentator's curse. Strikes
Every
again.
time. Every time. Can't escape it.
My king can't come closer yet.
Yet.
Page 4,
Not
okay.
yet.
So I see that your king wants to come here. I might trick myself
Yeah,
somehow.
knight b5,
Mm-hmm.
king d5,
Knight back to c3. King to d4.
And then
Knight
king
back to
d3.
b5.
and then you can still come back.
Nice.
So where do you go right now?
We're thinking b5.
Yes. That does look like a good square. Knight e2.
Knight
Too far.
e2.
Too far.
Very far.
Too far.
Separated, I think, is the word
Too far.
that we describe this move. The king and the knight are being separated.
Don't go so far. What's the point of going so far? By the way, knight e2. Can I go king e4?
King e4, I go back with check.
And then I go king
d3.
He's done it.
Knight go knight b5.
Yes. I'm not attempting at convincing you that I'm better. No way.
Well, what you are convincing is that our discussion about rook and knight versus rook is
very easy.
Bearing a great deal of fruit, and that it's pretty easy to hold.
Because it's very hard to make a mistake here.
Yes.
You have to really give up your knight, move it so far away.
That would be painful. Yep.
Yeah. Even king b4 here, right?
Yep. King b4 is a very decent move. I like this one too.
Knight b5
Knight to b5 check.
We're going to see king c5.
And then back.
Back to c3. And then we're probably going to see rook on the third. King d3, okay. I'm not guessing any of their moves.
What's surprising is that we've seen rook and knight against rook. Grandmasters lose those games.
Yes. Most
There's one recently.
shockingly, Erwin Lamy lost it to Magnus, and then of course the very
Of course it
famous
was Magnus.
one. Yeah.
I've won that.
But 7
against
hours.
Grandmaster.
Yeah.
Against Vasif.
It was after 7
Durar
hours.
Bailey.
Who did you defeat?
Vasif Durar Bailey.
Ah, yeah.
And I'm proud to have saved it against Amon Hambleton, the chess pro.
Aman.
He didn't torture me for 50 moves. So after round 35, he
So you said, okay.
I had a good setup. Yeah.
Just don't go king b4 now.
Do not do it. No. Brewington was Johnny on the spot on that one.
Don't go knight c3 now.
No.
King b4. Let's
King
go
b4.
forward.
King b4 now.
Let's fly away. King b4 and king c5. Again, this
I
would
have
be
to say, Andrew has tried absolutely everything.
The blunder of the year would be knight to c3, and
I think we already had one blunder of the year this tournament, bishop f6 today.
oh, very, very painful.
Who do you think will be more disappointed after this game today? Brewington, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
For sure.
Oh, Jasmine. Yes, for sure.
Jasmine. Oof, oof, oof.
I was talking between these two.
These two.
Oh, between these two has to be Brewington.
Yeah.
And risky. Look.
Whoa.
He actually got
Separation?
maximum out of this game. He never had a win or a better position.
Only now, rook versus knight.
That's
theoretical.
That's as good as it gets. Knight
What move
back.
are we on? 150?
We're at move 150 right now, yes.
So still 20 moves to go, I think.
Yeah. Knight a3, knight b5, knight c3.
Still 20
b5.
moves, yes.
Nice arrows you drew, but the audience
you.
can't see it, unfortunately.
Oh. The
missing out.
moment I get my prowess of arrow drawing skills perfectly.
An artist doesn't draw for others, he draws for himself.
I'm going to go to sleep tonight with these words of wisdom floating somewhere in my dream state. I'm going to be like, what? What did I just hear? Artist does not draw for others. Okay. Wow. Is that... Okay. It's that giddy time. Rook to c8. Okay. Here,
96.
I would be tempted. Now, the crazy part is this is not a winning threat.
What is not a winning threat?
Knight d6 is not a winning threat. Our opponent can
It's only
blunder
a
a
drawing
rook.
threat. Yeah.
Yes. So
Rook
imagine
c6.
in this moment, terrible thing happened, and Andrew lost on time. In other words, his flag fell, and Brewington claimed victory.
Yeah.
Would Brewington's claim be upheld?
Yeah, because you can get checkmated with black.
Yeah,
I think
because
they
he has
changed the
mating
rule.
material
Yes,
on the
but
board.
I think they changed the rule.
No.
For blitz or for classical?
I will have to double check.
You can ask.
But I
him
thought they
that.
checked the
Okay,
rules.
they're actually
they changed the rules.
repeating 3 times. Right?
Close? Really?
No.
Not yet. Not yet.
False alarm.
No. Oh, he played rook c7.
Not yet.
Don't.
I get your hopes up and then they crush it.
So,
6, okay.
is it time for
97.
Knight
A7?
Why not?
Knight A7.
At this point, he's just challenging himself to find ways to live on the edge. You know?
Right.
How do I live on the edge?
Right.
Keep his heart rate up.
Exactly, yes. Knight to A7, knight to B5 is going to be the next move.
Pre-move.
Pretty much, unless you give me
Rook
a
C4
check
checks,
on
yeah.
C4.
C7.
Maybe now, maybe this is it. Maybe rook to six is going to come.
Nope.
No. Rook C4, king B3.
Or
I like king A5. I want to go to B6.
Me
Okay.
too.
I want to go to
King
B6.
A5 and
king B3.
And get away from black's king.
King to B3. Greater chances of a 3-move repetition with the king on B3.
I've heard about the repetition and the opposition as well. Oh, that's knight A7. Let's go. Knight A7.
15 minutes against 17 minutes.
They've
Boy,
This
built
is
up
impressive.
That is an impressive build-up of time, yeah. King to B5.
Now we're 10 moves away.
10 moves away.
From the 50-move rule. Kicking
Well,
in.
let's hope that Brewington kept the count.
Oh, I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did.
Because the arbiters do not intervene until move 75.
75,
right?
yes.
King's now on B6.
Mm-hmm.
Rook H4.
King would go to C5, I would assume.
And right now, even if you make some of the worst moves, probably you're
so
starting
long as
to
you're not losing
lose the
material,
knight.
yeah.
You're probably within
Like-
range of still making that 50 move.
There
It happened to you,
positions.
Nazi, didn't it?
That was rook and bishop versus rook.
Move
But I got
49, wasn't
checkmated
it?
on move 50.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Or I was losing my bishop on move 50. I realized
That's painful.
one move too early. I know.
Yeah,
That's painful.
I still see it in my nightmares. Yeah.
Oh.
And that was the half point why I finished second that year.
Oh, that was a huge
Yeah.
game, yes. Against Zatansky, right?
Mhm.
Anna, yeah.
But after that, I learned my rook and bishop endgames. I mean, I was saving that one too. I just counted 50 move rule too early.
In the Cairns Cup, Harika defended the inferior
very
side
well.
very, very well. Impressive defense with the king and rook against the king.
We
rook,
started
and
with
bishop.
king on g1, I think. Then we went to the
B1,
a1 corner, then
to
a8 corner. Now we're in the center.
Mm-hmm.
Here
Rook
we
takes
have it.
C6. And that's it.
Wow.
The last shake of hands for round 8.
Wow. What a fight.
Brewington is not happy.
Well,
Well, he's happy it's over.
both players will go to the...
Why did I have to go through this? Why did I have to go through this?
Precisely. Why? Christian, I don't know if we're going to have Kostya giving us final
Kostya is
words
probably
or-
at dinner.
I know. Goodbye, guys.
He's gone.
I think it's
He's
time
gone.
to close our shows.
Let's take a look at the final standings first, and then we'll close the show.
Indeed. Nasi, do the honors, please.
Going into the last round, we have Christopher Yu in clear lead with 6 points, but 2 players are only half a point behind him, Andrew Hong and Jason Wang.
Any chances for a 4-way playoff?
Oh, magically, yes.
Magically.
No.
And how about the...
No, because Justin
They're
Wang is
playing each
playing
other?
Andrew Hong.
Gotcha. And in the junior girls,
Alice Lee going into the last round with 6 points, and half point behind is Rose Atwell. No one else can catch Alice, only Rose.
only Rose. And we do have a champion in the seniors, but big fight for second and third.
Again, congratulations to Vladimir Akopian, but yeah, there's a fight for second place. Jesse Kraai, Larry Christiansen, Joel Benjamin, and Julio Becerra.
All in the mix.
Close the show for us, please, please.
Long
but
days.
Great day at the office, and I think it's time to say goodbye. There's no closing the show. Tomorrow, championship round. I cannot wait to call the action. See you guys tomorrow.
Thank you for watching. See you tomorrow.
Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.